happen. On the end, the 22nd page says gin and humans.
I don't care, Mike. I'll tell you straight. It doesn't matter. I don't know, and honestly, I don't really care. Let's say they could. That's the thing.
Okay, well, I've only asked once about it yet.
Because you always ask about sex. That's the thing.
Okay, well, I've only asked once about it, and
you
answered
on my channel at least twice.
No, I was banned the first time.
Brother, get rid of this geezer, man.
Yeah. Get rid. Brandon, ban me.
I'm not gonna ban you. We'll bring you on another time, but right now, this is
Brandon,
not a conversation.
Forget about gin. Is the petrodollar done or not? Because you said that on.
We can talk about that another channel. I don't know. We'll see. All right, I appreciate it, Mike. We'll another day, not today. All right, guys. I want to thank everyone. We just hit 1,000 people live. So let's keep it up. Keep liking and sharing the stream. And let's bring him up.
Yo,
welcome, Avery.
What's up?
First time on my channel.
Salam Amasi, man. Thanks for letting me up.
Salamun ala man ittabil huda.
What does that mean?
Says peace be upon the ones who follow the guidance.
Okay. All right. Cool. Appreciate it.
It was the same message that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, would write when he sent his letter to Heraclius, the Christian emperor of the Byzantine Empire.
Okay.
I figured you might have known that, but
cool. So Rumsey mentioned you accused me of misquoting.
Right. It's back. Right. I'm sharing the screen. Can you share it?
Yeah. You accused me of misquoting, right? You accused me of misquoting. Can you tell me what it means to misquote something?
Could you please just read that?
Can you tell me what it means to misquote?
Intentionally leaving out important information that contradicts what you said. Now, please read it.
Well, okay. So when you misquote something, you're intentionally misreading.
Avery.
Don't come on, man.
Just read.
Guys, it's already starting, guys. It's already.
You took the time to read Avery. You took the time to read Avery. You took the time.
I can say your name a million times.
You took the time to read.
Sorry, wait. Are you going to talk about what I actually read?
To intentionally omit information.
Are you going to talk about what I actually read?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
to intentionally omit. Stop 1 second.
Yeah, what did
to intentionally omit information, knowing it refutes you, that is a misquotation. Yes. Now I'm going to ask you to read. I'm going to ask you to read this portion of the tafsir, the same tafsir you read. I want you to read that.
But before I do that, what did I say?
No. I'm not going to say
Rumsey, what did I say I was quoting? Because you said I misquoted. So what did I say I was quoting when I came here?
You mentioned Ibn Kathir. Read it.
But hold on. When I mentioned Ibn Kathir, what did I say I was quoting in Ibn Kathir specifically?
Read it.
No. You said I misquoted. Now you're caught.
Read it.
What did I say I was misquoting?
I'm just going to wait till he reads it, guys. I'm just going to wait till he reads it.
Got caught. So now you misquoted me. You're accusing me of misquoting Ibn Abbas, but you're misquoting me. You lied, and now you're caught. I said I went to Ibn Kathir because let me finish. I said I went to Ibn Kathir's tafsir because he quotes Ibn Abbas from Al-Bukhari. That's what I said.
Why didn't you? Okay, 1 second. I know. Hold on, 1 second.
Okay.
I explicitly said you quoted Ibn Kathir quoting Bukhari, but you intentionally did not read this next portion.
But hold on.
Hold on. I want you.
I'll let you finish. I want to interrupt because I hope I get the same respect. I'm gonna let you finish.
I did not. I don't have any respect for you.
I know you don't. You know.
Good. Well, then good. Good. You know that.
I love you anyway with the love of the Lord.
I did not misquote you.
Despite your hate.
You also love the people who insult your mother, man. I don't take.
I do. I love the people who insult my mother. I love the people who insult my Lord. I pray that God rescues them. I pray that God opens their heart and brings them to the truth.
That's fine.
That's true Christian love, man.
I'm sure you love
the devil. I know you're not used to that, but it is what it is.
I don't love the devil. My bad. Anyway, regardless, very simple. The hadith, what do you call it? I quoted you explicitly saying that you quoted this portion. You quoted what Bukhari said in Tafsir ibn Kathir. I said that explicitly. I did not misquote you. I said Avery quoted Bukhari's tafsir. Sorry, not Bukhari. Ibn Kathir's tafsir, where he quotes Bukhari, but he intentionally did not read on this next portion where it says they altered, distorted, and added to and deleted from them the previous books. You intentionally.
Who's that quoting?
You intentionally. This is Ibn Kathir speaking. You intentionally did not read that. You omitted that. Yes, that is a misquotation. You lied right now. I did not misquote you. I explicitly said you quoted Ibn Kathir, quoting Bukhari's we call it Hadith of Ibn Abbas. Stop playing. Stop trying to hide. Stop trying to play games. I explicitly, I did not misrepresent you. I accurately said what you said, and important. This is the important part. I pointed out that you intentionally omitted important information.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Intentionally omit information that you know refutes you is absolutely a form of misquotation.
All right, beautiful.
And if I did not misquote, and if you did not misquote this, I want you to read this portion. I know you're too afraid to read,
All right, thank
read
you.
it.
I got you. So I didn't interrupt you at all. I let you speak, even though you were full of lies. I did not interrupt you, not once. So I hope that I can get the same respect. I hope you're not afraid of what I'm going to say. So you just said that you didn't misrepresent me, but you did. You lied and said that I misquoted what I was quoting. When anybody can replay the debate. I literally said, when you go to chapter 3, verse 78 of Ibn Kathir's tafsir, he quotes Bukhari, who quotes Ibn Abbas.
And you omitted information.
Me, I didn't interrupt.
You omitted information.
Avery, I have a question. Can you do something for me?
Can I ask a question?
Avery,
Brandon,
they muted me, guys.
Avery,
Muted me, guys.
Avery, a quick question.
When you intentionally omit information.
Ramsey.
I'm muted. Why am I being muted here?
You're not muted. I saw you mute yourself.
Somebody muted me when I was in the middle.
All right. Anyway, stop whinging. Okay.
Yeah, but hold on,
So
Hamza.
listen, were you aware? Just one second.
Hamza,
was you aware of the continuation of this?
Yeah. Let me. Can I explain, please?
No, just 1 second. I just wanted to say.
Yeah,
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, mate.
I read this entire.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt.
I know you did. You intentionally omitted
information.
information.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Yep.
Rumsey, one at a time. Hamza, say your message.
I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt.
I'm just hoping that I can speak, guys.
Did you know that there was a continuation of what you read or not? Was you aware of this part?
I read the entire tafsir. Now, can I finish?
Did you read this part?
I read all of it.
Highlighted.
All of it. Can I finish now?
Right.
So why did you omit this part? Why did you omit this part?
Can I finish?
Ramsey, 1 second.
Thank you.
You're saying last night in the debate.
Hamza, can I finish what I'm saying so that you understand where I'm coming from?
Let me just establish your position first.
But you're establishing something.
Right now, I'm trying to establish.
I promise you. Hey,
I'm not interested in your promises.
I promise you, if you guys just let me talk, you will understand my position and where I'm coming from.
I just want to understand something.
If you want to understand something, you'll let me talk.
Well, no. Well, we have to ask. Let me ask you the question first.
This is why we don't. Look, they try to say that we run from them, but this is what they do when we come.
No.
They mute us. They talk over us.
Avery, no one's running from anybody.
Then let me talk. Why can't I talk?
Okay. Because I'm asking a question.
But you're asking a question that I'm about to answer already in the middle.
Have some courtesy and listen to the question, and then you know what you're responding to.
So listen here now.
On my channel.
So listen here now.
On my channel, we have.
So now we got Rumsey who went on a monologue.
Okay.
And then we got Hamza.
So like I say, have some courtesy. Hear my question, and you know what you're responding to. Okay. It's a very simple question. I'm asking.
I bet it is. Y'all too scared to let me talk.
Okay. Well, no, you can respond once I ask the question.
Okay. So once you ask the question.
So here's the thing. No. I haven't asked. 1 second, please.
Wait, because I want to make sure that I can answer you. When you
you don't need to make sure you can answer me.
Well, I do because
well, not really.
When Rumsey
can't answer me, no. I'm not going to ask you a question. I don't need to verify my question.
When Rumsey asked the question, you guys
listen. I don't need to verify whether you can answer my question.
Yes, you do, because as soon as I start asking the question, you're going to interrupt.
No, I'm not going to.
Okay,
I'm trying to verify something.
I'm trying to clarify.
All right, you guys heard him. I won't interrupt. Go ahead.
Hamza, ask the question, Hamza. Avery, answer the question.
Right, it's just a clarification question. Just relax, man. Don't panic. Okay, so the claim that Rumsey's made to you is this: that when you read Ibn Kathir last night, and you said you read about this, you quoted this Bukhari hadith, he said you didn't read the part that he's highlighted on the screen right now.
Yep.
Okay. My question is this:
intentionally.
No, Ramsey, relax. I don't know if he did or not. That's what I'm trying. I want to establish this principle. Please, just let me establish it.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I'm asking Avery, first of all, two questions basically. First question is Rumsey correct in saying that you didn't read the part that he's highlighted?
Correct.
That's the first question.
He's correct in that. Go ahead.
He's correct in that. Second thing, were you aware of what it said?
Yes, I was aware. I am aware.
Right. So you knew
that.
1 second. Just final thing, then I'm shut up. Okay.
All right.
So Ramsey's correct. You were aware of what it said. You knew that what extra thing would have affected your position, so you deliberately didn't read the part that you know was there.
Incorrect.
Ramsey didn't misquote you.
Okay.
Ramsey
You said
quoted
you was gonna
you
ask
exactly
the
as what you
question,
did.
okay.
Okay, now you can speak. Now you can speak.
Now I can speak. Okay, cool. So now we had Ramsey who spoke uninterrupted. We have
Stop
Hamza who
whinging.
spoke
Stop
uninterrupted.
whinging. Just
So now,
respond.
now here we go. So no. So the conclusion
Stop
that you have.
whining.
Oh my goodness, guys. 2 words. 2 words. Thank you. So the conclusion that you came to, that Ramsey was right, that I purposely omitted or misquoted Ibn Kathir's tafsir. The conclusion to that is absolutely false. Because and now let me tell you why. No, keep it up, please. Keep it on the screen, please. Can you please keep the tafsir on the screen?
Bring it back.
Please bring it back. I'm about to show you how you just got yourself caught. Guys, he doesn't even understand
Who
what
got caught?
You just admitted to what I exactly said you did.
Both of you did.
What did I get caught in?
Can you please put the tafsir back on the
What
screen?
did I listen? What did I get caught in?
Look, guys, they're not even putting it back up. Look at
What
these
did I
guys,
get caught
man.
in?
This is
What did I get caught
crazy.
Hey, Avery, before
Avery,
you
I asked you to read it like 20 times. You intentionally
Avery,
Cowboy, can you
one
put
second,
the
one
tafsir
second.
back on the
Look, I'll put
screen?
it back up.
Hey,
but
Avery,
we're
what did
gonna
I get
move
caught? If
to,
you
thank you
demonstrate
pretty
what
much,
you're going to
thank you.
demonstrate,
So now,
what did I get caught
hey,
in?
watch this, guys. Hamza's already interrupting when he said he wouldn't.
What did I get caught
Because
in?
he's you're
Because you're saying extra
Ain't
stuff.
no panic, brother.
You're saying extra
Don't
stuff, mate.
panic, brother.
No panic here, mate.
Don't
You're
panic.
saying extra
Now
stuff.
watch this, guys.
Let him whine. Let him
Now
whine.
watch
Let him
this.
whine.
Watch this.
Let him score him. Let him
So
score
what
him.
I said is that
Yeah.
I'm quoting
Yeah.
Ibn Kathir, who
Right.
quotes Ibn Abbas from Sahih
Right.
Bukhari.
Right.
That's what I said. So what did I
Right.
read? I
Right.
read where Bukhari quotes Ibn Abbas.
And did
And
you
I quoted where
Beautiful.
he also quotes
Beautiful.
Wahb bin Munabi. Please be
Beautiful.
quiet. Hold your point. Please
Beautiful.
hold your
Beautiful.
peace.
Hold on. You said you
Hold
on.
your
Beautiful.
peace. It's my turn to
Okay,
talk.
fine. Go ahead. Fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. So
You're not welcome.
why didn't I read the further parts in the hadith? Which, by the way, it's not Ibn Kathir's words. You said Ibn Kathir speaking there. It's not Ibn Kathir. It's Ibn Abi Hatim recorded this statement. So that's
Hold on.
Ibn Abi Hatim, not Ibn Kathir speaking. You didn't even know that. You got caught
Wait a
there.
minute. Wait a
Whoa,
minute. Wait a
whoa,
minute.
whoa,
Wait a
whoa,
minute.
no,
Wait a
no,
minute.
no.
Wait,
Ibn
wait.
Hatim-
Hey, guys,
Wait, wait.
come
That's not
on.
true. No, but you're
No,
wrong.
all
That's
of this-
not true.
all of this.
Come on.
Not
You're
true.
just wrong,
This
mate.
is all free. This is all free.
You're just
This is all
wrong.
free. This is all free. You're
Brandon,
welcome.
You're wrong, though. That's the thing. You
This is
say.
all
You
free.
say things,
This
just
is
lied.
all
Wait a
free.
minute.
Hey guys,
but you're wrong.
Guys, look,
You
and they
don't
muted me.
understand
man.
the
Hatim
Kathir.
recorded
They muted me.
One
on
second.
their
One second.
channel.
Look at this.
You're
Look
just
at this.
exposing
They muted
the
me on
ignorance.
the channel.
One second. Hamza, look at this. As for
All
Allah,
of-
this is a quotation.
Guys,
This is a
they
quotation.
muted me on the channel. They said they wouldn't interrupt. They just muted me again. This is the second time they muted me.
Avery, shut up. Look at
Second
this.
time
It
they
says,
muted me.
As for Allah, look at this. As for
Wait,
Allah,
I'm not done, Ramsey. I'm not done, Ramsey. I'm not done.
You've been done. You were done.
No, I
last night.
wasn't
You were
done. You guys
yesterday.
muted me.
As for Allah's
I'm
books,
not done,
they are
Ramsey.
still preserved.
So I guess
and
we're just
cannot
going
be
to talk
changed.
over each other
That's
because the
the
Muslims are too cowardly
Quiet.
to actually have a
Be quiet.
discussion.
Be quiet.
You're too cowardly to have a discussion. Yeah, I know. You're choking over there. You're choking. So, guys,
You got me. You got me.
so right here, and
Be quiet.
Avery,
I'm not
Avery,
going
if you're
to
gonna come on my
I'm
channel
not
and act like this, and you're gonna
Right.
insult us,
Hey,
then
look,
I'm not
look,
gonna give
guys.
you a
He lied.
platform.
He lied.
look,
I'm not gonna
Wait,
give you a
hold on,
platform
Brandon.
if
now
you're
they're
gonna act
playing
like
Brandon,
this.
victim.
Avery.
Now they're
Brandon,
playing
could you zoom
victim.
in? Brandon, could you zoom
Now
in?
they're playing
Could you zoom
victim.
Avery, no one's playing the victim.
Muslim
You're playing
cowboy.
bully. You're trying to bully
Can you
people. Look,
moderate and allow me to actually get a turn to speak?
look,
Now they muted
everyone
me
be
again,
quiet.
guys.
Ramsey,
They
just
muted
hush
me
for a
again.
second.
Give him the rope.
Look,
Give him the
look
rope.
again.
Right
Okay.
now, there's nothing to look at, Avery.
Yeah,
Just
it
chill
is.
out.
You guys are
You're
cowards.
very immature.
You're too scared.
It's not about
Nobody's
being
scared here.
Look,
It's
I'm ready for y'all to.
understand stuff.
Y'all about to kick me
Look,
pretty soon.
I understand how you work, Avery.
Guys,
You
they're
trying
about
to
to
help
kick me
you
pretty
so
soon.
you can make shorts. You
We're
do this so you
trying
can
to
make
help you
shorts so that
understand.
you can try to show that you are on some moral high horse. or
One,
that
two,
you're-
three of you guys
know,
that are too
you're-
nervous
you're-
to actually
you're-
have this conversation. Look at them.
You call us playing the victim, and yet you're playing the victim.
Wait
Look
a
at me,
minute.
look
It's
at
me
me,
against
look at me.
y'all, man. I'm chilling.
So at the end of the day, all of this that's on screen is from Tafsir Ibn
Ibn
Kathir. Whenever it says Ibn Abi Hatim recorded, this is Ibn Kathir saying Ibn Abi Hatim recorded. Everything
Are those
here
Ibn Kathir's
is an
words?
English
But Brandon,
translation.
look. But
Are those
it says,
Ibn Kathir's
as
words?
All of this is
One
Ibn
second.
Kathir's words.
As for Allah's book,
So he just said all of it is Ibn Kathir's words, guys.
Hold
So
on, one second.
not
One
even
second.
they
Be
understand
quiet.
what they're reading
One
when it comes to
second. Be
tafsir.
quiet.
But
Be
we
quiet.
do.
One second.
Are these all Ibn Kathir's words, Hamza?
Okay. Do you not understand what Ibn Kathir does? or
Yes,
not?
he quotes people. Are these his words?
Right. 1 second, Watson.
He
What
quotes
did you-
people.
right. So he quoted
Quran, he
Bukhari.
quotes a hadith.
Yeah.
He quoted
hadith.
He quoted Bukhari. He
What's-
quoted
what's-
Ibn Abi Hatim. He quoted Wahb bin
Right.
Munabi.
Okay. You said You made this claim that this second part isn't by Ibn Kathir, it's by Ibn Hatim.
Yes.
Is that
One
what you
second.
said?
I'm showing
It's
you
not
live.
correct.
As for Allah,
He,
one
he
second.
quotes Ibn Abi Hatim.
One second, Ramsey,
And-
one second.
Yeah, let me answer Hamza. He asked me a question. He quotes Ibn Abi Hatim.
Yes.
What I referenced was specifically Bukhari's quote of Ibn Abbas. That's
And you
why.
intentionally
That's why the
omitted
bottom
what
part,
comes
guys.
after.
Hamza, let
And
me
you
finish
intentionally
answering
omitted
Hamza.
And
what
this
comes
is why
Can I
I'm going to put
finish?
on
Can I
screen
finish
when
answering Hamza?
Bukhari quotes
my
Ibn
goodness,
Abbas,
this is
which is right
crazy.
here,
This is crazy.
right
guys.
here. No,
This
no,
is
this is not crazy.
Dude,
This is
Right
free
here
talk,
on
you mate.
screen,
guys, they
if
muted me
you
one more
look
time.
at the actual words,
This is too
he
easy,
even
man.
says that this is a
This is
weak
too
hadith.
easy. This is too easy.
This is a weak hadith. It is too easy.
This is
It's a
too
weak hadith, man.
Wait, who says it's
It
weak?
is a. It says right here that this is a weak hadith.
That-
Bukhari uses weak hadith in chapter
wait,
headings.
Wait,
When he
it says.
talks about chapter headings,
He
he uses
wait,
weak hadith.
just
Oh, okay.
read it.
Actually,
wait,
yes,
wait.
reminds me. What was the hadith number, Avery?
Wait, hold on, because you guys are bringing up.
No,
too
what
much
was that
stuff. Let me
hadith
address
number you were bringing
Let me
us?
address one thing at a time.
No, it's the
Muslim
same. It's the
cowboy.
same point.
Wait, stop, Hamza. Let me address
Okay.
Muslim cowboy. Muslim cowboy, you said
Yeah.
that he says that this is weak.
Yes, when he's
Where does he say
quoting
that?
Ibn Abbas in this, Bukhari sometimes refers to weak hadith in chapter headings.
Where does he say this is
for the
weak?
hadith itself?
Where does he say this is a weak statement?
Here in the chapter heading.
So he says
This is a weak statement.
Wait, just to be clear, you're saying in this statement he says this statement by Ibn Abbas is weak.
Yes.
Okay, can you show me? Can you highlight the part where it says it's weak?
Okay, Avery, you don't understand. You're trying to speak to things about you don't
Oh
understand.
no.
I'll give you an example.
We got resources. Hold on,
Do
let him do it.
do you understand what it means?
Don't put your cape on yet. Don't put your cape on
Avery,
yet.
Ramsey, just a second.
Don't put your cape on yet.
If
And
I'm
he's even
talking,
saying right
let me
here-
talk. When you're talking, I won't talk, Ramsey. Okay? Let me just
Yeah.
explain something to Avery. Do you understand what it means when Bukhari doesn't give a number to a narration? Do you understand what it means?
Hold on. Let Muslim cowboy
No,
solidify.
answer that question first of
Let him
all. Do
solidify
you understand it or not?
Let him solidify this. What
Do you
does that say right
understand it
there?
or not?
Hold on.
He will.
Hold on,
He
Hamza.
will lock it in. He will.
Hold on,
I'm just
Hamza.
asking you, Avery.
Cowboy.
I'm trying to
What does
understand your
that highlighted
understanding.
version say?
Avery, do you
Yeah,
understand?
I know, because he's caught. What does it say
No,
right
it's
there?
Nobody's caught, mate.
Okay,
Only
just-
your court.
So
only your court.
stop putting on your cape.
Okay.
Let
I'll
him
say it
talk.
again to you.
Hold on,
I'll ask you the question
guys,
again.
Hold on 1 second.
We're going to test your knowledge of understanding what's going on. Okay. Ramsey, please, forgive me, please. I know you want to speak. Just let me speak when I'm speaking, yeah? And then when you're speaking, I'll shut up. Okay? Yeah. I need to understand what you're saying. Oh, look at you putting that stupid apron on. Yeah, right, mate. You're delusional, dude.
Hold on a second, fellas.
I'm a performing seal.
Hey,
Anyway,
hold on a
Right.
second.
Anyway,
fellas.
so let's show your audience your
Hold on a
understanding of
second,
this.
fellas, because
Let's demonstrate.
Hamza,
Let's show-
Ramsey, and Muslim
let's show
cowboy
it.
both on all three on the skillet.
Let's show it.
Yeah, let's show it. All right.
Okay. So, can you explain to your audience, right,
Not yet.
what it means when Bukhari doesn't put a number to his hadith?
Not yet. First,
No, you have to.
Yeah,
you have
in
to.
a
It's
second.
the question.
In a second.
Can I answer the question,
First,
please? mate?
first we're gonna establish.
No, we
Muslim
will establish
cowboy,
it. We will
Highlight the
establish
part
it.
where. Hey, Hamza, relax.
It's all highlighted.
No,
so right here, the chapter heading,
Highlight the part where
And-
it says
and that which
statement by
written-
Ibn Abbas is weak, please.
this is mentioned by other hadith scholars that this chapter heading
You
itself is hadith.
You said in the header. You said in the header. It
No, I
said.
said this. The header itself is weak.
Well, but wait, no. You said that Bukhari. You said that
What
Bukhari says
weak
in the
hadith-
header that it's weak.
in its chapter headings.
So now this is different now, guys.
Avery, we're teaching you here.
See, guys,
School's open.
when all you got to do is press
Avery,
these guys
school's
when they
open.
get caught.
So when you look at this,
Avery,
All you got to do is
do you
press them
not
when they get
agree,
caught.
Chef Avery?
Avery,
do you not
Avery.
agree that what is in the chapter heading is not what is in the hadith?
No.
Do you
I
agree or not agree?
No, I do not. I believe that the
So
you have.
you believe that what is in the chapter heading
Let me
is the exact same wording as the hadith itself?
Can I answer?
I'm asking yes or no.
Okay.
Yes or no question.
Let me answer.
No, yes or no. Is the chapter
I'm gonna
heading
answer-
the
I'm gonna
exact
answer
same
in
as the
full.
hadith?
I'm gonna answer in full.
He's running away. Is the chapter
now-
heading
now
the
I'm
same as
running
the
away,
hadith?
guys.
You are. I mean, you
Now
won't
I'm
answer it.
running away
Is
when I
the
can't
chapter
even
heading
speak?
the same as the hadith?
I'm gonna just wait till you let me speak.
Is the chapter heading the same as the hadith?
Let me know when
You said it's the same. You said no, it's not different. You said it's the same. So his Avery's statement.
Let me know when you want me to
chapter
speak.
headings. I asked you a question. You won't answer it.
I'm waiting to speak.
Brandon,
No,
I
you're
sent
not.
you the reference.
I've asked you the question and you won't answer it.
I'm just waiting.
No, well, you're not waiting because
Okay.
we've allowed you to speak and you won't speak.
So Rumsey got caught. Hamza had to shut him up. Now it's Brandon's turn.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
No,
not.
no,
By the
no,
way,
no,
Brandon,
no, no,
Brandon,
no,
I
no.
just sent you the reference. I
Brother-
just sent you the
Brother
reference.
Cowboy.
Hajj
Hey,
said
Rumsey,
it's
calm
not-
down, man. Hamza
I
told
asked you a
to calm
question. You
down.
didn't answer it. What
I
happened? I asked
Hamza
you a
already told you to
question.
calm down.
I asked you a
Relax.
question. I asked you a question. You didn't answer it.
Logos.
I asked you a question. You didn't answer it. Yeah?
Logos.
I asked you a very simple question. Yeah?
Logos.
And you did your stakeholder salesman
Relax,
tactics. That's what you do, mate. But
Everybody-
you don't answer questions. Your
Guys,
gamesmanship
bro.
don't work with me, dude. Your rhetoric don't
Guys,
work
bro,
with me.
in a serious,
I asked
Avery,
questions.
on a
My
serious
questions
note,
are
Avery, let me ask you a question.
nobody's
this highlighted
even allowed to
section-
this. Nobody's
Does
even
this
allowed to
Avery, does this
Somebody
highlighted
asked me
section have
another
a number? Avery, does this highlighted section have a number?
It doesn't have a number. Now, can I
Okay,
expound
so it's not part of the
can I
collection.
expound on that? Actually,
Oh.
so, now,
what do you know?
so wait, so are you saying
Brandon,
are you saying that hadith headers are not part of hadith?
It's not
They
numbered.
don't have to be. They're not always part of the hadith.
Wait,
And
that's
it's
not what I asked
very
you.
clear.
Brandon, I sent you the reference that repeats
Guys,
him.
let him answer the question. Stop trying to help him. Brandon,
There's no,
Are you-
there's no need to help me.
are you saying that headers in hadith collection are not part of the hadith collection?
Many of the time, no, they're not.
Many
part
of the
hadith
time, no, they're not, but sometimes they are. Is that correct?
Sometimes they are,
All
and
right.
if they're given a number, they are.
No,
Here,
they don't
is
have
there
to
a
be given
number?
They don't
You're-
have to
you're
be
right.
given a number.
But does this one have a number?
Yeah. So
One
did
second,
you know?
Brandon.
Did you know that your sources quote Ibn Abbas's statement?
Avery, can you tell me where you get that information
Ibn-
from?
Ibn- Ibn
One
Qayyim-
second,
Ibn-
Avery, you've got to answer my
Ibn
questions,
Qayyim.
mate.
Wait,
You've got to
wait,
answer questions.
Hamza. Why is
you
it that
just
every
make
time
it-
I'm talking,
I am not going to allow you. No,
Hamza's
no.
trying to
I'll
interrupt
explain.
me?
I'll explain. I'll
why
explain
is
why
he
I'm
trying to
interrupting you.
interrupt me every time
I'll
I'm
explain why I'm
talking?
interrupting.
Man,
I'll explain why I'm
gotta let the
interrupting.
stove heat up just a little bit, brother. Just a
I'll
little
explain
bit.
why I'm interrupting.
No,
yeah?
I don't
When you
want. I
start
don't
making
care why
false
you
claims.
don't interrupt me at
No,
all.
no. You're going to get fact checked here, bro. You ain't
Well,
going to get away
don't
with your
interrupt
nonsense.
me at all.
Your
We're gonna
people
fact check
lap
each
it
other.
up. They think you know what you're talking about.
we can
We're going to
fact check
demonstrate
each
today you
other,
don't know what
man.
you're talking about. Very, very
We
simple.
can fact check each
So
other.
I'll say it
yo.
again to you.
What we
You
doing
made a
here?
claim. I made a claim. You made the
You're
claim.
making a
right?
fool of
The-
yourself.
the
Is what you're
hadith-
doing.
I think that the Three Stooges are making a fool of themselves.
Well, no, we see you
well,
running from the question.
Says the guy who's
Well,
wearing a
you see me
We're
cosplay
going to
outfit.
demonstrate
dealing
your
with the
ignorance
question,
today.
And as soon as you
But
get
you
cornered,
ain't gonna
one
get
tries
away.
to ask
You
the
ain't gonna get away
cosplay
with your false
artist.
premises and building your arguments on false premises.
Hey
It's just so
guys,
happens.
this is all good,
All
man.
right? Your audience don't lap it up. We don't. Okay.
That's
You
all.
said we told
Your
you something.
audience is my
One
audience.
second.
You didn't even know
One
that.
second. We said to you. You said to us you
No,
were going
you
to bring
cut
the
me
number
off.
of
Do
the
you think
hadith.
I'm going to listen to you? You cut me off.
First thing, Avery. Do you have the number of the hadith you
Hamza,
promised John
Hamza,
you was
you
going to
was
bring?
cutting me
Or not?
off, bro. What do you expect us to be?
Do you have the number of the hadith?
Notice that.
Before you
Notice,
you
by the
said
way,
you was going
guys,
to bring.
when Hamza came to my channel,
Oh,
I
stop
let him
whinging. Stop
uninterrupted.
whining to your crowd. Stop
I let him
whining to
speak.
them.
I
Stop
come to
whining.
their platform. I can't
You
even
know what?
get
If
three
you
words
answered the
out.
questions,
I can't
you'd
even
be
get
able
3
to
words
speak.
out.
He's just gonna keep playing the victim. He's just gonna keep playing the victim.
And that's what he does.
Perpetual
That's what he
victim.
wants to do.
These
To
guys are
show
perpetual.
whine to his people.
Why
We demonstrate you know
why
nothing.
don't we just let
Why are you
people talk?
afraid of the question?
Why don't
Why are
we
you afraid of the question?
allow each other to
Why
talk?
can't you just answer the question
Why
without
don't we
whining?
allow each other to talk?
Can't you answer the question without whining?
Why don't we allow each other to talk?
All right. So answer the question.
So let's relax. Let's let
Okay.
each
What's
other
my
talk.
question? What's my question?
Look, Hamza, you're asking me about the number, okay? So you
No,
asked me about the number.
What did I ask you?
Muslim Cowboy asked me about the header. Rumsey asked me about the top tier. Notice
Avery,
these were. Let me
Avery, it's all
finish,
the same
dude.
thing,
Oh my
mate.
goodness. Good lord.
Avery,
These
it's all
were
the same
3
thing.
different questions. These were 3
Avery.
different questions that I've
It's all the
dealt
same
with.
topic, mate.
I dealt with Rumsey's top
No, you
seer of
didn't.
his lie. He got caught.
No, you
I
didn't.
dealt with
Did
Muslim
not, did not.
Cowboys lie
Did not,
about it
did
saying in the header that it's weak and it doesn't
No, you
say
didn't.
that. And
You
then
didn't.
now I'm dealing with you. So can I deal with y'all one time?
I'll
One at a
explain
time?
something. You didn't do what you just said you did.
Brandon, I'm sorry. I'm Brandon. There's a problem here. There's a problem here. Number one, Avery, you did not catch me on anything. The tafsir says, as for books of Allah, this is a quotation.
Who says
they are
that?
still preserved? Because I'm going to tell you, shut up.
Yeah, who says
as
it?
for
Just
Allah's
who
book,
says it?
because you would know by now if you'd shut up. As for Allah's books, they are still preserved and cannot be changed. Ibn Hatim recorded this statement.
Oh.
However, this is the part I read.
Who did I quote?
However,
Who did I quote?
For this. Let me cook. Hold on, be quiet. Let me cook.
Mhm.
However, if Wahab meant the books that are currently in the hands of the people of the book,
Mhm.
then we should state there is no doubt they altered,
Mhm.
distorted, added to, and deleted from them.
Nice.
That is indeed the words of Ibn Kathir. You are the liar. You have been caught. You should burn your hat because you got cooked.
All right, now, thank you. See,
And if you want these
notice-
sunglasses, I can get you a free pair.
I appreciate you, Rumsey. So notice how I let you speak. I'm not afraid of anything you bring because you don't got anything, bro. So now let me address you. So this is what you did at best, Rumsey. You actually put Ibn Abi Hatim and Wab bin Munabi on the skillet themselves. You did a great job doing that because this is what you did. All you did, Rumsey, now pay attention. What you did is you showed how Ibn Abi Hatim contradicts what Wab bin Munabi says. Because Wab bin Munabi says, let me
Ibn Kathir's saying this.
Dude,
no, what he's saying this. You're not reading what Ibn Kathir is even saying.
One second. Look.
This is
1 second.
amazing.
It says,
Rumsey, I let you talk, did I not?
Shut up.
As for Allah's books,
they are still preserved. Mute this guy.
I let you go. Yeah, mute me, guys. Look, he's telling them to mute me now. Because you're caught again. All you did was show that they contradict each other.
It says, as for Allah's books,
here are two scholars that contradict each other. And they muted me, guys.
As for Allah's books, watch this. As for Allah's books,
they're still preserved because they're scared. They cannot handle it.
Be quiet.
They cannot handle it.
Let me be scared.
Look, Avery, whenever you want to speak, I'll let you speak.
You guys are cowards.
I'll let you speak, Avery.
No, you're cutting me off right now.
You're muting me. He's trying to say face now. He knows he was aware of this and intentionally omitted it.
He's muting me, ladies and gentlemen.
As for the book, as for Allah's books, they are still preserved and cannot be changed. Ibn Hatim recorded this statement. Ibn Hatim recorded this statement. Ibn Hatim recorded which statement? This previous statement right here. The next part, however, if Wahab, this is by Ibn Kathir. However, if Wahab meant the books are currently in the hands of the people of the book, then we should state that there is no doubt that they altered, distorted, added to, and deleted from them. This is Ibn Kathir's words. Avery, put your head on the chopping block. For God's sake, take that hat off. You should be on the chopping block right now. You've been chopped. Everyone, you know that cooking show? You've been chopped, Avery. Very simple. These are the words of Ibn Kathir. You intentionally omitted them. I am not lying. I am not misrepresenting you. You've been caught on a blatant, intentional hiding of this information. You intentionally hid this information. No, you said it yourself. You read it.
Rumsey.
He said it himself. He read the tafsir, but intentionally omitted this. You have been exposed. Take the L. You've been chopped.
Brandon, is it my turn?
Avery. Yep, go ahead.
I appreciate it. So, what Rumsey you have done is you've made things worse. You made matters worse, my guy. And now my apron is getting a little dirty, man, from cooking you this good. What you have done, look, he's already interrupting. What you have done is you have shown that Ibn Abi Hatim and Wab bin Munabi contradict each other. Wab bin Munabi is very clear, ladies and gentlemen, and he read it, that none of Allah's books have been changed. They remain as Allah revealed them. That's what he says. And what he continues to say is, but they rely on books that they wrote themselves. So the Torah and the Gospel, according to Wab bin Munabi, are unchanged. They have it. They haven't changed the actual books of Allah, but what they've done is they've made books that they've made up themselves, and they claim it's the word of God. And what Ibn Abi Hatim says is that if Wab bin Munabi is talking about the books that they have, then we should take the position that those actually are distorted and they've corrupted them. So he contradicts what Wab bin Munabi says. So what you're showing me, Rumsey, is that your scholars contradict each other. So you pick and choose, man. You're driving the bus. Look, you got the key.
At the end of the day,
this is Ibn Kathir's statement.
Hey, just
Rumsey.
Are you that slow?
Rumsey, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, just 20 seconds.
We're arguing over.
Just 20 seconds.
No, I understand that.
20 seconds.
I understand that he didn't mention it yesterday.
Please,
he didn't read the whole thing.
20 seconds to land, please. 20 seconds.
Slow.
20 seconds to land. But look, Rumsey got caught.
What?
Please, 20. Just literally, it's 20 seconds. Like that's at most that all I need to just land my play.
Avery, don't beg like your God did. Don't beg like your God did.
So where Rumsey messed up,
So
where Rumsey messed up, guys, he lied about me misquoting the tafsir. I specifically mentioned Bukhari quoting Ibn Abbas. I didn't mention anybody else about the lower parts. So I quoted exactly what I said I was going to quote.
No, but that's incorrect.
And the later part of the tafsir contradicts.
But you didn't quote
That's
the
incorrect.
what
That's
he's
incorrect.
pointing out-
Information. You omitted information. Are you a
You're
buffoon?
done. You're done.
You omitted information.
done.
You
That's
buffoon.
incorrect what he said.
Avery,
Avery, that's incorrect what he said.
Avery and Rumsey, no more done stuff. This is I'm tired of the childish talk. Let's try to have a really intellectual conversation because I want progress to be made here. Look, you don't have to agree with us. I don't care. I mean, you have a different belief, whatever. But at least let's give the respect to what we're looking at, the respect it deserves. If we're looking at, Christian sources, then we're going to give it the respect that they're writing about, whether we agree with it or not. And I'm asking both of you to do this. Let's like take the conversation a step higher. Now, what it's talking about here, whether or not two scholars disagree with each other, because there are ulama who have said things that we are in complete disagreement with about the qadr of Allah. You have the qadariyya. You have a lot of people who have had beliefs in Islamic history that we don't hold in our traditional Ahlul Sunnah. So you might even have different opinion, a debate with us than you would have with a Shia or with an Ismaili or with a, an extreme Sufi or whatever, right? So at the end of the day, people, ulama, having differences of opinion on things is not a problem. But the key here that I want to point out is that right here, when it talks about, however, the people misguide others by addition and false interpretation, relying on books that they wrote themselves, we're saying that is the Bible. And that is what John was saying, is that these other books that they're writing is not the Torah and the Injil. Because if someone takes the Quran, and the reason if I take a Quran and I take out a few pages, I add stuff to it, and then I give it to my children, that's no longer the Quran that I gave them. But have I changed the Quran? No, I changed books that I wrote with myself, other things that I've given misinterpretations of myself. But the Quran will always be preserved. And this is what's interesting about that same hadith that's mentioned about Ibn Abbas in Sahih Bukhari in verse number 55. It's talking about the Lawh al-Mahfuz. Bal huwa fi Qur'anin Majid fi Lawh al-Mahfuz. The Quran is preserved in the Lawh al-Mahfuz with the other revelations. So Allah will preserve whatever He preserves in the Lawh al-Mahfuz because it can't be distorted from there. But on earth, anybody can take a Quran, they can take a Bible, or they can take the Injil and Torah, the book that was given to Noah. We don't know what it was. We don't have it anymore, but it doesn't mean that Noah wasn't given revelation, and other prophets who were given revelation doesn't mean they weren't. I mean, even the Bible itself, it talks about the books of Nathan. We don't have a book of Nathan in the Bible. We have Nathan mentioned, but we don't have the book that was mentioned in the Bible itself, talking about a book that was given to him that he wrote from. And there's other examples of this. So just because we don't have something doesn't mean that it's removed from the Lawh al-Mahfuz. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. Can I give a little response to that? My thoughts on what you just said? Okay. So,
yeah, sure thing.
So look, when we continue the tafsir, right? Continuing the tafsir, he actually qualifies what he means by we should say that these books are distorted and changed. Now, talking about omission of information, let's make sure that we don't omit information. It says, for instance, the Arabic versions of these books contain tremendous error, many additions and deletions, and an enormous misinterpretation. So he's not even talking about he's talking about translations of the actual scriptures. Then he says, those who rendered these translations have incorrect comprehension in most, rather all of these translations. That's in the second part, but the first part, it says, however, if the books that are currently in the hands of the people of the book, then we should state that there's no doubt. No, because he finishes it.
For instance, the Arabic version. So it's making a difference.
No, he doesn't.
Right? It's saying all of that which is in their hands.
No,
there's no doubt that it's altered and distorted.
No, it doesn't. No.
For instance, the Arabic versions, which they had other access to, they contain tremendous error.
No, let me finish it. I wasn't even done, bro. I didn't interrupt anybody, man. Can I just?
You're right, and I appreciate that.
All right, so can I?
I didn't mean.
You're not the only one on stage.
Can I finish?
If I was to say right now, the Bible has been corrupted. For instance,
I didn't get to finish my thought.
One second.
You interjected. Finish my thought.
If I was to say the Bible is corrupted, for instance, the KJV.
Right?
Be quiet. Just be quiet. If I was to say the Bible is corrupted, I know you're scared. I know you're scared.
He said it was allowing me to speak, but now I'm not able to speak right now.
Keep whining. If I was to say right now,
Ramsey, let him respond to what the cowboy just said.
Thank you.
I'm trying to. If the Bible, I'll just make this right.
You're not.
If I say the Bible's been corrupted,
you should just sit back, dude. Just let me and Brandon.
Just let him respond to what the cowboy just said, and then you can respond to what he said.
So look, so cowboy, I understand everything that you're saying, right? As for Allah's books, they are still preserved and cannot be changed. Right, but then he says Ibn Abi Hatim recorded this statement. However, if Wahb bin Munabi meant the books that are currently in the hands of the people of the book, currently in the hands, then we should state that there is no doubt about that they altered, distorted, and deleted them. Right. For instance, so what is it that they have in their hands according to this statement? For instance, they have translations of their scriptures, not the actual scriptures. They have the translations, Arabic versions of them. Right. Now, when we go down to it, as we just to save time, I already quoted that part. He says at the bottom, look, if Wahb meant the books of Allah that he has with him, then indeed these books are preserved and were never.
As I said, with the Lawh al-Mahfuz.
So you're talking about
above
the
in the heavens,
right? You're talking about the tablets. So what I'm saying here is the stuff that he's saying are distorted are not even the actual scriptures, but are translations of the scriptures. Not even the Hebrew or the Greek.
We're not. No, it's not even translations. It's talking about before it says that. Before it says translation, if it means the books that are currently in the hands, Baina Aydihim, right? Because the Jews of Medina, it is known that their books were in Hebrew, and one of the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, went and learned Hebrew in an authentic hadith. I'm not sure if it was Anas ibn Malik. But he went and learned Hebrew so that he could they could have discourse between them and other delegations, right? So we do know that they did have it in Hebrew as well as Arabic. So it was in Arabic for sure. But this is just right here where it says, for instance, I believe that this is just telling us that they're an example of what they did have at that time to the Ibn Kathir and Ibn Abi Hatim. They are saying, well, we have these Arabic ones, so these have a lot of tremendous errors, etc., etc. But the first statement is saying, however, if he means the books that are currently in the hands, this means any of the books that are in their hands.
Brandon,
that's what it seems like the text is saying.
I have to add this, Brandon. If I was to say right now, the Bible, watch this. If I was to say the people of the Bible has been corrupted, altered, distorted, added to, and deleted from it. For example, for instance, the KJV, the story of the adulterous woman, is fake news. Does that mean that I'm only acknowledging the KJV is corrupted? No. That's not the only thing. That's an example. Avery's trying to say that this example, I agree. He gives this example, but nowhere does he limit it to this example. He says, for instance, in other words, this is just one instance. This is one example. Again, this is just Avery's special pleading. He makes it crystal clear. Once again, this is a statement from Ibn Kathir. He quotes Ibn Abi Hatim. However, if Wahab meant the books that are currently in the hands of, he quotes Ibn Abi Hatim, and then he's explaining what Wahab said earlier. No, he says, what do you call it? However, if Wahab meant the books that are currently in the hands of the people of the book, then we should state, this is Ibn Kathir speaking, Avery, explicitly said, we should state that there is no doubt that they altered, distorted, added to, and deleted from them. So it's very crystal clear. I know clear as black and white, clear as day is still never going to be good enough for you. Regardless, it's clear as day what Ibn Kathir is saying here, and you intentionally omitted this. I'm sticking to that. You intentionally omitted this knowing what it says. You can keep smiling, but you've been chopped. The chef has been chopped. Very simple. And then it says, for instance, and it gives the example of Arabic versions. The instance is not all-encompassing. It's an example.
All right, can I respond?
At the end of the day,
okay, I can't respond.
I mean, for us, I have no problem if a person even comes and says that, okay, well, the books that are even with them in the Arabic, at the end of the day, we have narrations that have been preserved telling us what they had, what they didn't have, and it differs to the Bible that we have today. And so for me, I would say that whichever one is closer to the Torah that was revealed to Moses, closer to the Injil that was revealed to Jesus, there is a discrepancy, right? And I think that is all that John was trying to say yesterday, is that there's no monolith, right, in manuscript tradition and what different communities have in different places.
Yeah. Is it all right? So, okay. So this is where we're getting mixed up here. When Ibn Abbas says that the words cannot be changed, And then Wahb bin Munabi goes into more detail and says that none. Let's just read what he says, man, because he doesn't explain what he says. He contradicts what Wahb bin Munabi says. Wahb bin Munabi says the Torah and the Injil remain as Allah revealed them, and no letter in them was removed. However, people misguide others by addition and false interpretation, relying on books that they wrote themselves. So they have possession of the Torah and the gospel. They remain unchanged. However, they abandon those and some of them start relying on books that they wrote themselves, trying to pose it as if it's God's word. Ibn Kathir contradicts what Wahb bin Munabi says and says, well, God. Actually, we should. No,
we have to stop you at this point. We have to stop you at this point.
No, let me finish, man.
No, you can't. You can't.
You guys spoke back to back 3 times. I didn't get this. I didn't.
No, but you can't keep doing this.
Well, you can't keep
showing this ignorance.
You guys can't keep doing what you're doing.
No.
You can say that it's ignorant all day. I can say that you're ignorant, but I still didn't interrupt, bro.
No, but you can't keep.
Let's have decorum.
You can't keep doing what you're doing.
Let's have decorum.
You can't say Ibn Kathir contradicted
it. He did. He contradicted
This is all Ibn Kathir.
It is what it is.
We're just reporting what's been said by people.
So let me show
you.
But
it's just his opinion, mate.
All right, so let me.
No. The whole point is this. The whole point is
you're not going to cut me off. I'm not done. You're not going to cut me off.
No. This is you are done.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry for you, but you're not.
I want to move. Hey, Avery, can we move on to a different point? Because at the end of the day, this is just Ibn Kathir's writing down different people's words.
I have no problem moving on, right? But you gotta at least.
I know you don't.
You gotta let me respond when you guys speak 3 back to back, and I don't interrupt not one.
I didn't speak.
And I know you didn't. I didn't say all 3 of you. Muslim Cowboy spoke uninterrupted. Rumsey came in and gave his thoughts uninterrupted, and then Muslim Cowboy added in again. So they spoke 3 times back to back. I didn't speak once. I waited patiently.
Listen, so remember, I was the one who.
So I don't understand. Speak, mate. So I don't understand why I can't.
So do you acknowledge you were wrong? Ibn Kathir does say this. Or were you wrong earlier?
When I was in the middle of speaking, you interrupted me. So
were you wrong, Avery?
No, I interrupted when you say things that are not true.
I could have interrupted when the Cowboy or Rumsey said something that I disagreed with.
As I exposed you.
That's not how decorum.
All right, cool.
Who says this? Who's saying?
Anyway, so I'm gonna continue now, right?
Let him speak.
He's never gonna admit it.
I've got 2 major points I want to ask him about, so let him continue this.
That's fine.
He's never gonna admit
relevance.
Yeah, just finish this, and we're gonna.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to move on to the next question.
Thank you.
Then tell us what point you think you demonstrated.
So Ibn Kathir contradicts Wahb bin Munabi when Wahb bin Munabi says that not a single letter has been changed from Allah's books, but that they've only wrote different books that they rely on themselves. Ibn Kathir says, well, you know what? Actually, the books that they have right now, they actually have been changed. They have been distorted. They have deletions in them and alterations. Wahb bin Munabi says not a single letter of them has been removed. So that's where the contention is.
From what?
So the reason
why books that Allah has with him.
Wait, Brandon.
The reason why Brandon is relevant. The reason why
Avery, Wahab meant the books that Allah has with him.
Stop talking, please.
Avery,
the reason why what I said is relevant in the debate. Look at these guys, man. Look at these guys. Look.
Stop playing the victim.
Look at these guys.
Stop playing the victim.
Look at these guys.
Stop playing the victim.
Stop playing panic mode. Stop playing the robot. Stop playing the robot. Stop playing the robot. So
Wahab
the reason why this was relevant in the debate.
Wahab meant the books of Allah that he has with him.
Brandon, can you mute Rumsey?
Rumsey, let him finish real quick because I want to move on to the next point.
So the reason why this was relevant in the debate, ladies and gentlemen, is because I wasn't giving Ibn Kathir's thoughts on this because Ibn Kathir is not Ibn Abbas.
Intentionally.
I was given Ibn Abbas's thoughts and his commentary on this from Bukhari, not Ibn Kathir's thoughts. Now, if
you quoted
if old boy wanted to bring up Ibn Kathir's thoughts, that would have been part of the discussion, and I would have shown how he contradicts Ibn Abbas and Wahb bin Munabi.
Ibn Kathir just narrates what different people are saying. That's really all that he's doing.
Then he gives.
That's why he allows and he puts in different people's opinions.
I agree, but here he begins to give his opinion right here, right in this bottom paragraph.
No, he's not giving. That's not his opinion. He's saying
his opinion.
Because when he quotes Wahb bin Munabbih, when he just does naqala, which is to just transmit. He doesn't say what he means because he just said the books of Allah are preserved, which on its face every Muslim has to agree. We agree that the Torah and Injil are preserved.
Yeah.
The
But
ones with
how?
which ones? The ones
How?
with
Allah. That's why he's saying if that's what he meant, then they're preserved and they were never changed. But he's saying if he means the books that are with their hands, this isn't the Injil and the Torah, but rather the books that were written with their hands.
And who's giving that opinion right there?
He's explaining what Wahhab meant.
He's
explaining what Wahhab meant.
So he's
giving
his opinion on what
it's Ibn Kathir. It's Ibn Kathir.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. So Ibn Kathir
is not contradicting him.
He's giving his opinion. He's giving his opinion. This is his view. Wahab bin Nabi doesn't say this. He says not a single letter or anything has been removed, right?
And he's explaining what that meant.
Ibn Kathir gives his opinion on what the position should be on what Wahab bin Nabi is saying.
He's explaining what Wahab meant. That's not a contradiction.
That's what the contention is.
That's not a contradiction.
It is
He's explaining what Wahab meant. You don't like his explanation. That's
no,
why.
he's contradicting.
It's not a it's not a contradiction.
Wahab meant this, but then contradicts what Wahab says.
Excuse me. It is not a contradiction. It contradicts your understanding.
It's an explanation. It's a clarification of what.
By the way, I like how you admit.
In case people like you misunderstand it, Ibn Kathir is helping you out.
You know what's crazy? Comes like he just admitted that Ibn Kathir is the one who said all this. So thank you, Avery, for admitting you lied.
This whole contention of what was
you lied earlier. You lied earlier.
Okay, hold on. Okay, 1 second. Who says this?
You said
whose
that
words
the
are these?
Ibn Abbas.
Whose words are these?
You said that the
whose words are these?
You
Whose words
said
are
that
these?
the Ibn Abbas.
Whose words are these?
You said that the
You
Ibn
said
Abbas
earlier these are the words of Ibn Kathir.
You liar. You got caught earlier.
You said these are the words of Ibn Kathir.
Ibn Abbas earlier from Sahih Bukhari.
Hold on.
Said, no, those are Ibn Kathir's words.
Oh yes. Okay.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Exactly.
Everyone, hold on.
Hamza.
Ramzi, Hamza, go.
You said you
take a break. Take a break, Ramzi. Take a break. Sit out now.
Okay. You said that you were quoting Sahih Bukhari. Can you give us this hadith number, please?
So this is in the book of Tawheed. It doesn't have a particular
give us the hadith number.
It doesn't have a particular number. It doesn't have, and
it doesn't have a hadith number. What does it mean according to Islamic jurisprudence when there's no hadith number?
You tell me.
No, you seem
to know.
You're here cooking. Tell us.
No. You tell me. Since you're you're saying
you're the one. You're the one who brought a hadith with no number. What does it mean?
Wait. No, but so hold on a second. I brought a statement in Bukhari with no number. You're saying? Are you saying?
No, No.
Are you saying? Wait, let me ask you a question. Are you saying that because it has no number, that it's not part of Bukhari's collection?
Oh, correct. Okay. Exactly. That's what we're saying.
Good, you're learning.
This is Islamic jurisprudence.
This is Islamic jurisprudence. This is what the hadith scholars say. One second. Avery, I'm talking now, please.
Give me the quote.
You're schooling you here. You're learning something.
Oh yeah, I'm learning. Give me the quote.
So you don't embarrass yourself again in the future.
Hamza, give me the quote.
One second, Avery. Don't embarrass yourself again in the future. I'm helping you, dude.
Give me the quote.
Okay. Because you said to John, "I'll bring you the hadith number." Okay, right. And now you realize there is no hadith number. Now you have to understand what the ramifications of that actually means. So when there's no
I brought the exact hadith itself.
It means the
exact
hadith is
one that
Ibn
Kathir was referring to.
It's not. If it was authentic, it would have been with a number. Because it doesn't have a number. This is because you don't understand Islamic jurisprudence.
Can you give me the quote?
This is your problem.
Yeah, good. Now
give me the quote. SheikHlogic.
Nice.
Because of SheikHlogic.
Keep it going.
You don't understand basic hadith science.
Keep going. You ready? All right, now
it's not an issue.
Give me the quote.
Avery. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's nothing to be embarrassed by.
Give me the quote.
Yeah. What quote?
What quote? Give me the quote from jurisprudence that says that a hadith requires it to be a number to be part of the collection.
Okay, Brandon.
What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean, Brandon? You said you brought up jurisprudence. You said this is part of jurisprudence.
Yeah, let me. He's got you, bro. Relax.
Dude, relax now.
Relax, dude.
Look, you did all this filibustering. Relax now. You in my world now.
Filibustering at all.
In my world now.
You're in my world now. No. Avery.
You're in my world now.
Filibustering. It was just basically slowly dissecting you.
You're in my world now.
That's all there was.
Give me the quote where it says from jurisprudence. Give me your jurisprudence that says that for a statement.
Okay.
Good. So for a statement to be part of the collection of hadith, that has to be numbered.
Okay.
Yeah, very simple. If Bukhari thought it was authentic, he would have used it in his actual collection.
Look at this, guys.
The fact that he didn't proves that he didn't.
Give me a quote from jurisprudence that says that.
One second.
Look at these guys. One second.
If Bukhari thought it was authentic, he would have listed it. He didn't.
Don't you
Common
understand
sense,
the
Avery.
principle?
So he puts it in his own collection. Show me.
Okay, so hold on,
In the-
Avery.
in the
You're asking.
header, it's
Okay,
not in his collection. It's in
Avery,
the
are you
header.
asking? You want us to give you a quote from a
Jurisprudence.
book of, well, it'd be a book of
Jurisprudence.
ilm al-hadith,
Yep.
where our ulama say that when Bukhari doesn't put a number, this means it's not part of the hadith.
That's what he wants.
Yeah,
yes.
let me clarify.
Okay, well, that's going to take time to get, okay?
Yeah,
Because that's not even in English, right?
Yeah, so
This is what you learn when you study in any Islamic university,
Okay.
right?
So-
I don't have a quote that's just sitting right here.
I got
That I'll actually have to get from a book.
But listen,
We can get that from a book.
yeah, I got
But
you.
this is something that's ma'loom. It's known by people who study a hadith.
By who?
This is something that's known
Who's it known by?
by the scholars of hadith.
Who? I need a name.
If you go to any school today and you study a hadith, mustalah hadith, and the hadith amal rijal, you will learn that hadith, when they come without a number, that they are just to explain what's coming after it. And it is not necessarily a hadith, because anyway, you would not call a statement of a sahabi a hadith anyway.
Yeah.
It is called a riwayah.
Okay, so look.
Okay.
Let me. Can I clarify why this is important? The reason why I phrased it even the way that I phrased it is because when you guys say, "Oh, it's not a part of the hadith," in order for a statement to be part of the hadith collection, it has to. It necessitates that it has to be numbered in the hadith collection. And so when I asked where are you getting this from, Hamza said, "This
Because
is
it's not even a hadith.
This-
A hadith is a statement of the Prophet. Ibn Abbas
Let
is
me
not the
finish.
Prophet.
Let me finish. Well, wait, hold on a second. You have in your hadith statements that are not from Muhammad. Like
That's what I'm saying. This is not even from Muhammad. This is from Ibn Abbas.
Okay,
So it's not even a hadith. It's a riwayah.
Still a hadith. Look, no, Cowboy, can you acknowledge that you have hadith statement, the hadith, that are not Muhammad's words at all?
That's called a riwayah.
No,
That's
there
called
are
a
no
riwayah.
hadith that are not
no
from the
basic
Prophet. It's called a
vocabulary.
riwayah.
All right,
Let
me show an example.
You don't even understand
How much
mustalah
for the
hadith.
sheikh?
Let
How
me
much for the
show-
sheikh?
Mustalah-
Give me an example.
Mustalah is the terminology. We don't even say something is a hadith unless it is marfu' raised to the Prophet.
No, sir.
Anything
doesn't know
that ends with a sahabi tabi'i, these are called riwayah, which
I got you.
hadith, if you mean linguistically, there's words that are meant linguistically, like I'm atahaddathu ma'ak, I am talking to you.
Okay.
But in istilaha, which is the words that are particular to a knowledge,
Yeah.
so if you're talking about fiqh, istilahat are the words that are in particular for that science of fiqh.
Okay.
And if we're talking about hadith, istilahat is a word that if I use it in the street, it means something different than if I'm sitting in a classroom talking about hadith.
Okay.
And so when we say hadith
Yeah.
in ilm al-hadith, the knowledge of hadith,
Yep.
it only refers to the speech that emanates from the mouth of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him.
The first
Okay,
sheikh
I
who
got
doesn't know
you.
the definition
So,
of hadith.
so watch this. So you said that there's no hadith that are not going back to Muhammad. So tell me this, man. This is Sunan
It's
Abu
just called, it's a
Dawud.
different name. It's called a riwayah. It's,
Let me
it's,
answer,
it's a
bro.
statement of somebody else.
Let me talk.
It has to be
Sunan
Or
Abu
athar.
Dawud.
Another word is called athar.
Okay,
Just
Sunan
for-
Abu Dawud 4736. Sunan Abu Dawud 4736. It says, Amir bin Sha'ir said, I was with the Negus when, not Negus or Negus or something like that, when his son recited a verse of the gospel. So I laughed. Thereupon he said, do you laugh at the word of Allah, the exalted? Is this a hadith?
This is a riwayah.
Is it a hadith?
No, it's a riwayah.
Are
You wouldn't
riwayah
call
not
it
in
a
hadith?
What?
Are riwayah part of hadith?
Yeah, Sheikh Yahbal. He just explained to you the difference between hadith and.
All right, no, hold on. Stop.
There-
One second,
Is it
Avery.
part of
Avery.
hadith?
Did
It's
you understand? One
collected.
second.
Is
One
it
second,
part of the
Avery.
hadith?
Avery.
No.
Did you understand?
You said no? But it's
Did you
numbered.
understand?
Wait. It's numbered.
Do you understand or not?
It's numbered because it's in a matan that is something that has a sanad that it goes back to.
So is
Okay,
it part
so
of the hadith
look,
collection?
let's give terms.
Is it
Let's
part of
give
the
some
hadith
terms.
collection, bro?
No, you don't understand. This is the
Avery,
annoyance.
look.
Waste of time.
You're not in a
Swear to-
position to discuss these things. Just let that go.
You said I'm no.
If
you said
something
wait,
is
hold on.
listed in a book,
No, you're not in a
for
position.
example,
He said I'm in
you're
no
not.
position to discuss these things. He couldn't
No.
give me a quote. You couldn't name me anybody to
No.
Position, Hamza.
Stop your grandstanding. That wasn't the case at all.
Hamza,
It was explained to you, wasn't it?
Go do your
It
homework.
was
5
explained
minutes
to you,
long.
wasn't it?
Go do
It was
your homework,
explained to you,
Hamza.
wasn't it?
Go do
It was
your homework,
explained to you,
Hamza.
wasn't it? It was explained to you, wasn't it? We
I-
know it'd be authentic if
You're not
Bukhari
used to
numbered
people
it.
challenging you on
Alas.
your words.
No, we're
Do
happy
your
for people to
homework.
challenge us.
And
That's
find
what
me
we're
the
here for, mate.
jurisprudence, Hamza.
That's what we're happy. That we're happy for that, mate. But you don't have basic jurisprudence. That's your problem. We know that if it was authentic, it would be numbered.
Go find
Alas.
me. Go find.
Okay,
Find me the quote.
simple as that.
It's numbered.
Simple
Okay,
as
good.
that.
If it was authentic,
Simple as that.
if it,
Remind us
Look,
what's the
look,
difference between
look,
riwayah
look,
and hadith.
so now they changed. So now he changed.
Remind us what's the difference. Remind us what's the
I got you,
difference. See if
Hamza.
you're
Look,
paying
I got
attention.
you.
Look,
See how
I'll
the
give
school
you another
is
example.
learned
Changed
today.
his position.
What's the
Hamza has now
riwayah?
changed his
What's the
position.
riwayah?
Hamza
What's
has
the
now
riwayah,
changed
Avery?
his position,
Let's see if
guys.
you pay attention.
Wait,
I know you got
hey,
attention
Hamza,
span of a gnat.
relax.
Eh?
You're turning
Answer the
red.
question,
Relax,
mate.
bro. You're turning
Literally
red.
your grandson. I see through your rhetoric, mate.
You're
I
turning
see,
red,
I
man.
see through all your hype.
Good, and it's
I
still
see
working.
through all your hype.
Hey, they
You
knew
ignore my
Jordan
question.
was going to dribble
Remind me
right
what
to the
riwayah
elbow and
is.
pull up. They still couldn't
Remind me
stop
what
it.
riwayah
You
is.
see,
Remind
you
me
see my
what
rhetoric,
riwayah
and you
is.
still can't stop me.
Remind me
It
what
don't even
riwayah
matter.
is.
You still can't stop
Remind
me.
me.
You still
Remind me
can't
what
stop me.
riwayah is.
You,
Look,
hey,
look.
I'm gonna
But
tell
I
you
see
exactly
through
what I'm
your
about
hype,
to do, and you
I
still
see
can't
through
stop
your
me.
hype. I
Okay,
see
hold
through
on.
your hype.
Avery, let's
Remind us
move
what-
on.
One second,
Yeah.
cowboy. Let's see if he's
Let's
paying
move on.
attention. Let's see if he's
Avery.
paying
Yeah,
attention.
Cowboy just saved you, Hamza.
Oh, okay. Can you
No,
tell us
no.
what a
Find me that
riwayah
quote,
is?
Hamza. While you're
Can
at
you
it,
tell us what a riwayah is?
I'll tell you what a riot is once
Can you
once
tell
you
us?
find me
No,
the
no, you
quote for
can't.
jurisprudence of what you
Continue.
said.
Continue, mate. Continue.
So, guys,
Avery.
yeah, go ahead, Cowboy. I'm listening.
So Musnad Ahmad is a book that I have right here behind me. Okay, Musnad of Imam Ahmad. It's a musnad, and it's also referred to as a matan. Okay, these are Arabic terms that talk about collections of sayings. So when people are speaking English and they just throw around words like Book of Hadith, Hadith Ahmad, this is just them throwing it around, not as the ulama of Hadith speak about things. Because in the musnad, you're going to find collections, right? And they're named different, like a sunan versus a sahih versus a jami' versus a musnad. That's different based on how they're collected. However, within a collection of sayings in the English language, you will find sayings from the Prophet, peace be upon him, that are in here. You'll also find sayings that are from the companions. If it's from the companions, the hadith scholars term, the ulama of hadith, they say that it's a riwayah. It's in a musnad, right? So we don't say it's in a hadith. A hadith is not like the name that you would
Just
say this.
clarification.
I think that's
A musnad is a chain, right?
no, musnad comes from sanad, which comes from chain.
So
Right?
what?
Sanada. But a musnad is the name of the collection of different riwayat statements that come from the Prophet, which are hadith, and from the Sahaba. But it's it's organized based on the actual Sahabi. So you have one book that is the book of this Sahabi, and so it's organized by those Sahabi. Whereas
so what is the word?
in Bukhari, he organizes it based on bab,
So
right?
what-
Which
so-
means like.
Yeah, so I'm hearing you and I'm learning. So
Topics.
what does the word
Different topics.
musnad mean?
So much for the sheikh. So much for the sheikh.
What
A
what does
musnad
musnad
is
mean?
something. It's a
Let him
collection.
learn. We want him
Yeah,
to
a
learn.
musnad is a collection from a chain, meaning it goes back to a certain sanad, right? Sanad means a chain from
Sunnah
this
means-
person.
Okay.
Yes, sanad means chain. A musnad is another name for a book that is organized by chain.
Like
It has
chain
it,
to
it has the same I guess asl, which is the same original meaning, and it
Okay.
comes from chain because it's organized by the companions. And so the main one is the musnad of Imam Ahmad.
Yeah.
So for example, you have a hadith in there like the one of Najashi, where Ja'far, who was the cousin of the Prophet, peace be upon him,
Mhm.
this was narrated by Salama, and she's telling us what happened while they were in Ethiopia, what happened and what the conversation was with the Najis. This entire narration, we would call it a riwayah. We wouldn't say this hadith, this hadith is hasan or fair. This hadith is whatever. We would say this riwayah. But if the Prophet, peace be upon him, spoke, then we would say it's a hadith. And that's all I'm trying to clear up. I think just
Brandon, he wanted one reference. He wanted one reference of somebody saying this. I got the quote. A quote from SEETHE. I just sent it to you in WhatsApp. Now, Avery, what you're gonna do? You're
gonna show me in
So-
jurisprudence what I asked.
So
for.
now that we're here, I think this is not food for the fire.
Okay. Well, okay.
You're gonna
You know
show
what?
me that it's in your jurisprudence that's the case, because that's what the claim was. that in order for a hadith to be considered a hadith, or narration to be considered a hadith,
Alfiya Suyuti, page 7. Alfiya Suyuti, page 7, right there.
By the way, when did they start, Ramsey? When did they start numbering hadith?
Avery, you just got caught. You wanted a reference. Now
You
you're getting
got caught. You just got caught. You don't even know what you're
I'm
talking
giving a reference. I'm giving a reference. Now you're scared.
No, you don't even know what I'm asking for. What did I ask for?
You wanted a reference from the scholars of jurisprudence that when when a hadith is not given a number, therefore it's not part of the collection. It's exactly what you just said.
Good. So, yeah,
Thank you.
It has to be part of that. So so that's what you're gonna show. And then I want you to also show me. Then I want you to
حيث حافظ عليه نص
add to your order.
ومن مصنف
number in hadith. Yeah.
يجمعه يخص.
I just sent it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have it highlighted. So take from where you have the حافظ عليه نص ومن مصنف يجمعه يخص.
Can we show it on the
Let me
screen?
try it. Let me see if I can.
Why? So you can read Arabic, yeah, Sheikh?
Translate what it says, please. I'm an English sheikh. English sheikh. I give free lessons.
Milkshake.
I've been teaching you all day for free, so
Yeah.
might want to protect those contacts.
I mean, my number's not shown there, so although I do have these same sunglasses on in that pic.
Might want to maybe save the image and then do it from there, from the photo album, so that nobody's numbers and messages come up.
Yeah. Hey, Ramsey, can you share it, and I'll just share your screen?
Okay, here. I haven't saved it in a PDF. I need to.
All right. Since we're talking about Habasha, the migration, while Ramsey does this, I have a question for you because I wasn't able to find it. Avery, can you give me the hadith where Abu Bakr himself, he made migration to
Where he went to Ethiopia?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
If you can find the hadith for me, because
I
haven't.
Sahih Bukhari, I believe it's 2297, if I'm not mistaken. Let me pull it up.
Right.
Where it mentions how Abu Bakr visited Ethiopia. Let me see.
Was it before Hijrah? You said?
I believe so.
I think you're wrong about this.
Could be. I'm not perfect.
You're supposed to be teaching us. You're the sheikh.
You believe that all your sheikhs are perfect, Ramsey?
More than you are, that's for sure.
Are they perfect though? That didn't answer my question.
A lot more than you are.
Yeah. So keep quiet. You're still on timeout. Yeah, 22.
Okay. Yeah. So 2297, which I can share this.
Yeah. Well, before you share it, let's understand what the argument being made by Ramsey. Can you stop talking when I'm talking, please? please. Just that one thing, I beg.
That is a hyper child.
Just so I can finish, and then you can speak, no problem. Okay. So Avery, just remind us what the argument you was making based upon this hadith.
That the companions of Muhammad and his wives.
Who specifically? Abu Bakr.
Abu Bakr and his wives.
They went to Abyssinia.
Yeah.
And what was the argument?
That they were familiar.
1 second, brother. Don't put the hadith. Oh, you're going to show it.
I'm going to show his statement.
Let's hear the argument.
That they would have been acquainted with the Christians in Ethiopia.
1 second.
Christians at the time.
Okay.
Went to Ethiopia. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Abu Bakr visited Ethiopia and stayed there for a time.
Oh, okay.
This was before the Hijrah.
Okay.
Right. So the claim is he visited there and stayed there for a time before Hijrah. Okay, let's hear what let's see what the ramification of that. Okay, that's what the hadith says.
I shared it, Brandon, by the way, just to let you know.
That's what an immigrant is. An immigrant is, someone who leaves
as a muhajir, which means a person who makes immigration.
Yeah. So he stayed in Ethiopia for a while.
Yeah. Can you show us where it says?
That's what an immigrant is.
Okay.
No.
So it says.
Wait, hold on. I just
narrated Aisha.
Wait. Can I just say this really quick before you read this? The definition of immigrant: a person who leaves their own country in order to settle permanently in another. The hadith says Abu Bakr set out for Ethiopia as an immigrant.
Oh, okay, but that's not what you said.
That's exactly what I said. I said he stayed.
I said no. You said he arrived there and stayed there.
And he stayed there for some time.
Yeah,
Right. So your initial definition of an immigrant is correct.
Yeah, I know.
They seek to leave. They seek to go somewhere else. I get
No,
that.
it doesn't say that. A person who
No.
leaves their own-
No.
I know.
Someone who
What
leaves
you're
their own
reading
place.
now is different.
One
than-
second. Please. Okay, an immigrant, as you just said, is somebody who leaves their place of where they live and to seek to go to somewhere else. Yes, they emigrate. Yes. So someone emigrates to Australia.
Or is the qualification they have to actually reside there? Which one?
No. First of all, no, that's not the case because Avery just said that's not the case.
What?
Avery
What do you
just
mean?
said
He did reside.
someone who seeks to live somewhere else.
I didn't
To
say
leave
that.
their land.
That's not what I said.
Okay. Okay. Start again. What's an immigrant?
Okay, so an immigrant, I'll read it again. A person who leaves their own country in order to settle permanently in another.
Right. I
That's what
agree.
an immigrant is.
Right. Okay. So they seek to settle somewhere else.
In order to,
Yeah,
but they don't necessarily make it, correct?
They leave their own country in order to settle.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So that's
And what you
that's their
said.
purpose. Their purpose is
One
to settle
second.
somewhere else.
Yeah, agreed. So their intention is to leave where they live and go live somewhere else. I agree. That's what
What
it
if
means.
that never happens? Are they
What-
still
what-
an immigrant?
Brandon,
They're still an immigrant.
please.
If they leave their country,
Let me continue,
if
please.
they leave their
Okay.
country, then yes, they're still an immigrant.
Right. I agree, but it doesn't mean they arrived at their
But you
destination.
said he
Does it?
stayed there. You said he went. and
Ramsey,
stayed
you as
there.
well. Shush.
Yeah, Ramsey, I'm gonna mute us all. I'm gonna
It's
mute
getting
myself. Hold on.
embarrassing, man. Just have patience, man. Okay. So an immigrant is somebody who seeks to live somewhere else other than the land. So anyone who leaves their land, packs their goods, gets in a boat, and say going to Australia to live now, basically they're an immigrant now. They're emigrating. Yes? Agreed?
If they decide to leave their country with it, yeah. Sure.
Yes. Oh, okay.
They're immigrants.
It doesn't mean they arrived. So, for example,
Yeah,
the people on the Titanic.
something can
I'll
happen.
give you an example. Those people on the Titanic were immigrants from Ireland going to America. Yeah.
Okay.
They were immigrating to America to seek a new life from the land that they were born.
Okay.
The Titanic sank. Okay. So they were still classed as immigrants. They were still emigrating, but they never made it to their destination. Right. The point you made was that Abu Bakr did make it to his destination and did go to churches there and did stay there. So this is what we're asking for evidence of. So can you do that, please?
It's not in this hadith.
You show us your evidence.
Well, let's read it now that we're here.
Yeah,
Can we read it now?
Yeah.
All right.
You brought this hadith, bro. You brought it.
Let's skip straight to the.
So here's the chapter heading in Bukhari, which is not part of the hadith, by the way, just letting you know. The pledge of protection given to Abu Bakr. All right. Narrated Aisha. I'll let you read it, so that way when you're reading it,
Can we skip down to
what actually
the
happened.
relevant part? Because it's Abu Bakr set out. So
The one who brought this.
Yeah, right here, just right here. Abu Bakr set out. Let's start from there.
Right. So yeah, Abu Bakr set out for Ethiopia as an immigrant. So I'm looking at my own screen as well. Abu Bakr set out for Ethiopia as an immigrant. When he reached a place called Bark al-Gimad, he met Ibn Dagna, the chief of the Kara tribe, who asked Abu Bakr, "Where are you going?" Abu Bakr said, "My people have turned me out of the country, and I would like to tour the world and worship my Lord." Ibn Dagna said, "A man like you will not go out, nor will he be turned out. As you help the poor earn their living, keep good relation with your kith and kin, help the disabled, provide guests with food and shelter, and help people during their troubles. I am your protector. So go back and worship your Lord at your home." Ibn Dagma went along with Abu Bakr and took him to the chiefs of Quraysh, saying to them, "A man like Abu Bakr will not go out, nor will he be turned out. Do you turn out a man who helps the poor earn their living?" We're reading the whole thing, okay? Keeps good relations with kith and kin,
Keep going.
helps the disabled, provides guests with food and shelter, and helps the people during their troubles. So Quraysh allowed Ibn Dagna's guarantee of protection and told Abu Bakr that he was secure, and said to I'm gonna just call him Ad, advised Abu Bakr to worship his Lord in his house and pray and read what he liked, and not to hurt us and not to do things publicly. For we fear that our sons and women may follow him.
I become
Ibn Ad told Abu Bakr, of all that. So Abu Bakr continued worshiping his Lord in his house and did not pray or recite the Quran aloud in his house. Later on, Abu Bakr had an idea of building a mosque in the courtyard of his house. He fulfilled the idea and started praying and reciting Quran there publicly. The women and the offspring of the pagans started gathering around him and looking at him astonishingly. Abu Bakr was a soft-hearted person and could not help weeping while reciting Quran. This horrified the pagan chiefs of Quraysh. They sent for Ibn Ad, and when he came, this is long. They said, "We have given Abu Bakr protection and on condition that he will worship his Lord in his house. But he has transgressed that condition and has built a mosque in the courtyard of his house and offered his prayer and recited Quran in public. We are afraid lest he mislead our women and offspring. So go to him and tell him that if he wishes, he can worship his Lord in his house only. And if not, then tell him to return your pledge of protection, as we do not like to betray you by revoking your pledge, nor can we tolerate Abu Bakr's public declaration of Islam." Does anybody mind taking over from here? Because my voice is tired.
You picked the hadith. It's almost finished. We actually got just a couple.
I'll read. I don't mind reading. Where are we reading from? My protection, yeah?
Yep. As I do not like to hear the Arabs.
As I don't like to hear the Arabs saying that Ibn ad-Daghna gave the pledge of protection to a person and his people did not respect it. Abu Bakr al-Anhu said, "I revoke your pledge of protection and I am satisfied with Allah's protection." At that time, Allah's Messenger ﷺ was still in Mecca, and he said to his companions, "Your place of emigration has been shown to me. I have seen salty land planted with date palms and situated between two mountains, which are the two Haras." So when the Prophet ﷺ told it, some of the companions migrated to Medina, and some of those who had migrated to Ethiopia returned to Medina. When Abu Bakr prepared for emigration, Allah's Messenger ﷺ said to him, "Wait, for I expect to be permitted to emigrate." Abu Bakr asked, "May my father be sacrificed for your sake? Do you really expect that?" Allah's Messenger ﷺ replied in the affirmative. So Abu Bakr postponed his departure in order to accompany Allah's Messenger ﷺ and fed 2 camels which he had with the leaves of samur trees for 4 months. So just in conclusion, it's a very, very simple thing. Did Abu Bakr go to Ethiopia and go to visit some churches or not?
Well, so specifically, I said that the wives visited the churches in
No, you just said Abu Bakr.
I didn't.
You said Abu Bakr went to Ethiopia and stayed there.
Just share the link, mate. Share the link again. Share the link. No, one second. We need to remind you. We need to remind you.
Finish?
1 second, Avery. 1 second, Avery. No, you already started with the snake oil.
Went to Ethiopia.
You already started with the snake oil.
Abu Bakr is the one that visited the churches. Why are you guys interrupting me when I'm speaking?
You said Abu Bakr went to Ethiopia.
Why are you guys?
Okay. 1 second.
Put words in my mouth again.
Because you've already started with the snake oil.
I never said
we're not putting words in your mouth. We're not going to put words in your mouth. We're not putting words in your mouth.
The wives of Muhammad visited
Okay, I'll say it again to you, Avery.
So
we're not putting words in your mouth. They're your words.
I did say that Abu Bakr
Cowboy, share what he said.
I said that Abu Bakr went to Ethiopia.
Share what he said.
I didn't say he visited the churches. That's what you put in my mouth.
Share what he said.
That's what you put in my mouth. So I just said what I said.
These are your words, not our words.
I just said what I said. What are you talking about? I just said what I said.
Sheikh has been caught.
And this was before the.
Let's hear it.
Around 637, 615. When Abu Bakr, this is before they all went. This is very early in Islamic history. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Abu Bakr visited Ethiopia and stayed there for a time, and this was before the Hijrah.
MashaAllah, ya Sheikh. MashaAllah.
Stayed where for a time? Where'd you get that information from, Chef?
Islamic history that Abu Bakr is in contact with people in Ethiopia and the Christians in Ethiopia and familiar with people in Ethiopia. His wives went to the Ethiopian church.
No, that's wrong.
What did I say? His wives went where? To the church?
Look, it's.
You just said that Abu Bakr went to Ethiopia. You buffoon.
Yes, I did, child. And now, let me show you how that. Let me show you guys how this doesn't help. So, can I answer?
So, look.
Can I answer?
I'll let you make a response.
Thank you.
But I do want you to at least admit that 3 times in the debate you said the same thing at different points.
4 times. 4 times. Even in his closing statement, he mentioned it.
This is just
I just want you to recognize, and I'm not going to do silly, childish stuff. I just want you to recognize that.
Yeah, exactly.
that whenever you're presented with something that you say, just like if I was to do this and I made a mistake, I'm going to say, okay, look, I actually quoted a weak hadith that I thought was strong to present my point, and I was wrong. I just want you to do that same thing, Avery, because a lot of people, look, this is from my perspective. As a convert, if I was watching and I saw someone who did something like this from a Muslim and they were proven to be wrong, I would want them to say, hey, look, I made a mistake. I said this Arabic word was this or this was that, because I'm not going to trust them at any point in the future. And I just want you to recognize, as someone who's just, I'm not that much older than you, but just to say, hey, man, like, you made a mistake. You were very adamant about it, that he had went and met these Christians, so on and so forth. And this is not true at all, right? I just want you to admit that you made a mistake, and then we can move on from there.
Yeah. So let me give a full response, and hopefully I don't get interrupted in this, okay? So let me be clear on what I said. I didn't say that Abu Bakr went to any church in Ethiopia. I didn't say that as Hamza put in my mouth. I didn't say that. I said his wives went to the church.
Did you say he had contact?
Well, yes, I did. Why are you
Christian?
interrupting me in the middle?
Yeah, because you just ignored what I said.
Didn't I just say I was going to give a response?
Because you're misquoting me.
Didn't I just say
you're misquoting me?
This, and now you guys can't.
Because you're misquoting me.
This is amazing. Like, just
look,
let
you
me
keep
give a
saying.
response.
You keep
Hamza,
saying.
why are you
words in
interrupting
your
me,
mouth.
Hamza?
Because you keep saying we put
Well,
words in your mouth when they're your words.
Look, this is
they're your words coming out of your mouth.
I can't
You
get it
said.
out, Brandon.
You
I
said.
can't even
Let's
get it
deal
out,
with two
Brandon.
parts here.
I said
Let's deal
4
with the two
words,
parts.
and I can't get it
Let's
out.
deal with the two parts. Let's deal with the two parts. Let's deal with the two parts.
I can't even get it out, Brandon.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just gonna wait.
No. Just concede you were wrong about Abu Bakr. Just concede
Brandon,
you
you
were
asked
wrong.
me a question. You asked me to
okay.
to approach.
What do you know what my question was?
Yeah, you're asking me if I can acknowledge a mistake that I've made. So can
Okay.
I
I know you want. Look, I'll let you make the statement after, but I'm asking you: do you acknowledge that you made a mistake?
I'm making a full statement to this.
I know that, but do you acknowledge that you made a mistake multiple times last night?
Let me
saying
respond.
that Abu Bakr, 1, migrated, and 2, stayed there for a time.
Let me respond. Okay, thank you. So I was responding to the words that Hamza put in my mouth. It appears that according to this hadith, he set out to immigrate to Ethiopia, but it looks like he was turned around there. So I made a mistake.
He did, no. Gharq al-Gimad is in the Arabian Peninsula. He never was turned around. Avery,
hold on.
You're not capable of saying I made a mistake.
Why? What did I just say, guys? Didn't I just?
You're not admitting it. You're blaming the hadith.
No,
you're saying the hadith makes it seem like he made it to Ethiopia, but he didn't.
That according to the hadith, Abu Bakr set out to Ethiopia, but it appears he didn't make it all the way there.
Right. Why did you say he did?
And you said he got turned around there.
Why can't I finish?
He never made it.
Why can't I finish?
But you are finished.
Just let me tell me if I can finish or not, Brandon. Let me know.
You are finished.
I just want to know, Brandon.
All right, Brandon, let him finish, and then I'll go. Yeah, let him finish.
Oh yeah, okay. It's gonna be on me. So like I was saying. It appears that according to the hadith, he didn't make it all the way to Ethiopia. So me saying that he made it to Ethiopia based on this hadith, that's my mistake.
And stayed there. You said he stayed there.
But my argument isn't contingent on Abu Bakr making it to Ethiopia, because you have other narrations, one about the wives going to Ethiopia, being familiar with the church and the Christians there, and you have the companions taking shelter under the Ethiopian king. This is in Ibn Hashak on pages 150 to 153. So my argument still stands on the companions and his wives being familiar with the Christians in Ethiopia. However, I can say that I made a mistake here according to this hadith, that Abu Bakr made it all the way to Ethiopia based on this. I'll have to do some more research to see if there's to see if I can substantiate that. But for now, I can stand corrected on that.
You said he stayed there.
I can stand corrected.
Look, Ramzi, khalas, leave it. Like, I appreciate that, Avery.
Yeah.
Like, more than you know, I actually do appreciate that.
Appreciate it.
At the same time, no Muslim argues that, the point you're making, you're saying that they made it. Yes, we agree. This is a very big part of our seerah.
Okay, good.
Companion went to Habasha, stayed there for a time, and the Najashi converted to Islam because of the message that they have resonated with what he understood from Christianity.
Yes. So let me just be clear, okay? Because like I said, I made a mistake saying that Abu Bakr is the one that made it there, but I made the point that the companions of Muhammad, but I did single out Abu Bakr in a mistake, but My point was that the companions of Muhammad made it to Ethiopia, was acquainted with the Christians there, as well as his wives. I made a mistake about Abu Bakr. I can stand on that. I'm not perfect, you know. So I got to, you know, look more into that, and you know. But as of now, I stand corrected.
You made something
But the thing is, you see, you said it was.
But I do have a question on top of this. Okay.
I just said just make on. The thing is,
I have a question on top of this because you guys asked me.
Just respond to what you just said first. So with ramifications.
Hamza, I did say Hamza could speak after we let you finish.
Okay.
So here's the ramification of what you just said. You was wrong about Abu Bakr going to Ethiopia. Okay, which means you don't read your sources correctly. So you said he stayed there and was familiar with the Christians. You was incorrect about that also. Now the thing is that I think we need to point out to your audience, when you said this, you said it at least 3 occasions, if not 4 occasions, and you quoted Abu Bakr because you know he's the closest companion to the Prophet ﷺ. You know this, and this is the reason why you did this. Now the thing is this: you said it with such confidence, you said it with such surety, and I hope your people
Three times.
I hope from this particular point right now, going forward, people realize just because you say things looking confident and surety doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. But anyway, carry on.
Okay, so now this is amazing. Notice how you don't actually have an argument to my point that I was making. The point that I was making was that the companions of Muhammad made it to Ethiopia and was familiar with the Christians in Ethiopia, was in line with the Christians in Ethiopia, as well as his wives visiting the church, which they would the Christians that they were acquainted to were Trinitarian, council affirming, creed affirming, Nicene creed affirming Christians that they were calling the people of the book. So when he's calling them the people of the book, he's acknowledging that Trinitarian Christians are the ones who are the people of the book, who had the Garima manuscripts of the gospel, which had Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
All right, right. What language is this Garima manuscript?
If he's affirming them and saying that they're the people of the book and affirming them as Christians and believers, my question to you is this, Hamza: what was the Injil that you're trying to say that the Christians were acquainted with? What was that?
Okay, so it's very, very simple. Oh my God! Right, just so the ramification of your argument is this: the wives of who went to the churches? But let me just understand this: who were the wives of who? The wives of the Prophet
of Muhammad.
Right, and you believe they had access to the Ethiopian Bible? I could read it.
They went to the church. They were connected with the Christians.
They had access to the Ethiopian Bible.
And they would have been familiar, and especially
was the Ethiopian Bible? Was the Ethiopian Bible available
for the companions who were with the king? So can you
answer
the
Ethiopian Bible? Was the Ethiopian Bible available for the?
Can you answer the question?
No, because I'm trying to understand your argument.
No. So the argument is this.
No. I'm trying to understand. The
argument is this.
I'm trying to understand your argument.
All right, let me tell you what my argument is. The Christians that the companions of Muhammad and his wives were familiar with. We're Trinitarian, council affirming, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John gospel having Christians. And they called that the gospel.
Do you believe?
So my question
is,
what was the Injil if you're saying that wasn't it?
Can I ask you my question, mate? Okay. Do you believe the wives had access?
No, you're asking me another question doesn't help you.
No, because it's no. This is based on your old argument, mate.
No, it's based on my argument.
Yeah. This is your smoke and mirrors tactics. I know how.
It's not a smoke and mirrors tactic. I'm challenging you to answer me.
No. I'm asking you, the wives of the Prophet
challenging you to answer me.
That you said went to these Ethiopian churches. Did they have access to an Ethiopian Bible?
I'm just waiting on you.
No, did they have access to an Ethiopian
I'm just waiting on you to tell me what the
or not. I'm
just waiting on you to tell me what the Injil is.
Or not.
Or do you not know? Or you don't know. Or you don't know.
Okay. Very simple. Can I ask the question or not?
Or you don't know.
Right. So there's no point to your argument there.
It's a huge point to my argument.
Telling us that the wives of the Prophet.
Who were the Christians there?
Avery, what is your point to your argument? Because they went and there were Christians there. What's the point?
The Injil that they were familiar with contained Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So my question to him is,
how were they familiar with that?
If he's saying the Christians,
how would the wives of the Prophet know what they believed?
The Christians.
Hamza, what's on screen, Hamza?
The Christians. It says what was with them. The Quran says. Hold on, can I elaborate my argument? I'm just getting interrupted at every turn. I'm just getting interrupted at every turn. I didn't even get to go. I didn't get to finish.
So the
I didn't get to finish.
Do you have anything with you?
So the Quran says that it's confirming the Torah and the gospel. That's
shut up. I'm talking, mate.
The people who were the Christians were Ethiopians, guys.
I'm reading. Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. The Negus said to them, "Do you have anything with you from Allah?" Ja'far said yes. The Negus said, "Then recite it to us." Ja'far recited from the memory of the surahs of Surah Al-Maryam. The Negus and the bishops in his realm were moved to tears due to what was recited, so their beards became wet. The Negus said, verily, this recitation and what has come from Moses have emerged from the same lamp. You are released by Allah. I will never surrender them to the Quran. So this is when he basically said, I'm not going to send them back. We believe that what your prophet is coming with is from God. The question you asked is about what were they reading? Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What we do know for surety, yeah, because this brings me to the other point as well. You had this crazy notion.
Okay,
because you don't know what
that up, Cowboy?
you. One second. You had this crazy notion.
Can you keep that up, Cowboy?
Okay.
Oh, the other one?
Yeah, the other one. Yeah, that one.
Just 1 second. You had this crazy notion, and I don't know where you got this logic from. And I don't know why you call yourself Chef Logic. If you could explain this logic to me, I'd appreciate it. You think if you don't know what something is, you can't say what it isn't. Do you stand by that?
All right, so notice how you did all of this, and you haven't.
Do you stand by that or not?
You haven't
stand by that or not?
You haven't answered my question.
Do you stand by that or not?
You haven't answered my question.
Do you stand by that or not? Do you stand by that or not?
I'm gonna just wait until you finish.
Do you stand by that or not?
Just wait until you go. Go ahead and finish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so when you said that you can't say what something isn't if you don't know what it is, do you stand by that?
I'm just wait for you to finish, since you can't answer my questions.
I'm asking. What was your question?
I know. I asked you a question. I asked you what is the Injil a long time ago. What was the Injil?
I have no idea what they were reading in.
Beautiful. So now, can I make my point, please?
What's your point?
All right. Thank you. So, right here with this quote, right when you're talking about the Negus, when they said to them who they're acquainted with, I read to you guys earlier when they were with the Negus and they read the gospel. What was the gospel that they had with them? What was the gospel that they was reading, that they was affirming? With what they had the Garima manuscripts, which are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that existed before the Quran was there. That's what they had. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church. They had Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John as the gospel. That's what they were reading. So I do know what it is, which is why I can tell you what it's not, Hamza. But you don't know what it's not.
Okay.
Tell me what it is,
One second. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I asked you.
That's what I asked you. When you say you don't know,
my question is no. My question is this.
When you,
I'll tell you what I could do. I'll tell you what I could do.
When you don't know when you don't know.
No.
Hamza, ask for proof. Hamza, ask for proof.
I'll demonstrate it. Okay. I don't know what they were reading in Ethiopia. Me personally, yeah, I've not looked into.
I do.
Bible.
I gave it to you.
Okay.
I just taught.
But what I can say,
I just taught you what they were reading. I gave it to you.
What I can say, it isn't your New Testament.
Oh, so what are the Garima manuscripts? That
were. Sorry. I missed it. Sorry.
Oh,
I missaid that.
It's okay.
Okay.
Rewind it.
What it isn't is the Injil that the Quran refers to.
Got it.
So whatever. Right. So what I'm saying to you is this: I don't know what they were reading, but I know what it isn't. Do you accept that principle?
And you have to prove what they were reading. You have to prove what they were reading.
No.
Let's start with this logical point. This is just a logical point.
No, let me.
Are you saying?
Let me counter. Hold on, Hamza. Let me counter.
No.
Since you're going with that, Hamza. Since you're going with that,
it's a simple question.
I want to know who wrote the Injil. Who wrote the Injil?
In your deflections, mate.
Who wrote the Injil, Hamza?
Not interested in your deflections,
Who wrote the Injil?
Not interested in your deflections.
Do you not know?
Can you answer the question, please?
Do you not know?
Are you standing by your statement?
Answer the question, Hamza.
Are you standing by your statement or not?
You don't know what they were reading.
Are you standing by your statement or not?
You know that it wasn't the
Are
Injil.
you standing by your statement? Why are you afraid to answer the question? I thought you're Chef Logic, mate.
I stand by my statement. I stand by my statement.
Talking your language, mate. This is why you're known as no logic.
Stand on the Torah and the
This is
gospel
why you're
revealed to me by my Lord. I stand on it. So Hamza,
okay, one second.
No, stop.
No.
Since I stand on it, Hamza, this is what you have to do. Since you know that they wasn't reading the Injil, that means that you know what the Injil is. When you know they wasn't reading the Injil, you know they was reading the Injil.
Hold on a second, Avery, Hamza.
Deal with the point.
Are you gonna? Because he's been just talking over this entire time, and he hasn't been answering my questions.
No,
actually, Hamza, he said something. He said you don't know what the Injil is, but we do know what it is. ما نزل على سيدنا Isa عليه السلام.
Okay.
That which was revealed to Isa.
All right, beautiful.
Right? We agree, Hamza.
Beautiful. Was it written down?
Okay. Well, it's irrelevant.
Wait, stop. It's very relevant. Was it written down?
Why are you ignoring my question?
Was the Injil that was revealed to Jesus?
Why are you ignoring my question? You said this yesterday.
Anybody on the panel answer the question, please.
I couldn't believe Chef Logic said this, and I'm trying to clarify.
Answer the question.
Say this thing? Did you actually say what I thought you said? Was I hearing?
Please
things?
answer the question.
Did you say it or not?
Please
Did you
answer
say
the
it or not?
question.
Did you say it or
Can you
not?
answer the question?
Did you say it or not?
Was the
Answer
Injil
my
written
question.
down? Somebody answer this.
Answer my question.
I'm
No,
just
why
waiting.
should we answer your
I'm
questions?
just
You
waiting.
refuse to answer questions.
I'm just
you
waiting.
Duck and dive, mate. Duck and dive,
I'm just
Mayweather.
waiting.
Relax, mate.
Hey, I'm just
Relax.
waiting.
Answer the question.
Was the Injil
Answer
written
the
down?
question. Can you answer the
You're
question?
turning
please?
red, Hamza.
Everyone can see you're ignoring the question because you know you
Everybody sees you ignoring everything I ask.
You either do what he wants you to, and that's how it is.
Everything
You either do
I
what he
asked
wants
you
you
the
to.
question, mate. I asked you the
What
question.
are we talking
You
about
can
here?
sit
What?
aside like snake oil salesman. It don't mean nothing. You still got to
Oh,
answer the
man.
question. Do you stand by what you said?
Hold on, Cowboy. How many
Do
people
you
do you have
think that's
watching the live
logically
stream?
coherent? Do you think it's
I've
logically
got
coherent?
1563 right now only.
1563. We got 3,600 watching on mine. So we
We're not
combine that.
interested in that. We're not
All of these
interested in that.
people about I'm not that good.
We
at
can
cooking
all
math.
see.
About
We
roughly
can all
about
see.
what 5,000
3,300 people can see.
5,000 people
You
are
avoiding
I
watching.
don't
the
see how,
question.
I don't see how that's relevant.
Why are you
I don't
avoiding the
think that's
question?
People are watching them.
Brandon,
one way.
can I say
Avoiding
something?
the question.
Can I?
Why are you
Brandon,
avoiding the
Here,
question?
hold on.
Giving us
Let's
a
wait.
direct,
Was
logical
the
question.
Injil
Chef
written?
Logic, time to cook.
Was
Chef
the
Logic,
Injil
can you answer the
written
question,
down?
please? Can you answer the question, please?
Hamza, I don't
stand by
remember what the question was. Can you ask one more time, Hamza? I
Yeah,
want to hear the
yes, I
answer.
can.
Look
Does he
at the
stand by the
catering from
claim?
Hamza.
Can you?
Come on, man.
Just because you don't know what something is means
This
you
dude has
can't
been
say
going
what
on a
it isn't.
monologue and talking this entire time.
This
You gotta
was-
let
Okay,
me
that's
engage him,
okay.
bro.
You're
Yeah,
avoiding
so
the
I'll,
question. You're avoiding
that's
the
a good
question.
question. Just because you don't, what is it, Hamza? One more time.
Just because you don't know what something is doesn't mean you can't say what that thing isn't. He said you can't say what it isn't if you don't know what it is. This was his claim. I just want to clarify. Did he actually say that stupidity? Did he really say it? So I want to clarify he said it first before giving him the ramifications of that.
All right, so you saw the debate, so you saw my statement, you just repeated what I said. So now,
Well, I did.
You did say that. So you did say that. Good.
Now watch
say
this,
that?
guys. Now this is the
Did you say
fourth
that?
question. This is the fourth
Did
question
you say
Hamza
that
asked me
stupidity?
that I
Did you
actually
say that
answered.
stupidity?
So look. Hey, Brandon,
Answer
you-
the question.
I didn't hear your
You
answer,
actually say
Avery.
that.
I didn't hear your answer.
do you see him interrupting me at every turn?
I
I'm
didn't
just
hear your answer, Avery.
clarifying,
You
mate.
see him at
Did
you
you
see him interrupting me, and
actually
he's
say that
turning red. He's
stupidity?
turning red. He's turning red. Yeah, the fake laugh doesn't help you here, man.
It's not fake,
Yeah,
mate.
the fake laugh doesn't help you here,
Fake
man.
hat doesn't help.
The fake
Fake
laugh
hat
doesn't help
doesn't
you
help.
here, man.
Logic.
The
I
fake
really
laugh doesn't help you here.
logic, and you're so
I
logically
answered
incoherent.
Hamza's 5 questions. He still has yet to answer mine. Was the Injil written, Hamza? Yeah, go ahead. Fake laugh. You're through.
In,
Go ahead and
in,
stop.
in all fairness, I think he asked the question first. I'm sure he won't.
No, he didn't
won't
ask the
mind
question
answering.
first. I asked this before this. I asked all of this before.
No, you
this.
didn't.
I asked
No,
this a
you
long
didn't,
time ago.
mate.
I asked,
You asked
what is the
me.
Injil? He
No,
finally
no,
said he
no,
doesn't know.
You asked
And
me.
then I
I'll tell you what you asked me.
You mentioned
I
what
answered
the
your
Injil
question,
was.
mate.
I
I
asked
answered
who
your
wrote it, and
question.
then he asked me this question.
You asked me.
So now,
you
Hamza,
asked me.
answer
you
the
asked
question.
me. What? No.
Stop
You
running
asked
away.
me. You asked me.
I'm running away, my
What were
guy.
they reading in Abyssinia?
Come on, my guy.
And I said I didn't know.
I'm running away, my
And then
guy.
you
No, that
repeated
was-
that
that was the
stupidity
first
of
question.
I'm running
yesterday.
away, my guy.
Right? So I'll say it again to
I'm
you.
running away, my guy.
You asked me a question. I answered your question.
You
All right? I answered your question.
you
Okay.
you answered that you don't know what the Injil is.
No.
and then-
I answered
and then
you.
Cowboy-
No,
and then
that's why I
Cowboy-
answered you.
And then
That's
Cowboy
not what I
helped
answered
you
you,
out
mate.
by saying we know
That's
what the
not what
Injil
I
is.
answered
That
you,
which
mate.
was revealed to Jesus.
You asked me a very
I
simple
then asked,
question.
was it written?
You asked the
and
question.
you right then,
What were
right
they
after
reading
that,
in
asked me,
Abyssinia?
did you
That
say
was
that
the
you
question.
can't say
What was your question?
what something
Wasn't your
is
question
or
to
is
me?
when you don't know what it isn't? Or
Wasn't
what
your
it isn't when you
question
don't know
to
what it
me?
is?
Wasn't your question to
So
me?
stop it, Hamza.
Randy,
What
can you
was
control
the
the
Injil
conversation?
they were reading in
Yeah,
Abyssinia?
we're circling
Stalling.
around.
Oh, okay.
You're
Wasn't that your
stalling.
question to me? Wasn't that your
Was
question
it
to
was
me?
the Injil written?
Hey, Chef Logic, wasn't that
Yeah,
your
was
question?
it was it written?
No, that was an extra question. That
That's
was
the
after my question.
That's the question.
No,
we don't mind answering it. I'll answer the question whenever
No,
it's
no,
my
one
turn.
second, Brandon. Don't allow him off
I
the
know.
hook.
Hamza.
Don't allow him off the hook.
Waiting for
He
Hamza
asked
to
me a
answer this.
question.
Don't
He asked me a
don't
question.
save him.
About, you
Don't
asked me the
save
question.
him.
You
Don't
asked
help
me the
him.
question.
He's cornered right
Just
here.
mute for a second, please.
Was
Or
the
remove
Injil
him while we
written down,
This is
Hamza?
irrelevant. This is annoying now.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is. I bet it
Yeah,
is.
you shut up.
When you're
You
stuck,
asked me
when
a
you're
question.
stuck in a
You
corner,
asked me a question.
when you're stuck
Did you
in a
ask me the
corner,
question about what
it
they were
gets
reading in
annoying, doesn't
Abyssinia
it?
or not?
It's troubling.
Did you ask me this question?
It's troubling.
Did you ask me this question?
Yeah, I asked you this. So what was it? Was it?
What
written
did I
down?
answer? What did I
No.
answer?
Yes or no?
What did I answer?
Was the Injil? You didn't give the answer. Was
No,
the Injil
that
written?
question was later, mate.
No, it
You
wasn't
asked me
later, mate.
what
It
was
wasn't
the
later.
Injil being read in Abyssinia? Abyssinia?
What
What was your
didn't
question?
you written down? Yes
That's
or
not what
That
it
was
no?
later. That was later.
no,
The
that's
first
later,
question you asked
later,
was
It was
what
not later,
was
guys. It
No,
was
no,
not
no, no,
later.
no, no.
I asked it
because the
immediately
whole
after.
reason why we have the thing on screen
It's crazy.
was what led you to the
Wasn't
first
it?
question, which
Exactly.
was what were they reading in Abyssinia, and then you made the posit that you answered it yourself by saying they were reading Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, etc., etc. Right? That was the first question. Was what were they reading?
And then what did I?
And Hamza made the statement that he made a mistake. He was like, but I meant to say they were not reading the Injil that was revealed to Jesus.
That's after I asked them, what is the Injil?
No,
right?
it wasn't. It wasn't. You asked me.
And then he made the mistake. Then he made the mistake. Notice how.
Okay, we don't even need to rehash it. At the end of the day, right now, he asked you, Hamza, what were they reading? Your answer is
no. My question wasn't what were they reading. My question was very simple. Was the Injil written?
What was the Injil in Abyssinia in this version? Okay, so he asked me a question as to what was the Injil in Abyssinia. That was his question to me. I answered, I don't know what they were reading in Abyssinia. That was my response. And then he repeated that stupidity of yesterday that I can't believe he said it yesterday, but he's kind of said it again. The idea, because you don't know what something is, means you can't say what it isn't. So now it came to my question, because his whole argumentation is based upon this idea that because if you don't know what something is, you can't say what it isn't. So I just want to understand, Chef Logic, is this something you stand by as a logical position, that if you can't say what something is, it means you can't say what it isn't? Are you standing by that?
Brandon, do I have ample time to respond?
Just answer the godforsaken question.
Do I have ample time to respond?
Just respond.
Thank you. With no interruption. So here I go. So I already answered your question on that, Hamza.
No, you didn't answer my question.
I already answered that. I do stand.
What was the answer? What was the answer? What was it? What was it?
Notice how 3 words, Brandon.
What was the answer? What was the answer?
3 words I can't even get out before getting interrupted. By thing one and thing.
No, you don't just answer and that's it.
Brandon, let me know, man.
No. Here's how it works.
Let me know. Let me know how we do things.
Here's how it works, Chef Logic.
Let me know how we do things here. Are we afraid of what the Christian has to say?
Here's how it works.
Are we
answer a question?
Let me know. Let me know, Brandon.
Okay, so here's how it
works. Cowboy, let me know. I'm talking to you. Here's how it works, Chef Logic. I'm only interested in what you have to say, Cowboy.
Here's how it works, Chef Logic.
I'm only interested in what Cowboy has to say. He's the host.
If you ask a question,
Cowboy, I'm only
and the person responds to the question, you have the person will interrogate your answer. You don't get just to say, oh yeah, I stand by it, and it's logically incoherent, and you have the audacity to sit there with Chef Logic in your hat.
We're going to let you answer, Avery, but don't answer by saying you've answered it before. Just answer.
No, you can't tell me how to answer. You can't tell me that.
No.
We will.
Brandon.
We will.
So Brandon, can I speak uninterrupted like he just spoke uninterrupted?
No, shut up a second, Chef.
Cowboy.
Brandon.
Sometimes you have to guide the sheep.
Can I speak uninterrupted just like he spoke uninterrupted?
That is being uninterrupted. You didn't shut up when I was talking.
When you spoke, Hamza, I let you speak because I'm not afraid of what a smirk said. I'm not afraid.
Brandon.
I'm not afraid of what you have to say, bro.
The reason I'm asking the question.
You're so afraid of what my response is. You're afraid of dealing with me because of what happened last time.
The thing is this, right?
You're still traumatized from last time.
When he answers the question,
this is why
I then want to interrogate his answer.
This is why you haven't been back, Hamza.
I'm going to expose how he's talking.
Why you haven't been back. This is why you haven't been back. Thank you.
Let him answer. We'll let you reply, and then after that, I'm just going to lay it out for right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Avery's going to respond. Hamza's going to take that, and then Rumsey, you can give your message after.
Oh, Rumsey's still in this? Okay. So Hamza, I literally told you, and let me give you the context in which I said this. In the context of you as a Muslim trying to tell me what the Injil is not when you don't know what it is. You can't tell me what it isn't if you don't know what the Injil is in the first place. Because how do you know that what I have is not it? How do you know that? You just told me when I asked you what is the Injil, you said you don't know. You don't know what they was reading. You don't know. So you don't know what the Injil is. And then I asked you on top of that, after this was laid out, I asked you after Cowboy stepped in to save you, and he says, we do know what it is. It was a revelation given to Jesus. My question immediately when he said that was it written? You then tried to jump in and say, no. Wait, do you stand by your statement, Logic? Do you stand by your statement when you said this and that? So your question came after mine. So you're trying to run away from the actual argument by wasting our time. I stand on the statement. I gave you the context in which I said the statement. Now deal with the argument. Was the Injil written down, Hamza? Yes or no?
It's good you stood on the statement because that shows your incoherence, logical incoherence. Okay. It's an absolute...
Answer the question.
Idiocy. So what you're saying is if you're looking for something, let's say you're looking for a red book, and somebody comes with a blue book, and said, "Oh, this is the red book." You say, "No, this is not the book. This is blue. I don't know where the red book is or what the red book is, but this is blue. So by definition, it can't be the red book." Okay. So from our Muslim paradigm, we know what the Injil is. It's a book revealed to Jesus, a revelation given to him. Okay. It's not a biography written by men who never met him. Okay.
How do you know?
So what we can, because we know it's not.
How?
Because it was delivered to. Okay. Can a biography written by men who never met Jesus be the same thing that was revealed to Jesus?
Yeah, why not? How do you know
Because-
it's not?
Well, one's a biography written after the event, right?
What do you have on under that hat? What are you wearing under that hat?
One second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. I'm trying to hear the
Okay.
response. This doesn't help you.
Let me hear the response.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, okay. Why can't a book revealed to Jesus, yeah, and a book written about Jesus by men who never met him be the
Decades
same
later.
thing?
Wait. You said men have never met him. So okay, good. A lot of assumptions here. Hamza.
No. Assumptions. Christian
it is.
scholarship.
So like, watch this, Hamza. Was
Watch
Jesus
what?
given a physical book?
Watch what?
Was Jesus given a physical
I'll
book?
say it again to you. Understand the Muslim paradigm.
Yeah.
You're arguing within the Muslim paradigm.
Okay.
So, as Muslims,
Uh-huh.
we believe the Injil
Uh-huh.
was revealed to Jesus.
Uh-huh.
You accept that, yes?
Was it a physical book?
Do you accept that or not?
Sure, that's what the Quran says. Was it physical book?
Alhamdulillah. So, within the Muslim paradigm,
No answer.
within the Muslim paradigm,
Mhm.
the Injil is a book delivered to Jesus, yes?
Was it a physical book?
Within the Muslim paradigm, it was a revelation.
Was
yes?
So is that a
Agreed or
physical
not?
book or not?
You agree or not?
What is it? Sure. Is it a physical?
How it was revealed is irrelevant.
Hamza.
Whether it was a physical
Hamza, you're
book,
running away.
whether it
and now
was
you're
whether it
running
was
away.
recitation. Okay, here's the thing. You see, your fake smiles
Hey,
and laughs don't help
you're
you.
stuck just,
Okay,
you're stuck just like your boy was.
So,
you're stuck.
do you accept?
You're
Do you
stuck.
accept in front of all your audience here right now?
Notice he can't
Do
even
you
answer the question.
accept? Do you accept in front of all your 3,300 people watching
38.
right now that in the Muslim paradigm, the Injil was something revealed to Jesus?
In the
Yes or no?
Yes. Was it a physical?
In the
book?
Muslim paradigm.
Yeah. Now, here's my
okay.
question for you.
Right.
Was it a
Right.
Physical book.
1 second.
Hold on.
1 second.
No. Answer
Let me
the
finish it.
question. He asked.
Right.
I asked the question. He still hasn't answered
No.
it. He still hasn't answered if the Injil was written. He's still not answering my question. I'm answering all of his.
No.
So answer my
Rumsey, real
question.
quick. I said after Hamza, did you finish your point?
No. We're going back and forth right now. We
No, let me just deal with this point.
We
Let me just deal
finally
with this
got to
point.
a
Then
place
I'll
where
step
we're
out
going
and
back
let
and
Ramsey
forth.
speak.
We finally
Okay,
got to a place
okay.
where we're going back and forth.
Okay, good.
So
This
was
is
the
a beautiful place.
revelation given to
This is where
Jesus?
we need to be. This is
Good,
this is the crux of everything.
Hamza.
Okay.
Hamza. Was the revelation given to Jesus, the gospel given to Jesus, was it a physical book? Yes or no?
I can't tell you that.
What do you mean you can't tell me? What does the
I
Quran
can't
say?
tell
Okay, hold on. When you say physical, when it was revealed, did it come down in the form of a book? That
Yes.
he grabbed with
Yes.
his hand?
Did he have a
Or was
actual?
it imprinted into his mind, and then he spoke it, and then they wrote it down, or he wrote it down?
So which one is it?
I can't go definitive.
I'm sorry, Cowboy. Which are you asking me? Which one? Or are you telling me which?
You're asking me which one you're referring to.
Yeah. So
I'm asking you when it says revealed, anzala means it came down from the sky as a book that was already printed on, and it came from something that had a printer, and whatever it was made of, and it was printed on these papers or papyrus or animal skins or whatever, and he grabbed it, and this was the Injil.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
That's what I'm asking. Is that what was given to him, or was it something that was
No.
simply oral?
No, this is not simply oral. This is how all revelation came, is that it was revealed to the prophets, given to them all at one time, except for the Quran, which was given over a period of 23 years. And then they would recite it to their companions, and they would write it down with their own hands.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. So Jesus did not have a physical revelation, a physical gospel.
No. That's not what he said.
Yes, he did.
He didn't
It's the
receive.
same as the Quran.
He
The
didn't
Quran
say
is
that.
physical.
Okay, all right. Let me ask.
But it didn't come down in the form of a physical book, like it was floating in the
All right,
air,
so
and he grabbed it.
Let me
and-
just ask it, so just
That's what
for
we're
we
trying
can
to
get
say.
clarification here. Was Jesus walking around with a physical gospel? Yes or no?
We're not told, as far as I'm aware.
We're not told.
As far as I'm aware.
It's plausible that he wrote it. We
As far
do
as I'm
know
aware, as
other
far as I'm aware, as
prophets
far as I'm
before
aware.
Jesus
Babies.
wrote their gospels.
No,
Right?
but
But there's
It's
nothing that
irrelevant.
I'm aware of
Good.
that says that Jesus wrote his gospel and was
Yes.
holding on to it as he was writing it.
All right.
Because all of the prophets knew their revelation by heart.
Good. So no evidence
They
that
had it
Jesus wrote a physical gospel and was walking around.
No
with
one's
it.
claiming that.
Okay,
Never
good.
claimed he did.
So-
No, we're not claiming
I
it that he
didn't
wrote
say
it down.
that
We're
he
saying
did,
it's
but
possible.
But this is irrelevant,
It's
man.
possible.
This is what we call a red
I
herring, mate.
didn't claim. I didn't make it.
Chef
I didn't-
Logic, this
I
is a
didn't
red
even
herring. Can you
claim
stop
that
with the
you
logical
did. I didn't
fallacies,
claim that
mate?
you did. So I'm still not clear on the answer. Did he or
How are
did
you
he
not
not?
clear?
Did he or did he not have a physical gospel with
We don't
him
go
that he was walking
definitive
around
on
with?
this.
Answered that, Avery. Are you?
No, you
What are you
didn't.
wearing under that hat?
No,
Avery,
you
what are you
didn't.
wearing under that
Avery,
hat?
so
What are you
it's
wearing
like
under
many
that
other
hat?
things.
Yes or no?
لا نصدق ولا نكذب. Hold on. Avery. لا نصدق ولا نكذب. We do not affirm nor do we deny because there's not enough information to make a determination whether he had it written down or whether he was speaking it to his companions. Either one of those, it doesn't matter to us because he was teaching them the revelation no matter what.
Got
I'm
it.
waiting very
Okay.
patiently.
So you
That's
don't-
That's our position.
Okay,
Rumsey,
cool.
what do you have to say?
Oh,
Wait, just finish this.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So,
wait.
in front of your 3,800 people,
I said that for a point. Huh?
what was your point?
So you don't know what the Injil was.
Come on.
You don't know if it was a physical revelation or not. That Jesus was
That's the
walking
same
around-
thing. That's the same thing what you just said.
Well, yeah. So you don't know.
So it's the same thing.
I'm laying out the details of how.
No, you're not. You're
I'm-
deliberately.
I'm actually
Look.
I'm layering what you don't.
There's no
know.
layer.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, it is.
I'll make it easy for you.
Yeah, it is.
We don't know whether or not the Injil was in a book form or whether it was just oral and people wrote it as he spoke. We don't know this.
Oh,
Halas.
nice.
Doesn't matter.
That's it.
I
You don't need to
get it.
repeat that.
All right, here's my question now. Was the Injil written?
Yes, we believe it was written down.
Who wrote it?
We don't know.
How do you know that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John didn't write it?
All right. Okay. I'll explain to you why. Because the Injil, you believe that the revelation that came to Jesus was written down by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
How do you know that they didn't write it? That's the question.
Can I please?
Was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Oh, so you're saying now that what they've copied is from the Injil?
I'm asking, how do you know that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John didn't write it?
Because
You're stuck.
Hamza, what he's saying is that how do you know? I'm not saying Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John. The Gospels known as
Matthew,
or
Mark, Luke,
written
and John.
by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. How do you know these are not eyewitness accounts? And then
That's not the question. That's not the question of how
Brandon,
you know
can
these aren't eyewitness accounts. The
Yeah,
question
Brandon,
is, how do you know that they didn't write the gospel? Because you guys don't know who wrote the gospel, so it doesn't have to be written
Nobody
by.
knows.
It doesn't have to be written.
We don't know who wrote it.
Wait, let me land this. It doesn't have to be written by eyewitness accounts because you guys don't know if it was written by eyewitness accounts or secondary or third.
No,
or
what we're
fourth.
saying, we don't know
No.
We're not going to say, when we say we don't know, that means we don't know the name of the companion, if Jesus himself wrote it or if he had a scribe who wrote it. That's what we're saying. We're saying we're not going to go out on a limb and make a affirmative statement without knowledge. That's what we're saying.
The gospel.
You can learn a thing from that. You can learn from
You
that.
understand the gospels are a biography, don't you?
I know.
100%. Look,
One second.
if it was written, which we know it was because it reached some other people, it was either written by Isa alayhi salam or by his companions.
Yeah.
But from who it was, we don't know.
Good.
Was it him? Was it a combination? Was it all of them?
One second.
So you
So
don't.
you do
Either way,
understand the
it was
gospel.
written
So
as it was revealed.
So
No,
how
no,
do
I
you
understand the
know that
question.
Matthew?
I'll
Mark,
explain
Luke,
to you.
and John didn't write it?
I'll explain to you. Because Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are a biography.
How do you know that it wasn't a biography? How do you don't
It
know
is a
what?
biography.
You don't know
It
what
is
was
a biography. It is a biography.
How do you know that the Injil was not a biography?
Rumsey?
The Injil is teachings.
Okay, very simple.
Wait,
Very
how do you
simple.
know that?
There's no biography, is there?
Very
A
simple. Very simple.
biography of events that happened later would not be what is revealed.
Revealed.
through the
How could
prophecy.
events that happen later be the thing that was
One
revealed?
second. Okay, guys, one second.
That's what.
I'm gonna give an example. I'm gonna give an example. I'm gonna give an example.
This is
I'm gonna give an
crazy.
example.
This is
Hamza.
crazy.
Oh, man.
Take me off the screen. I don't need full screen. I want to talk to Hamza. I'm saying something to Hamza. Hamza, do you believe in what was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad?
I do believe it was real.
Beautiful. Do we have biographies of the Prophet Muhammad?
We do.
Was this biography of the Prophet Muhammad given to the Prophet Muhammad?
No.
Does it contain some things perhaps the Prophet Muhammad may have said? Well, he did say, but
Yes.
things that he may
Yeah,
have
it
said?
does. Yeah, it does.
Good, beautiful, right? Would I be intelligent or would I be a boneheaded buffoon to claim, to think that
This is the
maybe
Quran.
Muhammad, peace be upon him, was given this biography of Muhammad, peace be upon him?
It's ridiculous. I just don't get the
Avery,
logic.
Avery, how many times we have to chop you, for God's sake? You're
That was actually
embarrassing
pretty good.
yourself.
That was
You're,
pretty good.
you're embarrassing yourself,
All
right? For God's sake.
No, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Ignore what you say and then say something else.
1 second. Avery, what are you wearing under your hat? Seriously, what are you wearing under your hat?
Yeah.
For God's sake. So Avery, now I'm gonna ask you a question.
No, it's my turn.
Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
I'm gonna respond to that. Well,
was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
I'm gonna respond to that. Ibn,
answer the question. Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
Hey, Brandon, I let him speak.
Was the Gospel of John given? I'm pulling the same thing on you. Was the Gospel of John?
I let him.
Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
He responded, but he didn't ask a question. He hasn't asked a question. Well, just answer this question and then I'll give you time. Hey, Rumsey, don't interrupt him.
No, Cowboy, that's not fair. He just made an argument against what I just said. I have a chance.
No, I embarrassed what you said. I embarrassed you.
That's only fair.
So answer my. I didn't ask you a question. I
think he
didn't ask a question. I made a statement. Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
Right now.
Thank you,
Rumsey. He deserves some redemption right now. Let's.
You can put it like that.
He doesn't. You got
to put it like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and redeem Rumsey. I'm gonna go ahead and redeem Rumsey here. Rumsey, do you know the contents of the Injil? What's in it?
You're asking me questions now?
Yeah,
you were going to respond.
You're asking me an argument.
Hold on. I can't ask you a question. You can ask me questions.
I'm challenging you on the argument.
I'm going to answer. Hold on. You refuse to answer questions. I'm not going to answer. Make your argument. Make your argument.
Yeah, get man, you're a waste of time. So this is what Rumsey just did.
He's not responding to anything.
Let me finish, please.
I gave you the opportunity to respond to what I said.
I'm literally addressing your argument.
Well, don't ask me questions.
Relax. So Rumsey just made a false equivocation.
Let him answer, so you can ask your question. He'll answer it after he talks. Let Avery finish.
We're still on
line. Answer your question, and
my line of questions.
I have one more question before. I guess we'd let him. I don't know. We'll see. I've got another question coming up. So Avery, make another. What your reply was.
Thank you so much. So Rumsey, what you did was, and you don't know this, you actually do this all the time. You talk too fast, but you don't know the fallacies you make. You
embarrassing you.
Yeah, embarrassing you. You made a false equivalence. You're embarrassing yourself. You're humiliating yourself. You brought up a biography of Muhammad, right? A biography of Muhammad. When you have information of the Quran, you know what the Quran is. Somewhat, it depends on what sect you're asking and what hadith you go to. It depends on if you ask Ibn Masud or I don't know who you ask. But you have an idea of what the Quran is. You have an idea of what the Quran is. You have an idea of the contents of the Quran, right? But what you don't have is you do not have this information about the gospel that Jesus was going around preaching. You do not have this information. You do not know who wrote it. You do not know the contents of what they wrote.
Oh, is this refuting anything I said?
Let me finish, please. No, I'm not. I'm actually refuting you. I'm showing you how you falsely made a false equivalence here. So you know the contents of the Quran. You have an idea of it. You have an idea of the contents of the Quran. I
didn't mention the Quran.
And you actually know that the Quran is not a biography of Muhammad. You know that. But what you don't know, guess what? What you don't know, Rumsey, what you don't know is what the gospel is. You don't know the contents of it. So you don't know if it was a biography of Jesus and that actually was the revelation. You don't know. So you're getting,
Avery.
Hold on, because
no, Brandon, I'm going to respond to that. I'm going to respond to that.
Let him respond to that.
Stay in there.
Rumsey, let him finish.
Stay in there.
Let him finish.
Stay in there. Stop trying to jump out the pot. Stay in there. So, because you don't know the contents of the Injil, you don't know who wrote it, you don't know what it was, when it was, where it was, you can't tell me that it wasn't in a biography when you don't know that. You don't have an idea of the contents. So what you need to do, if you know that it wasn't a biography, show me the Injil and prove to me that it wasn't a biography. Show it to me.
Beautiful. Can I refute it? Can I refute him now?
Make sure you stay in here. Make sure you don't.
Let me try to jump out.
Don't try to jump out.
Watch this.
Yeah.
Brandon, or Hamza, let me ask you, Hamza. If I go up to a non-Muslim who's never read the Quran before, and I give him this biography of the Prophet Muhammad, what would he automatically assume? That this biography about the Prophet Muhammad, he's never read the Quran, he's never touched the Quran, he's never read the Quran, maybe he's never heard of the Quran. If I hand any Tom, Dick, and Harry who has an ounce of brain matter in their head a biography about the Prophet Muhammad, would they ever in their right mind say that this was a revelation given to the Prophet Muhammad? No one would ever say that. Even if you've never touched the Quran, even if you've never read the Quran, which I know you haven't, Avery, even if someone has never touched the Quran, never read the Quran, never even heard about the Quran, no human being in their sane mind You are a Trinitarian though, so it makes sense. But no human being in their sane mind would ever pick up a biography of an individual and say that this was something given to the individual. It talks about this person's life in the future. This happened. This thing happened. That happened. They died at this time. They died at that time. They died at that time. This thing happened to them. You would never, in your right mind, I don't know what you've been sipping on. I don't know what you've been cooking. You poisoned yourself, whatever you've been cooking.
You just
Anyone with an ounce of brain matter would never assume that a biography given to an individual is a revelation given to, what do you call it? A biography of an individual was a revelation given to the individual. You would never assume that. So now, Avery, I'm going to ask you a question, which you avoided.
Nope, I'm going back. I'm about
was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
I'm about to respond to you. Now watch this. You just
answer the question. No, Brandon, he's avoided this question. Answer the question. Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
No, stop now.
You don't like answering questions. You're afraid of my question.
You just embarrassed. No, you're afraid of me. You're afraid of me.
I've humbled you.
Yeah,
my son.
I bet.
Christians, this is the guy you guys want me to debate. This is the guy you guys want me to debate.
I'm about to respond now. I'm about to respond.
Make him answer my question.
Don't be afraid of what I got to say.
Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
Don't be afraid of what I got to say.
Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
All right, Avery, will you respond to his question if you respond?
I'm going to respond. Yeah, I'm going to respond.
What? Answer my question.
I know.
Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
I'm going to respond to everything.
Christian, this is the guy you want me to debate. This is the guy you guys are begging me to debate.
Able to respond to my questions as well because he didn't respond to it.
I'm not, for God's sake, just answer the question.
Oh, here it is.
Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
Now can I respond because he's, he's a little hyper like usual.
Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus? I'm waiting.
Guys looking
I'll wait.
I'll
wait. I'll wait.
Yeah, your eyes are a little red.
Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus? I'll wait. I'll wait.
All right. So can I respond respectfully?
Was the gospel? Yes or no? Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus? Yes or no?
He's going to interrupt this entire time.
Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus? Yes or no?
I didn't interrupt him when
I'm going to give him 30 seconds to answer.
He's not
going to answer.
You don't do anything. All right, Peter. All right, so I can talk now. So, all right. So what he did was, again, guys, he made another false equivalence. He said, if I show anybody
he's not answering the question.
Biography of Muhammad,
he's not answering the question.
He
will answer in his response. Let us see if he answers
it.
If he doesn't, then he won't answer it.
Yeah. Just let it go. So he said, if I show anybody this biography of Muhammad, will they believe that this is a revelation given to Muhammad? Will they believe that this is the same thing? Hold on a second. Rumsey, if anybody went and showed them the biography that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote, would they believe? What would they say it is? Now, I'm not asking you. This is a rhetorical question. I'm not asking you to answer this. If anybody went around with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Christians in the audience, answer this for me. Christians in the audience, answer. If anyone went around with with Jesus's biography that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote,
he's on stage.
What would they say it is? All of them would say this is the revelation of God, the inspired word of God, the gospel of Jesus Christ. So we know what the gospel is. Everyone has an idea of the contents of the gospel and what the biographies that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote is the actual gospel of Jesus. But you guys don't have an idea of this. You don't know who wrote it. You know,
you've already moved, Avery.
You're telling us what I said he wasn't gonna answer. Guys, everyone, guys.
You didn't stop Rumsey. You didn't stop Rumsey.
What was my question, guys? What was my question? All the people in the audience.
Rumsey, be quiet.
Be fair, man. You had your chance to speak.
Avery, were you not finished?
Hold on.
Rumsey, hold on. Avery, were you not finished?
I wasn't finished. I wasn't close.
I wasn't finished a long time ago. Okay, hurry up. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna take my sweet time, man. I can't overcook you. I gotta take my time, man. I gotta feed you all. So if you were to hand anyone the so-called biographies that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote, everybody's gonna say that's the gospel. That's the gospel. Everyone in history said that's the gospel.
The majority.
That's the gospel.
Bandwagon fallacy.
But wait. Oh, but you just did this, Rumsey. He just said I'm quit. I'm Rumsey, you're an absolute joke. I just did exactly what he did, and he said that that's a fallacy. Bro, this is what you just committed. So I'm showing you how dumb your argument is. So if you're saying that my argument is dumb right now, then hey, I should. Hey, look, here you go, man. Take it. Take the chef hat, man. It's for you since you just cooked your.
Remind me what Ramsey's argument was. Remind me what Ramsey's argument was.
No, I have to ask him a question.
So his argument is no one would say that the revelation given to a person is an actual biography of the person itself. That's what he's saying. My question to you guys was, how do you know that? How do you know that Allah didn't reveal to Jesus a biography of Jesus? You don't know that. That's number. Just saying it's ridiculous or that it doesn't make any sense.
And you just said something about every.
Guys,
He didn't answer my question. Let him answer my question. He didn't.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, here. Not even if it's ridiculous, because that could be.
Let me finish.
Right, he's going on.
Is that consistent? Hold on, Ramzi, Hamza. He's going to answer the question.
Your argument,
Avery. Is that consistent with the revelation that was given before? Is the revelation that was given to previous prophets their biography and the words that people who never met them wrote about them? Is that consistent with previous revelation?
That's a presumption that you have. I'll answer that in the middle of this. So the previous scriptures, you have the prophet's stories about them. In the Torah, it contains the story of Moses. And the Torah.
I'm asking you the revelation given to the prophet, not
Jeremiah,
what you consider scripture.
Jeremiah, the book of Jeremiah, that is the word of God, is you have Jeremiah's story in there. So yes, you have the inspired word of God in the previous scriptures. The scripture was about
we're saying word of God, not inspired word of God written by other people who.
He's ignoring my question.
Let me finish what I was saying. Stop interrupting. Anyway, so you don't know if it was if Allah revealed an autobiography or not. Now, but here's another thing though. Because
I'm asking you consistent to what revelation was given to the prophets. For example, what was given to Moses, not what was written about him by others.
I can't even finish.
Do you know what was given to Moses according to the Bible?
I can't even land my plane. You're helping Ramzi, man. Keep him in the pot. Stop.
What was given to Moses? Do you know what was given to Moses?
Cowboy, I have no problem engaging with you. I have no problem.
I understand.
So let
I know.
He's not answering my question.
Let me
Ramzi, hold on. I just want to know. Do you believe what was given to Moses was the books of other people written about him, or was he giving something in particular? What was he given as revelation from God on the mount?
Moses wrote Deuteronomy. Joshua finishing it. Moses wrote Genesis, Exodus, and Leviticus. So I answered.
What was revealed to God from him to him from God?
I answered your question.
No. What was revealed from God to him?
Point, because you're interrupting.
According to Exodus,
you're supposed to be moderating fairly here. You're not letting me finish, bro.
According to Exodus, that's not what the Bible says. It's not what Joshua finished.
Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead.
According to your own Bible, I know, Avery. But I'm asking you, according to the Bible, what was revealed to Moses?
I told you, Cowboy. I have no problem engaging with you as long as you let me finish my plane. I have no problem.
I understand. You finished. You said that which was Deuteronomy, Leviticus.
My son is avoiding me.
I have no problem engaging fairly. Let me finish cooking the potato. He's trying to jump out the pot.
He hasn't answered it.
He's trying to jump out the pot.
Avery,
trying to bring him down. Trying to help him.
What was revealed from the Most High to Moses?
There's another
peace be upon him. According to Exodus, what was revealed to Moses?
Okay, thank you. So
do you believe it was what Joshua finished? Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Exodus, the Pentateuch. Is that what was revealed?
I'll answer that at once I finish. So, in finishing my response to Ramzi, and I'll get to your question, Muslim Cowboy. Finishing my response to Ramzi, he said the argument was dumb, which is the argument that he actually made. So, the Injil was written down. They don't know by who. They don't know the content.
Support what you just said. Can you support what you just said?
They don't know who wrote it. They don't know the content of it. So they don't know.
Guys, he's not answering my question. Why do you guys keep letting him get away?
Let me finish. So they don't know if the contents of the Injil. Can you not clarify as you go? The contents of the Injil contain the biography of Jesus. You don't know.
You didn't just do what Ramzi did to you. You didn't just do it.
How it is.
You didn't just do what Ramzi did to you.
Okay.
You didn't.
Hamza, he's not answering my question.
No,
he's avoiding it.
Ramzi. You took him to school, and then he started talking about everyone will agree this is the gospel and this is revelation.
You guys are making it too easy.
Christians don't believe that. All Christians don't believe that. You know, Bob the Builder doesn't even believe it's all revelation. So it's like, I don't understand how he thinks there's a monolith of Christians.
Or a monolith of Christians who believe this since the beginning of Christianity.
Do you believe a revealed book from God can have error? Ramzi, it'll come to your question. Do you believe revealed books from God contain error?
Hamza,
mistakes.
Hamza, trying to change the argument. It doesn't help.
Do you?
Doesn't help.
Do you or not?
Doesn't help.
Do you or not?
Doesn't help either, Avery.
Ramzi.
It does help. It does help.
So saying that it's ridiculous. Saying that it's ridiculous that it couldn't be auto.
You just asked a question.
It couldn't be biography.
No, because you just made a claim, mate.
Because that would be ridiculous.
No, because you just made the claim. You made the claim. No.
So
you
tell
made the
me,
claim.
how do you know that the Injil that was written was not a biography of Jesus?
I'll explain. Yeah. You just said that every Christian, if you showed him the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, will all be in agreement that this was revealed to Jesus, or this is revealed revelation.
Yeah, I
That's
said
what you
revealed
said.
revelation. I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't
right.
say
But all Christians
revealed
don't
to
believe
people.
that. They don't believe that.
All Christians believe that the gospel is the revelation of God. All
No,
of
they
them.
don't.
Matthew,
No,
Mark,
they
Luke, and
don't.
John. Okay, good.
No, they don't.
Okay, good.
No, they don't.
Okay, so you said that they don't. Now answer the question.
Sentinel Apologetics. He does
Yeah.
not believe.
Oh,
No, they don't.
yeah, we'll bring the quotes up.
Okay.
Hamza.
Listen.
Oh, Hamza,
Do you
answer the
accept? Do you
question.
accept by
How do you
default?
know?
Just
How do you
one
know that
second.
the Injil
Do you
was not a
accept?
biography of Jesus?
Do you accept by
Okay.
default?
No, answer the
Do you
question.
accept-
You haven't
do you
been. You've been
accept by
running from this.
default.
You're avoiding my
by
question. You
Right.
bum.
No, you've been
Do you
avoiding. You've been
accept by
running this, potato.
default? Do you accept that or not?
Ramsey, you're on timeout, man. Let the men
Do you
talk.
accept that?
Hamza,
Ah,
can you show me?
Oh, shut up. Shut
Sorry,
up.
go
Show
Ramsey.
me.
Go Ramsey.
Avery, I
Hamza,
own you.
show
Be
me,
quiet.
man.
I own you, Avery.
Okay.
One more time.
Hold on a
Avery,
second.
a question
I own
you have
you.
ran from the fourth time.
I own
One
you.
more time. Brothers and sisters,
I own
everyone
you.
watching, all the fangirls on his channel, everyone listen carefully.
I own
asked him
you,
this
man.
question not once, not twice, maybe
Stop
five,
trying to
at
jump
least
out
five
this
different
pot,
times.
Ramsey.
One more time.
Same
Same
One
thing
more
with you,
time.
Hamza.
Avery,
Stop trying
is
to
the
jump out the
gospel?
pot, man.
Stop. Be quiet. Stop manifesting.
Stop
Get the Holy
trying to
Spirit out of
jump
you.
out the pot,
Get the Holy
fellas.
Spirit out of you. Get the Holy Spirit out of
Stop
you.
trying to
Is
jump
the
out the
gospel of
pot,
John?
fellas.
Was the gospel of John given to
I'm
Jesus?
telling you, I know it's difficult.
Was
I
the
know
gospel of
the
John given
stew
to
is
Jesus?
hot, man. I know it's hot.
Keep coping. Was the gospel of
I
John
know
given
it's
to Jesus?
hot. I know it's
Was
hot.
the gospel of
All
John
right.
given to Jesus?
Hey, Avery.
Yeah.
I want us to make some progress before we go to the.
Brandon, he's avoided this question. You guys keep letting him
I
off the hook.
understand. I know. I want to go to the next point.
I gotta,
I've been waiting forever on because this is a debate review. We're supposed to be
Brandon, I
reviewing
need
the
to go.
debate, and,
Brandon, I
and
need-
Well, you gotta
Avery
make it
agrees to
fun,
this.
right?
He knows that's why he's here. We were going to talk about the debate, so I want to finish this. Avery, you'll answer one of Ramsey's questions, whatever question he
No,
asks.
he has to answer mine.
Ramsey, you'll answer one of his questions, whatever
on.
question he
Brandon,
asks.
he's
and we
ignored
can
my
move on.
question for the past.
I
15
understand,
minutes.
No, you've
but
been
I'm making this
15
rule
minutes.
for us to
15
move
minutes.
on. Ramsey, I don't care how long it's been.
He hot.
He's going to answer your question, whatever question is. You'll answer one of his questions.
You're
I need to
whatever
hurry up.
question it is.
Okay,
You're
hurry up.
thinking too
I need
much,
to hurry
Ramsey.
up.
You need to relax.
And
I gotta go pray to the God. To his. To the God.
You got. You,
I gotta go pray to the God.
I gotta
God. I need to go.
Ramsey.
Avery, I need to go
Ramsey,
pray to the
give
God.
me
Your
one
God
You gotta calm
Come on.
down.
Ramsey, so we can move on.
One more time. One more time. Yeah. No
Relax.
problem.
Try it again. Go ahead. Try it again.
No problem.
I gotta go
One more
pray
time.
for God. Jesus.
Ramsey,
The gospel of John given to
Avery's
Jesus.
Try it
going to
again.
answer. Then Avery's going to ask a question after he answers, and then you'll answer.
Fine, but he has to make it quick. I have to go worship the God Jesus worshipped. One more time. Very simple. Was the gospel of John given to Jesus?
Okay. So before you go and pray to the God that Allah prayed to, I gotta help you out here. So according to Ibn Ishaq, John's gospel.
Just answer the question.
John's gospel is the revelation of Jesus. According to Ibn Ishaq.
I'm not talking. You don't look like Ibn Ishaq. You look like Ibn Ishaq.
He didn't.
Okay, well, okay,
First of all,
one second.
Avery, you just said the same God that Allah prayed to.
Brandon, one second. Ibn Ishaq is a
Yeah,
mix
before
of
he goes
truth.
straight to the God that Allah
One
prayed
second. Brandon. The gospel of what do I call it? What's it called? Ibn Ishaq is a mix of true and false information. I have no problem. That's fine.
So?
I have no problem if Ibn Ishaq say that.
He's quoting Muhammad.
That's not a hujjah upon us. That's not hujjah upon us. That's not hujjah.
It's not
One more
hujjah
time,
now.
Avery. Was the gospel of John given to Jesus?
According to Ibn Ishaq, John's gospel is the revelation of Jesus.
Good to know. Was the gospel of
That's
John
what Ibn
given to
Ishaq
Jesus?
says. I'm gonna go with your source.
Good to know. Was the gospel of John
I'm
given
gonna
to
go with
Jesus?
your sources, Ramsey. Is he
Was
wrong?
the gospel of John given to
Ramsey, is he
Jesus?
wrong?
Brandon, is he answering? Brandon, has he answered my
I
question?
answered you.
He has
Brandon,
no.
I answered
According
you.
to you, not Ibn Ishaq.
Brandon,
According
was
to
the,
you.
not Brandon. Avery, was the gospel of John given to Jesus?
Guys, Hamza cried earlier that I wasn't
Was
talking
the
about
gospel
Islamic
of John
paradigm.
given to Jesus?
Now,
Avery, you're
now
avoiding
go
the
to
question.
Islamic paradigm.
Was the
And now,
gospel of John
now y'all
given
don't
to
want me to
Jesus?
go into Islamic paradigm? What y'all want?
No, no,
Was
no,
the
no.
gospel
No,
of
no,
John
no.
given?
What we
One
doing
more
here,
time.
man?
Brandon, guys, please let me speak.
What we
Avery,
doing here?
you know this well. Avery, shut up. You know this very
Avery,
well.
shut up.
Ibn
What we
Ishaq, be
doing
quiet. Be quiet. Hush.
What we
Hush.
doing here,
Quiet,
man?
child. Avery, you know this
No,
very well.
no one
Ibn
is-
Ishaq, be quiet.
Y'all wanted me to
Get him to be
stay
quiet. Get him to
under
be quiet.
Islamic
Get him to
paradigm,
be quiet. Get him to
but
be
now
quiet.
are crying that I'm
quiet.
staying under
Brandon, get him to be
Islamic
quiet.
paradigm.
Brandon,
No,
get him
no,
to
no,
be
no,
quiet.
no, no.
Brandon, Hamza, please let me finish. Avery, you know well, and your audience knows well, Ibn Ishaq, we don't take as a fully reliable source of information.
Fully reliable, huh?
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Was this
You know
one
this well.
unreliable?
Stop it. Stop. I'm a Muslim. I'm not
Hey,
a Christian. I
they
don't
muted
know
me
these-
again, guys.
Be quiet.
They
Be
muted me
quiet. You're
again.
not muted. Be quiet. You're
But
not
it's
muted.
okay.
Be quiet. As a
It's
Muslim,
okay. They
I do
can't
not
get out
globally
the problem.
swallow what anyone says about my prophet or about anything. Ibn Ishaq,
They
you
can't
know
get out
well,
of it.
asked the greatest of scholarship. Ibn Ishaq is, in fact, he says this in his own title, his own introduction. Ibn Ishaq is a mix of true and false information. Appealing to Ibn Ishaq does not better your position. It does not worsen my position. Answer the question. Was the gospel of John
He just
given
took
to Jesus?
himself.
Bring the doctor. You're gonna go
I'm
pray
done. You're letting him ignore my question.
Yeah.
Was the gospel?
Hey, guys.
I already Was the Gospel of John given to Jesus?
Yeah, let me answer you. Let me answer you because I already
No, yes or no, yes or no. Was it given to
I'm about
Jesus?
to respond to you. So guys,
was it given to Jesus?
You just cooked yourself because you don't have what we don't have, guys. We don't have Ibn Ashaq's original narration. What we have is
none of this matters.
It's irrelevant to my point.
Let me
It's
make
about the Gospel of John. We're not asking about
point.
Ibn Ishaq.
Let me make the point.
Ibn Ishaq is not a fully reliable source of
Let me
information.
make the point.
We don't take everything Ibn
Let
Ishaq
me
says.
make the point. Watch this. Just
We don't take everything from Ibn
Stop
Ishaq.
panicking. You in panic mode, boy.
We don't
Watch
take
this.
everything from Ibn Ishaq.
Hey guys, watch this. Watch this.
Are you deaf, dumb,
Watch
and
this.
blind?
So
Everyone can see this. Avery, everyone can see you're deflecting.
Fear in his face. And he's blinking a lot. Look, y'all look at him blinking.
Everyone can see I'm scared. I'm
Yeah,
scared.
look,
Look at this.
he's
I'm
blinking.
scared. I'm so scared. Look
You
at
need
this.
to calm
I'm scared.
down, man.
I'm
Your
terrified.
blood
I'm
pressure's
terrified.
flying.
One more time, Avery.
So
Was
look, guys,
the Gospel
guys,
of
look,
John
guys,
given
look.
to Jesus? You're muted.
Guys, look.
We do
No
not
answer.
take.
They
Brandon,
muted me
one second.
again, guys.
We
They
do
muted me
not
again.
take all the information from Ibn Ishaq
Hey man,
as
if you guys
authentic.
gonna keep
You know
muting
this well.
this is a
We do
look,
not take.
Avery, can you answer it? Yes or no? Can you
I
answer it?
already
One
answered.
second. Let me.
So
Okay,
I wanna
Brandon, can I
put-
ask Brandon, can I
Can
ask
you answer the
I
question in
already
the yes or no
answered. I already
fashion?
answered.
You did not.
You didn't.
did not.
You didn't
The
answer the question.
Is,
According to
Brandon,
Ibn
Brandon,
Ashaq,
Brandon,
according to
Brandon,
Ibn
I'm
Hisham,
going to say this.
who's the
I'm going to say
editor
this.
of
I'm
Ibn
going to say this.
Ashaq, who left
1 second. You
in
deflected from my
what
question.
he thought was authentic.
Brandon, mute it.
Ibn
Brandon, mute it.
Hisham removed everything.
He's not fully
that was
authentic.
not
You keep
authentic.
appealing to Ibn Ishaq.
Brandon,
We
let
don't
me
take
do
him
that.
as fully authentic. We don't take his writings.
Hey, look at these guys. They're
as
muting me
fully
now.
authentic.
Look at them muting me. This is it. I appreciate you guys.
Why are you?
Oh, he's
Why are you
running.
forcing
Appreciate
me to
you guys.
accept this
He's
course?
doing his
Yeah,
laces.
I'm
He's
running.
doing his laces.
Hey, Cowboy.
Because we got near the
Can you have
Bible.
another stream?
Avery's doing his
Brandon,
laces.
another stream?
He's getting ready to run.
Guys, one more question before you go,
Brandon,
Avery.
Let me
No, he's not going. He's got to
One
answer
second.
the question.
Cowboy.
Brandon,
You
let me
have
ask
another
you.
stream?
He's doing his laces.
I'm gonna try to join.
Brandon,
Hopefully,
closer to the Bible.
Brandon, please.
it can be where it's conducive,
Brandon, let me
where
ask you.
I can
Brandon, let me
actually
ask you.
speak and
Brandon,
make
can you
my
hear me?
points
Can you hear
fairly. Okay,
Brandon,
but this
very
one I got muted. I'm
Time
done.
to run.
Lumsey.
Time to run.
Brandon, very simple. Brandon, let me ask you.
Take care of you
Do
guys.
Muslims
Time
take?
to run.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Hamza and Brandon, do any Islamic scholarship take?
They had to mute me, ladies and gentlemen. They had to mute me. Boy, was that a cook fest. Let me make the point that I was about to make. This is why they didn't. This is why he ran away from Ibn Ishaq and tried to. Oh well, what he says is not hujjah upon us. It's not authoritative on us. Some things are good, some things are not. Watch this, guys. We don't have any of Ibn Ishaq's original texts. We don't have it. What we do have is what Ibn Hisham, his student, edited from the works of Ibn Ishaq. Okay? Now, why is this important? Because Ibn Hisham, and he states this in the book. You guys can find this. If you get his book, you get the book, he states it. He says that Ibn Ishaq had a lot of false narrations and weak narrations in there, right? That he included in his work. So Ibn Hisham says that he removed what was not authentic. He removed what was weak. Guess what he left in there, ladies and gentlemen? Because remember, Ibn Hisham is editing it. That's what we have. We have Ibn Hisham's edited work of Ibn Ishaq's work. So guess what he left in there? He left in the part where Ibn Ishaq records a story where Muhammad is talking about the companions of Jesus and says that John wrote the gospel of Jesus. He left that in there. He left that in there. So why is he saying, oh, well, this isn't authoritative, oh, this is weak, when Ibn Hisham left in what was authentic? Why? What we doing here, man? What is we doing here, dog? Sam, if you want to come up, man, you can come up. Oh, man. Hey, I'm telling you guys, that a place like that is my happy place. A place like that is my happy place. Hey, 100, if you can you put up a thumbnail for me, please? Can you put up a thumbnail for me of me and us and replace this thumbnail that I have here so that everybody can see this? Go ahead and replace that for me. Guys, what a cook fest. What an absolute cook fest. What a cook fest. I'm gonna bring up Sam. Hold on a second. Let me send the link to myself here. Guys, make sure you guys hit the like button, man. Everybody hit the like button. We got over 4,000 people watching. You guys watch that decimation. Guys, notice the difference. Notice the difference of when Hamza came to my panel, right? Hamza came to my stream. Him and John Fontaine, 2v1, two of them versus me. Live stream. You guys saw it. Two of them came, double teaming me, and they were allowed to speak. They were allowed to make their points, and we had a great discussion. Hamza said, why don't you come to our platforms? Why don't you come to our platforms? I said, because if I come to your platforms, you're going to mute me, drop me, and talk over me. He says, no, it's not going to be like that. You're going to let you talk. I said, okay, one day I'll join. One day I'll join. I joined today. I see that they're doing the review. I joined today, and there's a constant interruption. They're talking over me. They're muting me, not giving me equal time to speak and it's three of them. It's not one of them. It's three of them. You mean to tell me that three of your best dawah guys, three of your best dawah guys can't handle one little sheikh? You can't have an intelligible dialogue? Here's the link for you, Sam, if you're watching. Hold on, there's a lot of people here. I'm about to drop the link right here in YouTube, Sam. Actually, this is going to be a lot. I'm trying to send it to myself. But you guys see the difference. The Muslims, when they come to our panel, especially the da'is, these guys that go around saying that they do this, we let them speak, we let them talk, because we know we're about to bury them. We're not afraid of anything they got to say. We're not afraid of anything they have to say. And yet, when we go to their panels, they mute us, they interrupt us, they talk over us, and they disrespect us. They disrespect us. And we still sit there in that hostile environment and absolutely butcher them, embarrass them with their own sources, cause them to freeze up, not able to bring sources, challenge them on what they say, and they can't. Oh, that's just because it's ridiculous. No arguments, no evidence, no proof. You could even see sometimes with the host, Muslim Cowboy, even though he was biased, you could even see where he didn't want to be biased when he knew I was right in saying, hey, I didn't interrupt you guys, but you guys are not letting me speak. Let me respond. And he would freeze. All right, here's the link. Here's the link, Sam. He would freeze. Like he would be like, you could see it on his face that I was right. And to be fair, but he didn't want to go against his brothers. Come on up, Sam. Come on up. Man, that was so fun. That was an absolute ball.
Hey, brother, I actually,
what up,
when you sent me the link, I actually clicked on it. I was in the background. They didn't bring me up.
Ah, did you guys hear that? Guys,
Yeah.
This is only for Sam to join, nobody else.
Yep.
Please.
I clicked. There was another Christian there.
Mhm.
He can confirm. There was a Christian in the background. He was talking to you. He thought I was a Muslim. I said, I'm not a Muslim. He goes, good luck, and then bring you up. So I actually clicked, and I know the host saw my name. So I waited, and I waited. I said, the hell with this. So there's a witness there confirming it. See, we're not servants of Allah. We don't lie. I waited, but it wouldn't have gone any better because they would have just talked over me. But I got to hear bits and pieces, but this is the reason why, guys, you understand why I don't go to their channels, for this reason. Not because we're scared. I'm not scared of any of them, but because they do the thing they accuse us of. They say we mute them, talk over them. If you actually pay attention to my discussions, I only cut them off when they try to change the subject and run on tangents. That's the only time I do it. But if you want to discuss any of their lies, I'd be more than happy to, because, again, now watch this guy. Look, you see, this is Islam for you. That's all they can do. The guy just said he insulted him. Sam's wife didn't think he was awesome. Nasser Imani. See, that's all they can do. They can only take cheap shots. Jew,
Yep.
you hurt my feelings.
Yep.
How does my situation with my ex-wife justify that Muhammad was a pervert, a pedophile, who raped women and mounted children? I don't get this. I'm not a prophet. Last time I checked, I didn't claim to be a prophet. But there were things they said here and there that obviously, if they had given you time, you're already butchering them. I'm not saying it to tickle your ears. You were butchering them, but they talked over you. But they were saying some things like, they were trying to say, if I got the point, right? I beat my wife. You beat your wife. That's what Muhammad did, Ronzo.
Forget these. Hey, guys.
No, I'm not, brother. They think they get to me. I laugh because you know what? Okay, let's just go with it.
They're wasting their time.
No, we're going to get there. Let's say I did beat my wife. But I'm a sinner for doing it. Jesus rebuked me because that's not being Christ-like, which is actually a scandal. It was the opposite. But when I beat my wife, I'm doing what Muhammad did. So are you Muslims saying Muhammad is a piece of garbage, a low-life scum, spiritual bastard, which he is burning in hell? But now coming to you. The point of Abu Bakr, if I got what they were trying to say, about that, because I was trying to listen honestly, but when they kept shouting and they kept screaming, I couldn't handle it. And I would have done what you did. I would not have left. The reason why I would not have left, they go, see, he's scared, he ran. Kudos to you by the power of the Holy Spirit constraining you. That's why when they manifested on the TikTok, which I was recording on my live stream, I didn't leave deliberately because I know that's what they wanted. They wanted me to leave and say he ran. So glory to Jesus Christ. You stayed the course. So now they can't say you ran. Now they look stupid. They look like dogs who manifest. But if I understood the argument, Abu Bakr did not go to Ethiopia. Was that the argument?
That was their argument.
Okay, now let me show you how you buried him. Right? And I'm not saying you wouldn't have. The fact that he knew about Ethiopia means he was aware of the Christians there, which means he's aware that these Christians are people of the book and have the gospel. So how did that refute your point?
It didn't.
You see how stupid they are?
Yep. And that's what I reiterated. I reiterated that that the companions of Muhammad and his wives were familiar with the Christians. They were acquainted with the Christians in Ethiopia, right? And affirmed them as believers.
Yes.
So they're affirming that Trinitarian Christians who have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are actually are believers.
Yes. So even if Abu Bakr did not go to Ethiopia, the fact that your prophet Muhammad was sending a delegation or sending a group of Muslims to find asylum there because they were Christians and the Christian rule was just, means they're aware these are Christians, they're people of the book, that means they have scripture. How the hell does that refute your argument? But they're desperate and pathetic. But one thing I want to ask for clarification. What was Hamza trying to get at when he was quoting the Najashi's response to what Jafar ibn Abu Talib recited?
They don't even know. They don't know, Sam. Because when they quoted that, they didn't even say anything about it. They just brought it up for some reason. They don't even know.
Now, can I use that to bury them?
Yeah.
Okay. I just sent you a link. And I want to show you the dishonesty of Muslims. And I hope Hamza, I'm calling you out. Let's see if you're a man. Instead of you going on your channel, mine, because you're scared to come to mine, let's find a neutral platform. You and me, mano a mano, Muhammad's view of the Bible. Please use the arguments you did. I promise you it'll be your janazah. I'm going to bury you in your fake religion like Jesus buried your prophet. I'm calling you out. I know you're watching this, Hamza. Call my bluff. Neutral platform. Not your channel, not mine, because you're going to make excuses come to mine. I want to debate you, Muhammad's view of the Bible, and I hope you use these arguments because I'm going to end your career like Jesus ended Muhammad's life, because Muhammad is under the feet of Jesus. So call them out, guys. Neutral platform, I'm there. In fact, you can bring your boyfriend, Ramsey. Here, call my bluff. Both of you against me. Call my bluff. Ramsey, your boyfriend, right? Because I think he thinks he's one of the young boys of paradise who's going to be having a lot of pleasure with men in paradise with the hooras. You and your boyfriend, or I should say your girlfriend, both of you against me, call my bluff on a neutral platform. Let's see who's going to run. It ain't going to be me. I'm not going to be running with my dolls in my hand. Now, coming to the issue. I'm going to now use their own source to prove to you, this is the article I sent you, that most definitely Najashi must have affirmed the Gospel of John. You know why?
Let me just say this real quick to the audience. Guys, the link was specifically, that's why I should have just texted you.
Yeah, you should have just sent me in text.
The link is not for you, for anybody to join. I'm not bringing anybody up, all right? Not bringing anybody up. So, guys, stop hitting the link. This was only for Sam to come up.
Now,
So
let me
please
show you how I'm
stop
going to use a Najashi against them. What you're going to do to make it easy for you, if you have a Mac, you do Command F, or if it's you do Control F, put in NAJAS, it is going to take you to the quote. Okay, right there. Okay, right here. Let me see if I quote, because I got several citations. Yep, that's the one. Now, guys, I'm going to use Hamza's reference, and I'm going to show you how dishonest and wicked the Muslims are. I want you to listen to this, because I've done this years ago, where the Muslims were doing taqiyya, concealment, to lie to the Najashi. And I'm going to quote a Muslim, Neil Robinson, who wrote a book on Jesus and Islam became a Muslim. He's going to confirm this. On the screen, I'm going to read this for you. This is Ibn Kathir's comment at 61.6. Now, guys, pay attention. Amr bin al-As said, they, and I put comments in brackets, the Muslims, contradict your creed. What's the context? When Muhammad sent a group of Muslims to seek asylum in Ethiopia, a group of the pagans followed them. And so those pagans wanted the Najashi to return them back to Mecca. So they decided, we're going to tell Najashi, these men contradict your creed. Notice your creed. Now, why? Why is he doing that? Okay, your creed. Why? Because they want the Najashi to know they don't believe in your Trinity. So look what they say. Amr bin al-As said, they, the Meccan pagans, who followed the Muslims there to get them back to Mecca, contradict your creed about Isa, son of Maryam. So the king asked, what do you say about Isa and his mother Maryam? Now watch the taqiyya, the dishonesty, the deceit. And watch how this is going to bury Hamza. Pay attention to this, brother. Okay. Jafar ibn Abu Talib, Ali's brother, Muhammad's first cousin, look what he says. We only say what Allah said about him, that he is Allah's word, his spirit sent down to the honorable virgin who was not touched by a man, nor bearing children before. And they stopped there. Now watch the taqiyya, the deceit. And it says, they quoted a portion of Surah Al-Maryam. Look what the Najashi said. Look what he said. He lifted a straw of wood and said, O Ethiopians, monks and priests, by Allah, wallahi, what they say about Isa is no more than what we say about him. Not even a difference that equals the straw. You see? They only told the Najashi the things they agree with.
Right.
We say he's the word of Allah. And he came down as a spirit into Mary, who's a virgin. Which Christian would not amen this?
Yeah, exactly.
But now let me bury that, Hamza. Hamza, where did the Najashi get that Jesus is the word of God, if not from the Gospel of John? The only books of the New Testament that call Jesus the word of God is John 1, verses 1 of 14, 1 John 1:1, where he's called the word of life, and Revelation 19:13. The only books are those written by John. How would the Najashi know Jesus is God's word sent to Miriam, who came as a spirit to be born of her as a virgin, if he wasn't reading the Gospels, specifically the Gospel of John? It would be your janaza when I debate you, Hamza. Now be a man, put me in my place. Now watch. Read. You are welcomed among us, and greetings to him sent you. I bear witness that he is Allah's messenger. Now obviously there are fabrications, but for argument's sake, I'll accept. He said Muhammad is a messenger. Now, if they told me this is what Muhammad said, I didn't know anything else, that Muhammad said to me, Allah sent Jesus down into Mary as his word, who came down, and he came as a spirit, entered Mary, became flesh, and she conceived as a virgin, I'll say, Alhamdulillah. Where do you contradict my beliefs? But Neil Robinson's going to say something for these pagans. Let me first read it. Allah's messenger, whom we read about in the Injil. Read about in the Injil? What were they reading? Read about in the Injil. How did Hamza quote that to you? Did he quote it?
No, he didn't.
Wait, he didn't tell you that Najashi said, there's this gospel we read, and this Muhammad is the one announced to come, even though we know that's a Muslim spin. But still, what gospel could that be if not the gospel of John? Because what gospel do they point to show Muhammad is prophesied? John. And isn't that the gospel where Jesus is called the Word?
Yep.
See, if they gave you time and they brought me in, we would have sent their ashes, spread it over Mecca.
Oh, that's good.
You see it right there, brother?
And so this is we can just open up Ibn Kathir's tafsir and read this part.
1:6. Yeah, and then we're going to come back and read what Neil Robinson says, how the Muslims lied and hid information.
Yeah.
Watch.
That's crazy. Wow.
So Hamza thought he had you?
They didn't know what to do with that quote. I'm serious.
Yeah, well, now Hamza, I know what to do with the quote. I just buried your religion, like Jesus buried your prophet.
Yeah. So, but what I did with that, I don't know if you saw it, because I told them, I said, keep it up there. So I showed them where they mentions the Negus or whatever, right?
Yeah, Najashi, yes.
Yeah, the Najashi. So, I then quoted where one of them read the gospel that they had. That they read the gospel, and then somebody laughed when they read the gospel, and then they said, "Do you laugh at what Allah revealed?" Right? Yeah, exactly. I quoted that hadith, and then I mentioned how the gospel that they had in Ethiopia was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We have manuscripts of it that existed before the Quran, and they had no response. They didn't know what to do.
No, they don't know how to respond. Yeah, but even this is damaging, because how would the Najashi know that Jesus is the word of Allah sent to Mary, who came down as a spirit, and she conceived him as a virgin? Which gospel says Jesus is the word?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Which gospel, man? And you can do Najashi, you can do Command F and just put it'll take you there if you're in Ibn Kathir.
Let's see.
They'll take you there if it's Ibn Kathir. So make it easy for you.
Yeah.
N-A-J-A-S, and it'll take you right there.
Boom.
You can read it if you want. Some of our cousins migrated to your land. See right there, it says, some of our cousins migrated to your land. They abandoned us in our religion. And Najashi said, where are they? Scroll down. They said, they are in your land. So send for them. So Najashi summoned the Muslims. Jafar said to the Muslims, I'll be your speaker today. So the Muslims followed Jafar. When he entered the king, he did not prostrate after greeting him. They said to Jafar, why do you not prostrate before the king? Jafar said, we only prostrate for Allah, the exalted and the most honored. They said, why? He said, Allah sent a messenger to us from him, ordered us not to prostrate except Allah, the exalted, most honored, even though Allah ordered the angels to prostrate to Adam. Amr bin Alas said, they contradict your creed about Isa, son of Mary. Now you can read. The king asked you. Go ahead. I want you to do this.
The king asked, what do you say about Isa and his mother Maryam? Jafar said, we only say what Allah said about him, that he is Allah's word. Soul created by.
See what the Arabic says.
Wow, look at how they messed this up.
No, I know that. And I note that in my article, the Arabic doesn't say a soul created. It says ruhan minhu.
Minhu, yeah.
Yep. But
they it says a spirit from him.
Yeah, that's what it says. And Muslims prove me wrong. This is added by the translator, where they took the word ruh and said soul. Well, the Arabic word for soul is nafs. Here, he's reciting chapter 19 and 4171, where it says ruhan minhu. But go ahead.
Yep. And sent down to the honorable virgin, who was not touched by a man nor bearing children before. Najashi lifted a straw of wood and said, O Ethiopians, monks and priests, by Allah, what they say about Isa is no more than what we say about him, not even a difference that equals this straw. You are welcome among us, and greetings to him who sent you. I bear witness that Allah's messenger whom we read, I bear witness that he is Allah's messenger, whom we read about in the Injil. He is the prophet who Isa, son of Mary, foretold the good news about his advent.
Yeah, live wherever you want, and that's it. Yep. Now, then it says when Najashi died, Muhammad prayed for him. So there you go. So this reference buried Hamza, because I'm going to ask Hamza, if you're man enough to bring your girlfriend or your boyfriend, Ramzi, as long as you don't beat her, and honor chapter 4, verse 34. Put me in my place, guys. What gospel confirms that Jesus is Allah's word? What gospel?
And what gospel was there in Ethiopia that the Ethiopian church was using, that the Ethiopian king was using? What was they using? What were they using?
The Gospel of John. Because, like you said, how does Najashi know that Jesus is God's word sent down to Mary and he came as a spirit to become flesh? How does he know that if he doesn't have the gospel? Because he says that this is messenger written in the gospel that we read. Well, the only gospel that says Jesus is the word of God is the Gospel of John. So even if we want to argue, he only had one gospel. It's the Gospel of John, which is the same gospel that you guys quote to show that he is the Paraclete. Now, obviously, you can see the Muslim overtones here. The Muslims embellished the story, had the Najashi sound like he's a Muslim. That's okay. I'm not going to question its historicity. I'm just going to use it to bury their religion. Now, if you go back to my article, watch how bad it gets. The Muslim sources say, you know what Jafar ibn Abu Talib never did? You know what he never did?
What?
Because it says they recited chapter 19 of the Quran, Surah Al-Maryam. It says they recited Surah Al-Maryam.
Yeah.
And Adonias is upset that the Muslims are slandering me. Don't worry about Adonias. Even if I beat my wife, let them say that. God forgive me. I was acting like Muhammad, and I know acting like Muhammad will bring me to hell. Forgive me, Lord Jesus, that I abandoned you and I acted like this dog whom you buried in hell. Put on Muhammad. You'll be glorified, Lord Jesus. All right, I repent. Christianity doesn't hinge on me. You see, you stone lickers, I'm going to embarrass you and your prophet. Now, with that said, guess what? The Muslim sources, and you know where you're going to find this? If you read any commentary on Surah Al-Ma'idah, chapter 5, verse 82-83, chapter 5, verse 82-83,
Yeah.
they'll tell you when it says, those who are have most enmity towards the Muslims are the idolaters and the Jews. But those nearest in affection to them are the Nasara, the Christians. Why? Because it says when they hear the signs of Allah recited, they weep. And they go, we believe in this, right? According to the commentators, this refers to when Jafar ibn Abu Talib recited Surah Al-Maryam, chapter 19, verses 16 to all the way to 31, where it talks about Maryam, the Spirit coming to her, announcing that he's going to give her a pure son, and says they started weeping. But you know what the sources say they did not quote?
What?
The sources say they did not quote the rest of it where it says Allah has no son. They deliberately removed that. Now, who's saying this? In my article, if you scroll down, I quote Muslim Neil Robinson.
Right
Look
here.
what he says there. Read it. Right there, you're going to see it. Next paragraph.
All right. So, in their present state, all the surahs which contain extensive references to Jesus also include a denial that God has offspring. It is possible that this is because these surahs were revised during the Median period.
Possible, not certain.
Yes.
Okay.
For example,
No
this
Zechariah.
guy maintains that Surah 19 originally consisted of verses 1 to 33, 41 to 47. Since these ayahs are rhyme in Iyan, whereas ayahs 34 to 40 end in much more common una.
Now, let me explain what that means. He's saying that perhaps originally chapter 19 went from verses 1 to 33 and then 41, 47. But 34, 40 may have been added when Muhammad was in Medina, because the way the end, if you read 1 to 33, it will end with the word Iyan, Iyan, Iyan. And yet 34 to 40, the lines end with unna, but that's something you find frequent in the Medinan period. Now, why is that convenient? Because it's verses 34 to 40 that says Allah has no son, which they did not quote to the Najashi during the Meccan period, because he's going to say it. Watch what he says. This accords with what?
So,
This accords, it's in bold.
Yeah, this accords with the Muslim tradition that the immigrants recited part of this surah to the, is it Nijis or how do you say it?
Najis, yeah. Najis.
Najis? I was right. Doesn't that mean filthy?
Yep. Did you read it?
Yeah,
I
to the
can't.
Najis of Abyssinia. what they recited was presumably the original nucleus, which lacked the strident denials that God had offspring.
You see the deceit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you understand? The Muslim sources say they did not quote the part of chapter 19 where Allah has no son.
Yeah.
They only quoted the part that was positive, and they only said that we believe Jesus is the word of Allah, cast down to Mary, a spirit from him and a servant. They did not say we don't believe he's God or the son of God. They kept that.
Yeah. Chris at Speaker's Corner, shout out to him. He said they danced and couldn't address your Ethiopia point. It's game over for them, man. It's game over.
So
go ahead. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick, but go ahead and continue.
Yeah. So let him blow his nose so he can get Satan out of his nose because he stays in the upper part of the nose, according to Bukhari Muslim. So you guys caught it, right? So Hamza thinks he knows Islam. Hamza, I know you're watching. This was your janazah. Bring your girlfriend Ramzi or your boyfriend. I don't know which one is the husband and wife. As long as you don't beat each other, according to Surah An-Nisa 434. And neutral platform, you two against me. Guys, they can easily call my bluff, right? They can easily say he's lying, he's just talking big. Even your God Allah will end up converting to Christianity after the debate. I'll make your God Allah, by the power of Jesus Christ, become Christian and repent for sending Muhammad, who's now in hell. Jesus is God who destroyed your fake prophet and exposing your Allah, Satan. Call me out. Prove me wrong. Clip it, guys. Come on, tough guys. You're brave when you gang up on people because that's what you do in jihad. Gang up on people, behead them, ensnare their women, and then grape them. Jesus is alive. Muhammad is dead. That's why religion is getting destroyed. So you see the deception? The very reference that Hamza cited buries him. Because there it shows that the Najashi had a gospel that was written. And Najashi knew that Jesus is God's word, sent to Mary. And he came down as a spirit, born of Mary, as a virgin. Well, where do you get this information? Well, the virgin birth is taught in Matthew and Luke. That Jesus is God's word, sent down to Mary, taught in John. So right there you have evidence, at the very least, he knew the Gospel of John, and that's what they were reading. Aponto. Exactly, the worst thing that happened. See, now this is one of my older articles. That's why I came up hoping they'd bring it. I know he saw me because it says the host sees you.
Yeah, they can see you. Yep.
He never brought me up.
Yeah, he did that on purpose.
I was in the background.
Huh?
Did he ever mention I was in the background waiting?
Of course not. Of course not. And by the way, he's the only one who can see you. So Hamza and Ramzi, they can't see you, so they didn't know, right? Yeah. But they would have reacted to seeing you in the chat or
he saw me. It says the host only sees you. You got to let him bring it. You know how it is, announces it. And I waited over 10 minutes. I go, man, this is a waste of time. Now coming back to the issue, they talked about that you didn't quote the entirety of Ibn Kathir, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know that's beside the point. But I'm going to call out these liars. Here are the articles. Here are my articles where I quote the entire context of Ibn Kathir. I quote so that they don't say that we only quote a part of it. Here it is. Okay. I sent you, and I'll send the link to you guys in the comment section because I think I can do it. I'm not. Here, I'm going to send you 3, but I'm going to tell you which one to open. I quote, right? I think, yeah, it should be 3. 1 second, brother. Yep, here. No, I'm in the wrong one. Yeah. Anyway, I sent you 2. You got 2, right?
Yeah. Which one is it? The top one? Or
okay. Click on the second one. This is the one. Click on the second one. Yep. So I gave the links. I quote the entirety of Ibn Kathir, and I commented like you did. But what they didn't tell you is the fact that Ibn Kathir thought the Bible's corrupt, but I don't know if this came up in your discussion. Now, Hamza, I know you know this, but if you're not, you're an ignoramus. You're normally like your prophet and like your boyfriend or girlfriend, Ramzi. Ibn Kathir was a disciple of Ibn Taymiyyah. So was Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah.
That's right.
Ibn Qayyim, did you bring that up or you didn't have a chance?
Yeah, I didn't have a chance. I mentioned Ibn Qayyim and how they use this, but they were talking over me the whole time.
Now, but it's okay because now, why is it important? Ibn Kathir was of the view the Bible's corrupted. They're calling me. They want me to go up. Or are they going to talk over me? Let them come here so they don't talk over me. Tell them come here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Can you invite them to come so they don't talk?
Yes, I can. If they're watching, and a lot of those people.
Come on here, girls. Don't hide behind Cowboy. Come here.
Yeah. Come on over and join. So where you can't mute us, you can't talk over us, and you have to actually deal with the conversation and the dialogue. You got to actually have it here. Yeah.
Yep. Come here. You already showed you manifest and foam like your prophet, right? You can't control it. Come here. Don't hide. Hamza, don't hide behind Ramsey.
Don't hide, man. Come on through. We won't bite.
This guy, you kept coming him off. Come here, cowards. Licky Stony ain't gonna help you. Now, here's another question. As we're waiting for the pagans to muster up some courage, let's see if they'll do it. Come here, guys. We'll wait for you. Don't hide.
Yep, I went to their platform.
And we saw what they did to you. Right?
I went to their platform. I saw there was 3 of them, just little old me, and I hopped on stage. So they could come on stage. They all 3 of them could come on stage and continue the dialogue.
Come here, Cowboy. Yeehaw! Come here. All right, now, as we wait for the pagans to show up, Ibn Kathir was a student of Ibn Taymiyyah. Ibn Kathir was a student of Ibn Taymiyyah. So was Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, but I'm going to get to him in a minute. In that article, can you scroll down and see, do I quote Ibn Kathir in full? No. Do you see it right there? Well, hold on. No, that's not the one. The other one. Here's the other article. Let me get you. I'm sorry. Go click on the first one. My apologies. Okay. Click on the first one.
Come on, man. Dropping the ball, man.
I'm sorry, man. I got too many articles. I can't keep up, dude.
Muslim Cowboy got you nervous now.
Dude, bro, I'm scared now. I'm shaking. Oh, man, shaking. All right. Now, what you're going to do is just put in Command F, put in for instance. For instance. F-O-R instance, and it's going to take you right there.
Let's go for instance.
Come here, girls. We're waiting, Hamza. There it is. Okay, guys. Here it is. I quote Ibn Kathir in full in context. Now, the moron said, well, when he says, for instance, the Arabic versions of their books, it doesn't mean he's not referring to the other languages in which these books are written. It just means, like, if I say, for instance, the King James Bible, because I heard Ramsey, little girl manifesting. The point is, if Ibn Kathir is right, that variant readings in the manuscript tradition show the Bible's corrupt. Guys, stop doing apologetics. You know why? Because shamefully and embarrassingly, you believe there are different qiraat, Arabic versions of the Quran. Arabic versions, not English translations. And you still don't know to this day what the ahruf are. And you still believe the Quran is perfectly preserved. If you don't have any problems with variations, missing verses, missing chapters, and still believe that your joke book is perfectly preserved, how dare you accuse the Bible of not being preserved in spite of the variations? That's number one. So we do quote Ibn Kathir in context. It's right there. But that still evades the point. Wahab bin Munabbah did not share Ibn Kathir's view. Neither did Bukhari. And if Bukhari's quoting Ibn Abbas, neither did Ibn Abbas. This is where Ibn Qayyim comes to bury you and show you how the Bible was preserved, because he quotes Ar-Razi. Let me get you the article. So come on, girls. We're waiting, Hamza. Don't hide behind the black stone. Put me in my place, redhead. Come here, boy. Running your mouth off. Come on.
Come on through, man. Hey, in the meantime, make sure you guys are hitting the like button on the stream, man. If you guys loved the Cook Fest earlier and you guys are also being edified right now, just go ahead and smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Man, this is
Hamza said, no, he's not coming. You little coward. You coward. This man came into the lion's den, and the God of Daniel, who's the triune God, shut your mouths like little pussycats. You coward. So let's do a neutral platform, you coward.
Right.
I'm saying you're a coward because your God is fake. Call me out. Bring your girlfriend. You two against me. Neutral platform, because you won't come here. You coward. Now, that link right there. Okay. Let me explain the importance. And by the way, show them the Arabic, because I'm going to have those clowns read the Arabic. If you scroll down, go all the way and show them the Arabic. All right. There's the Arabic. And where did I get this reference from? Go all the way up. I got it. Courtesy of Bassam Zawadi, who was stupid enough to mention his discussion with the Muslim who actually posted this. All the way to the top, you'll see it. Top, mister. Where did I get this from? Dr. Walid Basyuni. He used to teach at a Muslim institute, the name of which slips my mind. Anyway, thanks this man, he provided the Arabic text and I got it translated. Now, guys, Ibn Qayyim and Ibn Kathir were students of Ibn Taymiyyah. Watch the burial. Ibn Qayyim says, at his time, now, Hamza, I know you're not as illiterate as Ramzi and not as effeminate because you think you're tough, and you're not as much as an ummi as your prophet. You know that Ibn Kathir is writing around 700 years after the death of your fake prophet. This comes around the 14th to 15th centuries, 1300s, 1400s. Guys, pay attention. 1300s, 1400s. Okay? Even at that time, remember, this is 700 years after the death of the Antichrist, Muhammad, who's under the feet of Christ. Ibn Qayyim says, not all Muslims believe the Bible was corrupt, specifically the Torah. Ibn Qayyim said that there were three views amongst the ulama. One that said the Torah is completely corrupted. That would be Ibn Kathir. He goes, there was a second view. This view said the Torah can never be corrupted, and they gave evidence. And he says there was a third view, and he says this is the view of our Sheikh Ibn Taymiyyah, that there are slight modifications in the Torah, but it's substantially preserved. Now, can you read that for us? Go ahead and read it.
Yeah, what part is this?
Save my voice.
What part is this?
You see, and everyone's saying you're scared to pull up, you pagans. What happened? The man showed up and you kept barking and foaming like Muhammad did on your channel. Come here, fair is fair. If not, I'm calling you out, redhead, you and your girlfriend. 2 against me, neutral platform. And I'm going to contact a neutral platform for you. So to show you that we are bold because Jesus is alive, unlike your God who doesn't exist. Now, if you bring it up.
Yeah. By the way, let me say this really quick too, since we got 3,200 people in here. Guys, this coming Friday, Sam and Jay Dyer are going to be here. We're going to be live. We're gonna be openly inviting Sneeko,
Hamza, Ramzi, his girlfriend,
Hamza, Little Rumsey, Muslim Cowboy, who else? Muslim Lantern. Any of them, we're giving them an open invite to come to our platform and have an open dialogue.
Like you went to theirs, right?
Like I went to theirs.
And by the way,
like I went to theirs. Yep.
Here's the proof that they cannot control themselves. We got it documented. 3 pagan Mohammedan Blackstone kissers manifested, shouted, foamed at the mouth. That's like they say your prophet did. He would foam when the demon would come and inspire him. And he stayed. Why can't you cowards come here? Because you know you're going to get slaughtered because you won't be able to talk over us and cut us off. But I'm going to be calling you out. I'm going to do a video. I'm going to call you two, Hamza, and your girlfriend. You can bring John Fontaine, neutral platform. You lowlives. Your prophet is dead. He's destroyed. And your Allah is Satan under the feet of Jesus. Glory to the living Son of God who's destroying this pagan religion. Now open it up. Let's read.
All right, let's get it. So yeah, guys, that'll be this Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sam's going to be here live with me. Jay Dyer is going to be here live with me. And we're going to be, it's an open invite to all the Muslim apologists, all of them, Sheikh Uthman, Muslim Lantern, Sneeko, everybody, come through, come have the dialogue. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time this Friday. We're going to be live inviting them.
Velvelis, it's a Muslim college today. I don't keep up with the Muslim colleges today. You have Zaytun Institute, but this one is a different one. That's why I don't follow the Muslim schools. But Dr. Even his name, Baysuni, you want me to remember names too? Forget about it. Anyway, now read the quotation.
All right.
Guys, watch which group gives evidence. And watch, and by the way, say they're deleting comments like cowards because they're calling them out. Here it is. Ibn al-Qayyim said in Ighadat, I can't see because I'm blind, Al-Lathman, volume 2, page 351. Now you read, brother. Save my eyes and my voice.
I got you. There were different opinions concerning the Torah, which they had in their hands. Has it been changed? Did the change or corruption take place during the interpretation of the Torah, but not during its revelation? there are 3 opinions, 2 at opposite ends and a middle one.
Did you hear it? Wait, before you went on. At the time of Ibn Qayyim, a contemporary Ibn Kathir, both of them disciples of Ibn Taymiyyah, you pagan liars, you sons of Satan. Why didn't you say that even 700 years after the death of your Antichrist, the Muslims were not unanimous about Bible corruption? There were 3 views. 3, not 1, the Bible's corrupt, even 700 years after the fact. So you went with Ibn Kathir, you sons of Satan, but you didn't mention the others. Now watch. Does Ibn Qayyim agree with our friend here, Avery? Does Ibn Qayyim say that Bukhari taught the books are incorruptible? Did Ibn Qayyim teach that Ar-Razi taught that the books are incorruptible? The books, Torah and Injil, they cannot be corrupted? Not the ones in heaven, you pagan taqiyist, but the ones on earth? And what verses and hadiths do they quote? Let's see who gives the evidence. Go ahead.
All right. So let's see here. So one party claimed that all or most of the Torah has been changed, and it is not the same book which was revealed by Allah to Moses. Their reason had to do with the variations of the text and the contradictions of some of its parts with the other parts, to the point that the text now allows ablution with urine.
Now that's Ibn Kathir's position. He thought it's corrupted. Right?
Yep.
And the impression they gave that this is what all Muslims think. You sons of the devil. If your God was a true God, you wouldn't lie and withhold information. Now let's look at the second group. Now guys, pay attention. Which of the 3 groups gives evidence?
All right. On the other side, another party of hadith and fiqh scholars said these changes took place during its interpretation and not during the process of its revelation. This is the view of Abi Abdullah Muhammad bin Ishmael al-Bukhari.
Oh, music to my ears. Now you got Ibn Kathir and Ibn Qayyim confirming you're right, and these pagans are like Muhammad, liars. Did you guys catch it?
Yeah.
We quoted Ibn Kathir, where Ibn Kathir says, al-Bukhari quotes Ibn Abbas as saying that the Torah, and he didn't just say the Torah, the books that God sent down cannot be corrupted. Who confirmed that this was Bukhari's position? Ibn Qayyim. So Ibn Kathir and Ibn Qayyim agree Bukhari confirms that the books cannot be corrupted and have not been corrupted?
Yeah, only misinterpreted.
But Ibn Kathir didn't agree. Well, who cares? Why should I take the view?
Exactly.
Read that again. Who did he quote?
I'll read it again.
Start from on the other side.
Yep. So on the other side, so remember guys, there's 3 opinions, 2 of the opposite ends, 1 in the middle. So on the other side, another party of hadith and fiqh scholars said these changes took place during its interpretation and not during the process of its revelation. This is the view of Abi Abdullah Muhammad bin Ishmael al-Bukhari, who said in his hadith collection, no one can corrupt the text by removing any of Allah's words from his books, but they corrupted it by misinterpreting it.
Damn. That's Bukhari's view?
That's Bukhari's view.
And did even Ibn Kathir admit that, though he doesn't agree?
Yep. Ibn Kathir admits that this is Bukhari's view and quotes Ibn Abbas's statement, but he disagrees with this. He contradicts them.
Wasn't that your point?
That was my point.
So why did they run and manifest and lie? And by the way, Ramzi, Hamza's boyfriend / girlfriend, some days his boyfriend, sometimes girlfriend, he told you it was weak, right?
Oh yeah. They said that the statement is weak because it's not part of the hadith collection. Now to be clear, Sam, all of this that we're reading right here, right, from about this part, if you could look at your screen, all of this is in this Arabic part, right? All of that is this. That's all this.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's in Arabic. I had someone read the Arabic. It's live, quoted. Now, guys, notice again when you told him, show me where he says it's weak. He couldn't, right?
He couldn't do it.
Now understand how. See, guys, Hamza, when you manifest in foam like your girlfriend, because your girlfriend said to him, I don't know if you caught it. We're not done. We're going to read it. he took a shot at Jesus. He goes, "Stop begging like your God begged." I don't know if you heard that. You were too busy. I was hearing it. Ramsey, that effeminate queer, the effeminate queer, no disrespect to queer baits and effeminates, because they're more men than him. He's lucky he's not living in Pakistan, because as a boy, he would have one of his relatives.
Sam, you gonna get us back.
No, anyway, no, but I'm saying it's G-rated. I don't know if you heard it. He blasphemed Jesus, and you wonder why. I have no respect for these pagans and their dog Muhammad.
I wonder why.
Yeah, you see now, right? Because he goes, yeah, beg like your God begged. No. We don't beg. We bury your dog Muhammad and your Satan Allah. Keep mocking. I'm going to bury your prophet by the power of Jesus. And I'm going to destroy your Quran. I'm going to even get your Allah to become a Christian and get baptized by the power of Jesus Christ. Okay, now, did you notice that neither Ibn Qayyim nor Ibn Kathir state that Bukhari said this is weak?
Right.
Did you guys catch it, right? Both Ibn Qayyim, Ibn Kathir quoted as Bukhari's view. Are you telling me that Bukhari adopted a view that was da'if, like your religion's da'if, like Muhammad is da'if?
And they said that it's in his hadith collection. They try to say it's not part of the hadith, his hadith collection.
Yeah, what he was talking about, the Moraf, who doesn't know much, in Bukhari's collection, there are subheadings where he quotes certain narrations.
Yeah.
They'll tell you those narrations are not always sound. So just so you understand, this is the problem with the Darus Salam translation of Bukhari. They don't include the hadiths that Bukhari would include as a subheading. The person that did that was Aisha Bewley's Quran, Bukhari. Aisha Bewley, her website for some reason went to
Actually, Sam, let me tell you about my helpmate, my beautiful, gorgeous fiance who loves the Lord and is a warrior for God. I told her about this, right? And she said, wait, hold on, baby. I got something for you. I have a database that can actually restore any broken website.
Glory to God.
She did that, and she sent me the link, and now I have a link from the link that you had on your website that takes us to Aisha Bewley's translation.
Beautiful.
I actually have it.
There, she includes the subheading. So what they're saying, that Bukhari would include, let's say, a subheading before the hadith itself. At times, he'll narrate traditions that may be sound, may be good, may be weak. The problem is, he assumed that this narration is weak. Where did Bukhari say that?
That's what I asked.
And didn't Ibn Qayyim, Ibn Kathir know that it's supposedly weak? If so, why didn't they qualify and say, oh, and Bukhari weakened this? Why is it that Ibn Qayyim says, this is Bukhari's view? Read that again. See, what did he say this is Bukhari's view? And did Ibn Kathir say this is Bukhari's view?
He said so.
Read it one more time.
Yep. He says, this is the view of Abdullah Muhammad bin Ismail al-Bukhari, who said in his hadith collection, no one can corrupt the text by removing any of Allah's words from his books. But they corrupted it by misinterpreting it.
I guess Bukhari didn't know this is da'if because it says it's his position that none of Allah's books can be corrupted. So who else did he quote? Now remember when Ride 'em Cowboy, yeah, was talking about, well, hey, it's talking about the books in paradise because on earth you can change any manuscript. But a guy's slower than his prophet. Razi tells you how God preserves the Bible. He says right there. Now read. By the way, if you don't know what Razi is, unless you're a Salafi anthropomorphist, Razi is considered one of the greatest Quranic commentators. He wrote a massive commentary on the Quran, and he was Persian. But he wasn't what we call a Salafi anthropomorphist. His position is the Torah is not corrupt. And who quotes him? Ibn Qayyim. Who is he? A classmate with Ibn Kathir. And they're both disciples of Ibn Taymiyyah. Now read what Razi says.
Okay. Just really quick before I do this. Chris at Speaker's Corner. I got to notice that you wanted to join, brother. So here it is. Guys, this is the link just for Chris. Please, nobody else hit the link. All right.
Pay attention, Chris. Right, no good.
So here you go, Chris. Here's the link. You can join when you want, brother. All right. What do you want me to read? Al-Razi?
Read what he says. Now, again, Al-Razi wrote a massive commentary on the Quran. He's considered one of the greatest Quranic commentators. He's a Persian. What does he say? Because Ibn Qayyim says, here's another scholar. What did he do?
Is he a Muslim?
Avery? He wrote a commentary on the Quran.
Yeah.
Why is it he wrote a commentary on the Quran and still concluded the Bible's incorruptible? Now watch his reasoning.
No, just real quick. Is Al-Razi a Muslim? He was a Muslim?
Of course. He's one of the greatest Quranic commentators, you sinner.
I just got to make sure, man, you know.
Yeah, and he's Persian, but he's not a Salafi anthropomorphist.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But
All right, cool.
as a Muslim who not only read the Arabic Quran, but wrote a massive commentary, you would think he would know if the Quran taught that the Bible's corrupt, right?
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Okay, well, read what he says.
So let's see what he says. My man Chris in the building. What's up, Chris?
Chris, we know you need attention, handsome. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Go read that for us.
All right, so here we go. So Al-Razi also agrees with his opinion. In his commentary, he said, there is a difference of opinions regarding this matter among some of the respectable scholars. Some of these scholars said the manuscript copies of the Torah were distributed everywhere, and no one knows the exact number of these copies except Allah.
Watch.
It is impossible to have a conspiracy to change or alter the word of God in all of these copies without missing any copy. Such a conspiracy will not be logical or possible.
Now pause right there before we finish it. Razi is saying that's how God preserved the readings of the Bible. Mass distribution and copying of the biblical books spread all over the then known world made it impossible for the Bible to be corrupted so that the original is not preserved and it's not found in the extant manuscript tradition.
Yeah.
So that's Razi. That's why he says the Torah can't be corrupt. Now finish it. Finish the rest.
All right, here we go. All right, such a conspiracy will not be logical or possible. All right. And when Allah told his messenger to ask the Jews to bring their Torah and read it concerning the stoning command, they were not able to change this command from their copies. That is why, which is the hadith that I brought up in the debate, by the way.
And he's using that as proof that Torah can't be changed.
Exactly. That is why they covered up the stoning verse while they were reading it to the prophet. It was then when Abdullah ibn Salam requested that they remove their hand so that the verse became clear. If they have changed or altered the Torah, then this verse would have been one of the important verses to be altered by the Jews.
You see what Razi just said to these pagans?
It sounds like he's using his brain, man.
And he sounds like he's arguing like you.
Yes.
Now notice the other paragraph.
Also, whenever the prophet would ask them, the Jews, concerning the prophecies about him in the Torah, they were not able to remove them either. And they would respond by stating that they are not about him and they are still waiting for the prophet in the Torah.
Do you understand the logic of Razi? He used 3 lines of arguments. Number 1, the Torah, and by extension, the books of the Bible, they've been mass copied, spread all over the world, humanly impossible to get access to them to change them. So this is how we know the corruption, where we no longer have the original, that argument won't be sustained. Secondly, the very verse of stoning that was in the copies of the Torah at the time of Muhammad, which John Fontaine tried to say, no, it wasn't the same. Remember he tried to use that argument?
Yeah.
It was different. He says they weren't able to remove it. It was in their copies. If they're going to change anything, they would remove that verse, but they didn't. And thirdly, the prophecies of Muhammad are still there. If anything, if they're going to remove stuff, those prophecies would be removed.
Yeah.
So these 3 lines of argument saying, see, the Torah could not be corrupt, you pagans.
Yeah.
But it gets worse because now they're going to quote another hadith that you and I and everyone else quote, the hadith of Abu Dawood. Look.
You mean to tell me that they use this for their proof?
Yeah, right there, buddy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, buddy. Abu Dawood.
All right. Abu Dawood narrated his collection that Ibn Umar said. So wait, just to be clear, is this Al-Razi still?
No, he's now mentioning Ibn Qayyim just gave you Razi. Now he's saying, and also this hadith from Abu Dawud. And then he's going to say what the scholar said about that hadith.
Oh, so Ibn Qayyim is quoting this hadith.
Yes.
Nice. Okay. So Abu Dawud narrated that Ibn Umar said a group of Jewish people visited the messenger. Yada, yada, yada. You guys know the story. I'm going to skip to the relevant part. It says, Then the messenger of Allah proceeded to say, bring me the Torah. When they brought it, he removed the pillow from underneath him and placed the Torah on it and said, I believe in you and the one who revealed you. Then said, bring me one who among you who has the most knowledge. So they brought him a young man who told him the story of the stoning. Wait, I thought this was weak, Sam.
Yeah, weak. Yeah, even though it's Hassan according to the.
It's Hassan according to Albani.
Yeah, but that's how I destroyed Daniel and Jazz, because they used that card. I said, no. No, was it them? It was someone else. Anyway, I was with someone said, no. It's deemed Hassan. But only that, Ibn Qayyim said scholars cited this hadith. Scholars, more than one, and deduced that here it proves the Torah is not corrupt. Why would they quote a weak hadith? Because notice what he says, the scholar said about this hadith. Read that part.
All right. It says here, the scholar said, if the Torah was corrupted, he would not have placed it on the pillow, and he would not have said, I believe in you and in the one who revealed you. This group of
pause
scholars,
right there before going. You see what the scholar said? This hadith proves that Muhammad believed their Torah at that time is uncorrupt. Because if it was corrupt, he wouldn't say, I believe in you. But wait, I thought it's weak. Scholars, I guess they know more than the scholars, right?
Yep.
Now notice the other argument they give to prove the Torah, and by extension, the gospel can't be corrupted. This group of scholars also said what?
They also said that Allah said, and the word of your Lord has been accomplished truly and justly. There is none who can change his words, and he is the hearing and knowing. And the Torah is Allah's word.
Do you see what they quote? They quote what I quote, what you quote, chapter 6, verse 115.
They use the Islamic dilemma argument.
So they quote chapter 6, verse 1. Did you hear it, pagans? A group of scholars quote the same hadith we quote, same Bukhari we quote, same ayah, 6:115, saying no one can change Allah's words. And since the Torah is Allah's word, cannot be changed, but that's true of the gospel and Zabur.
Wow.
And it's talking about the earthly books, not the one in heaven. Then finish it.
And the Torah is Allah's word. This group of scholars also said, there are famous traditions, also which indicate that the Jews covered up the prophecies in the Torah concerning the prophet, and they did not allow their children and the common people to look up these prophecies. And if anyone looked up these prophecies, the Jews will tell them that they are not concerning Muhammad. These are the arguments which this group of scholars used.
Now, Avery, I want you to pay attention. Of the three groups, the only group that brought evidence, notice, three groups, the only group that brought evidence are the group that said the Torah cannot be corrupted. They brought evidence. The first group that said the Torah is corrupt, no evidence apart from variations, which the Quran has variations. Now there's a third group, and he says, this is the view of my Sheikh Ibn Taymiyyah about the Torah. Read the last part.
The third group said the Torah was altered slightly. However, the majority of it is still intact, but the changes were minor. And among those who have chosen this view is our scholar
Ibn Taymiyyah. In his book Al-Jawab, he says, yes, I'll give you that. The Torah is still substantially intact. There's only a few minor variations. So they went with Ibn Kathir. They ignored Ibn Taymiyyah, who said, yeah, the Torah is substantially preserved. I'll give you that. Some minor changes, but it doesn't mean it's completely lost. But then Ibn Qayyim, Ibn Taymiyyah's pupil and friend of Ibn Kathir, says, yeah, that's Ibn Kathir's view, but there are two other views. There's a view among scholars say Torah cannot be corrupted or any of the books, and they give their evidence. Why did they hide that from you? They're accusing you of hiding stuff, right?
Yep, they're accusing me of hiding stuff, omitting information, not quoting everything. Now, just to be clear, everybody, so this is Ibn Qayyim, and this is him introducing the different sides and their arguments, right?
700 years after Muhammad's death, and they're still not uniform in their position regarding the Bible.
700 years after his death. That's tough. Now, Chris joined us, man. Chris.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man. Thanks for coming through.
And I want to make one more comment to help you. And Chris, you take over. I just want to, because in response to John Fontaine, I just sent you an article. Okay. He was saying, well, we know the Torah is corrupt because this hadith says when you stone people, you put mascara on them.
Yeah, he brought up mascara, eyeliner,
Okay.
and 4 witnesses.
What he did not tell you, and I'm going to give you the evidence in that article, is that Muhammad, because he's Ummi, confused the Talmud with the Torah, and he called statements in the Talmud, he called it the Torah. He didn't tell you this, did he?
No.
So Hamza, I know you're listening. Cowboy, ride him, cowboy. Bring your little girl whom blasphemed Jesus so I can destroy your deen and make your God become Christian. Open up that article. I'm going to show you something.
All right.
What they did not tell you is because Muhammad wasn't educated. Neither this, like he said, Zayd, even Cowgirl didn't know who it was. It was Zayd ibn Thabit that Muhammad said, go learn the Hebrew language, Aramaic, so you can read their books. All right. That doesn't mean reading the books, he could distinguish between the Torah and the Talmud. How's he going to distinguish that when Jews at that time called the oral tradition the Torah? You think that man's going to be able to distinguish that? But now, in that article, Muhammad, if you scroll down, you just put in Umar. Put in Commanda, put UMAR, and it's going to take you to the Hadith. Watch here.
All right. MUAR?
Yeah, it's going to take you right there.
Oops.
UMAR, so find it. It's right there. Before the rapture, brother. Before Chris gets left behind.
You don't hear me clearly?
You know how to spell Umar, right? UMAR, you don't know how to spell it, bro? You're not Ummi like Muhammad, are you?
All right, I got it.
Right there. Now, read the paragraph before. Up there. Abu Sayyid and
Abu
Ibn
Sayyid and Ibn Abbas reported God's messenger as saying, he who has a son born to him should give him a good name and good education, and marry him when he reaches puberty. If he does not marry him when he reaches puberty and he commits sin, its guilt rests only upon his father. Okay.
All right.
Umar bin Khattab and Anas bin Malik reported God's messenger saying, that is written in the Torah. If anyone does not give his daughter in marriage when she reaches 12 and she commits sin, the guilt of that rests on him.
Now, you don't read the rest of it. And I give you the online version. If you scroll down, because this is not the Torah, this is the Talmud, and I quote it above. Here's the online version.
All right, yeah.
Right there. That's it. Online version.
Yeah.
Guys, notice what Muhammad called the Torah. He called the Talmud the Torah. And I'm going to show you why. This claim that if a man doesn't give his daughter in marriage after 12, then causes her to sin, that's not in the Torah. That's in the Talmud. I don't know if it's going to open up for you. Maybe it's too slow.
It's not opening up for some
All right,
reason.
that's fine. Well, you can. Doesn't matter. But now, how do I know? Go up, because I'm going to show you where this age is. Go up. Go up. Right there. It's not the Torah. It's the Talmud. It says 12 and beyond 12. Go up a little more. You'll see it. It's going to say 12 beyond 12. Right there. You're going to read age 12.
Yeah. When she passed her 12th birthday.
Yep. And yet this is the Talmud. But Muhammad thought it's the Torah.
Yeah.
And if you scroll down, it's right there. A man can betroth his daughter to a man when she is a young woman.
Oh, now look, it wants to pop up.
Okay, now it wants to open up. All right.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But anyway, go ahead.
All right. If a man, when she's a young woman, he can betroth her when she's a minor. No, he cannot betroth her. This statement supports the opinion of Rab, as Rav Yehuda says, that Rab says, and some say it was said that Rabbi Elazar, it is prohibited for a person to betroth his daughter to a man when she's a minor until such time she grows up and says, I want to marry so-and-so. So she has to know about marriage. If a father betroths his daughter when she's a minor and incapable of forming an opinion of the husband, she may later find herself married to someone she does not like. And then scroll down a little more. Scroll down a little more. Because then I read the hadith. Now, I wrote this to show you that Muhammad is condemned right here. Okay, right there. Let's read it. The Gemara answers, if so, and that is the sole derivation from the verse, let the verse say, do not profane. What? Do not profane. I'm going to try to get to the salient points. Do not profane your daughter by causing that licentiously. Rabbi Mani says, this verse is referring to one who marries his daughter to an old man. Since she will not be satisfied with him, it will ultimately lead her to engage in adultery, and her father is responsible for causing that situation. So, follow me, guys. It's the Talmud, you're going to see it, I quote it, says she has to be past 12 years old and mature enough to know about wanting to get married, that says the age is sometime after 12, not the Torah. Muhammad says it's in the Torah. He confused the Torah with Torah. But now notice how this condemns Muhammad. It says, do not give your daughter to an old man when she reaches the age of marriage, because she may not be satisfied because he can't satisfy her. Meaning the Talmud condemns Muhammad because Muhammad was 54 years old who married a 9-year-old. So he stands condemned even by the Talmud when the Talmud is not the Torah.
Exactly.
And he still stands condemned by it. And then read the one after that. Right there. A grown woman, right?
Yeah.
And it tells you, be past 12 years old. It says it all there. So notice two things. Even the Talmud says that a woman, to be considered marriageable, she has to be past the age of 12. And do not marry her to an old man, lest he cannot satisfy her, and you cause her then to lust and commit sin. So number one, the Talmud is not the Torah. Your prophet called it the Torah, showing you he's confused. Number two, even the Talmud says that Muhammad's marriage to Aisha condemned because he was way too old enough to be her great-grandfather, and she was only 9 and prepubescent. So the very Talmud that Muhammad confused as the Torah condemns him as a pedophile. So brother, these were the points I wanted to share. So if that's it, I'll be in the background. You cool?
Yeah, this was good, man. This is good session. I hope that you enjoyed yourself, at least what you watched.
You barbecued the clowns, but God bless you, brother.
Yes, sir. All right, God bless you, man. Sig, you're not coming on camera, man?
Nah, my camera's, bro, the thing is busted, bro.
It's not busted. You've been
Mate, do you know what time it is over here?
That's what I'm saying. It's like
what time is it? It's
like 1:15 in Britainland.
Yeah, man. The land of the free and the home of the expensive.
I see lights on. It look like y'all got energy. y'all look ready. Y'all look ready for some smoke, man.
Yeah, man. Watching that live stream, just it's amazing.
What you think, Chris?
So they spent most of it just on technicalities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of it was just like, okay, your whole point is just look, Muhammad's companions and wives went to a Christian nation. Mm-hmm. We have evidence of what they taught. Mm-hmm. So Muhammad was familiar with the gospel that we have today. Mm-hmm. At no point did he distinguish between the gospel we have today and some of the gospel.
Exactly.
So, so either he was ignorant or he actually was confirming scripture. Basically, those are the only 2 points they have. But they couldn't deal with it.
Abu Bakr never went there though. Like Abu Bakr never went.
Yeah, Abu Bakr never went there. He wanted to go, but he never made it there. So
he was never there, bro.
Not my beloved Abu Bakr.
Yeah, it's funny, but they reiterated the same position of John. They don't know what the Injil is.
Yeah, I was shocked by that. I was shocked that they're like, because I've heard them say so many times, look, it's a book. It can't be Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John because it's a singular book, and it was given straight to them. It wasn't inspired through the Holy Spirit. You question them like on that, just face to face, and they were like, oh, actually, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That's why I pressed them on it when Hamza said, yeah, you know what? We don't know what it was. We don't know what the Injil was, but it's not the New Testament. But then Cowboy put his cape on and said, actually, we do know what it is, Hamza. And he quoted it. It's the book given to Jesus. And they couldn't tell me on whether or not that was a physical book given to him, if he was walking around with a physical gospel, or if it was just some oral thing that he was just going around preaching. They couldn't tell me. They said we don't affirm or deny.
So they just take law of excluded middle. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's some law. It's actually illogical. Like, if you say it's neither yes or no, then you break logic. Like, you actually break logic.
That's cool.
Like, hey, Godlogic, if I ask you, are you black? Yes or no?
Yes, I am black.
Okay, you see how like you're either black or you're not black. Yeah. You know what these guys would be like? Well, really, like, we don't really know. Like, we don't really know whether it's going to be true or false.
Well, Abu Bakr never made it to Ethiopia.
Yeah, but he never made it, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was on the camel, word is born. I'm like, all right, bro, you got it.
Yeah, just completely ignored that they didn't touch the gospel that the Ethiopians had, the Ethiopians quoted. They brought up a quote dealing with the Nejas, right, or whatever. If I'm saying it right, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but
Yeah, Nejas.
it's Nejas.
Yeah.
Doesn't that also mean filthy?
Yes.
Yeah, that's nasty.
It sounds like it, right? Yeah.
Or is it that a different word?
It's a different word, but it sounds very much like it.
Okay. That's okay. I don't know, man. My eyebrows are up on that one. But, so.
Would you ever debate Ramsey on like a neutral platform? You think?
So Ramsey won't debate on a neutral platform. Like, you kidding me? But his excuse is, I don't sit with those who curse the prophet and curse Allah. And yet he was just sitting with me, by the way, guys. I'm going to use that against him every time.
Mm-hmm.
What, Chris?
It's the same, man. It's the same. Hamza has said to me multiple times, look, I won't debate you because you act badly or something like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
or your community is horrible. That was the first one. It was a different YouTube channel that I don't own. Their comment section offends me, therefore I won't talk to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I was like, what?
Yep. That was the excuse of not coming back like he promised he would. He said that the chat is toxic, mate. The chat is too toxic. It's brutal in there. It's brutal. That's what he was saying. Like, dude, are you kidding me? That's why you won't come back and have the discussion like you said you would,
bro.
But yeah. What else did you guys notice, man? What else did you guys notice?
I'm literally going back over the John Fontaine thing. Like, whilst you were going live doing the thing, I was wrapping up my stream with the John Fontaine stuff in it, and he said something like so dumb. Like, he said something like, there's a different set of 10 commandments.
Yeah.
We just started playing. Bro, the whole time, every time, like, we did like this thing called a fallacy counter on bingo. So we set up a bingo card and we said, let's do before the stream, because I didn't watch your debate. I said, okay, before I play this, let me try to predict what arguments he's going to use, right? And so every time we found a bingo, we would play this song.
That ain't gonna get me copywritten, is it?
Nah, you right. This is the Wii Sports music. So like every single time he'd make like a dumb point, like I basically like speed run a refutation. Like I wouldn't say anything at all. I'll just like speed run looking at the source and then like showing how it's wrong. Like
these guys are literally like our fallacy machines. It's insane.
That's funny as heck.
Oh man, I'm gonna react to things tomorrow.
So you were able to catch the debate, Chris?
Yeah. So I couldn't watch it yesterday because I just finished a ridiculous live stream reading the Quran. Yeah. But anyway, I did manage to watch it. Now I want to watch Sig's review of it because Sig's done a video of it. So I'm gonna go watch that after. But what I noticed was with John Fontaine, he couldn't really give any positive arguments. Instead, he just has to try to give alternate hypotheticals that could possibly work. But they're all just weak. Yeah, they're all just terribly weak. He never addressed. In fact, he actually basically gave. So one of his gotcha like arguments, right, basically gives the game away. So he was like, Avery, you need to tell me what proof is there that the Bible was being read in the Hijaz or at Mecca or Medina.
Yeah, Medina.
And it was like, well, hang on a second. I just gave you evidence. I just told you that the companions and his wives went to a Christian nation and were familiar with what the churches they had there and would have been familiar with the teachings there. Because he's trying to think that Muhammad is just this guy that's like, I don't know, he's stuck in Mecca and Medina, he can't leave it. That's why he keeps being like, oh, you need to prove to me that the Bible is right here because this is where Muhammad is, he's here. And it's like, no, Muhammad and his companions went lots of places. So you need to demonstrate to me that all the places he went to and interacted with never had Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And of course, as soon as you look at that from a historical point of view,
it makes no sense.
You got the Grima Gospels that, to be fair, like if we take the late dates of like 500 AD, that's like still probably even better argument because it's like more contemporary to his time. And of course, and he tried. Oh, and that's what they tried to do, right? When you brought this up in the live stream, they said, I don't know who was it said it, Muslim Cowboy or someone. They said, oh yeah, but oh no, it was Hamza. He was like, how do you know they had that exact gospel, that Grima gospel? How do you know they had it? It's like, well, hang on a second. The manuscripts of it are roughly contemporary, and also the priest, the bishop, whoever, it will be giving the sermon, quoting from this and explaining what he's reading from. So the congregation will be like, oh, yeah, I had a sermon earlier, and the guy quoted from the Gospel of John. In fact, the Grima Gospels, right? The manuscripts we have beautiful imagery of the evangelists.
Drawings. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, it's literally the pictures. And the hadith you quoted talks about the images in the church. For all we know, they were images of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Like, it's unbelievable to think that the whole of the kingdom of Axum, which is, you know, modern day Ethiopia now, the entirety of the Christian community had no idea what the scriptures were, according to him.
Bro,
that's how he saves it.
Bro, listen, bro, it was all corrupted. Like, you don't even know, bro. Like the Godlogic, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, just shut up. Like, honestly, like you're just talking too much. Just let Brother Ramsey talk. Okay, let Brother Ramsey talk. Brother Ramsey, Ramsey, shut up. Ramsey, shut up. Stop.
Oh gosh,
stop.
yeah,
Ramsey,
they really were really harsh on that guy, Ramsey.
Bro,
like every 2 minutes, it's like, shut up, Ramsey, shut up.
Yeah, because Ramsey was the talkative kid at the playground who kept coming over to the big kid side and kept you know, trying to get in and let me try it. Let me try it, big brothers. Let me get them, big brothers. No, I got a point right here.
Come on, big bro.
Rapidly blinking, rapidly, you know, just really hyper and not really able to make a like your arguments are trash, man, and you're not even able to engage. Even they were getting annoyed with him. Even them. Hams was like, Ramsey, can you stop interrupting me every time I speak?
When you get a cowboy,
I almost had to pull this out on him. Chris almost had to pull this out and just be like, y'all need to work this out a little bit.
Yeah, they were having issues, man.
Hey, you know the funniest thing is like that was a trifecta of like everything that's like wrong with Dawa. Like, you have like the revert that loads like absolutely nothing, that's just recent and he's popular. You then have the revert that's been there for 20 years who has not developed past like Tanner stage 2 in terms of intellect, like he's just there. Then you have like the Discordian, as in this person lives and breathes Twitter and Discord and TikTok lives. That's his whole life. Like that was like the 3 tripartite dawahs. That's what we're gonna call it, the 3 tripartite dawahs. Yeah. Because like that literally encapsulates all of Dawa. You have a new revert that's white and popular as a cowboy, which is great. By the way, nothing wrong with being white. I'm a black guy, couldn't care less. Number 2, you have a revert of 20, how long? 17 years or something. Revert of that long, but he runs from debates though, even though he can refute Paul in 5 seconds. Hey, whatever though. 3rd guy, Discordian. No matter what he does, he will be on a TikTok live with a smug face. Hilarious. This guy got debunked by my friend Aquino as well in like 10 minutes. It was insane. Like, it was genuinely insane. It was the funniest thing we've ever seen. But yeah,
I like the Dawa of Adunya guy. He seems to like he engages with debates using facial expressions. Yeah. Like he doesn't actually make arguments. He'll just say something that sounds sassy, and then like takes his glasses down and like, and that's it. And that's his argument. It's just sass. I'm like, okay.
It's cute.
You know what else was funny about this, Chris? It's saying they so I asked them, since after they admitted that they don't know what the Injil was and they don't know who wrote it. So I asked them, how do you know that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John didn't write it? And after a long time, Hamza finally gave an answer and said, because those are biographies. And so I asked, how do you know that the Injil that the writers wrote were not a biography of Jesus? Yeah. Because that would be ridiculous. That's not an answer to the question.
Wait, they're doing some serious damage here because the Quran quotes stories of the life of Moses, as supposedly also part of the original Torah. So if they think that Moses was given a book that contained within it some biographical accounts of his own life, then they're going to have serious issues there.
Yeah,
you see what I mean?
Yeah, that's
so tough. So holding the idea that it couldn't be biographical is basically just shooting themselves in the foot. They have to actually allow for that. So I was watching this earlier, and I'm just thinking, oh my gosh, they've just they've just shot a massive hole in this.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they don't really have any like criteria to say it couldn't be. You know what I mean? And then they were trying to be like, oh no, it was written down by by someone, by like someone reliable that isn't Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah.
But of course, they're
Mark, Luke, and John aren't reliable people. That was kind of...
Well, what's the thing? Their religion affirms those people. Like if you look at their traditions, they affirm. Like John, for example, is an actual disciple, and hence that's why Ibn Ashaq actually quotes him. So it's like, look, you can't really throw those guys under the bus because your tradition affirms them. They roughly correlate their understanding of the 12 disciples with the same that we do. So they're basically untouchable. So it gets difficult, right? From what they
You know
go.
who I'd love to see? I'd love to see like Sam Shamoon debate. You know, there's this one guy. I think you debated him a bunch of times before Godlogic. He still mooches off your content, by the way. I think. I forget his name. I know why I call him. I call him. I don't know if this is gonna get him taken down though. I call him Diddy Dean. Because he debated with Inspiring Philosophy about child marriage, right? So we were like, okay, that's crazy. I think Sam Shamoon debating him would be like amazing. It would be very fun. It would be very fun to watch.
Wait, who's this guy? Diddy D?
Diddy Dean is this guy who like argued for child marriage. Like
Oh,
he's like
wow.
the successor of Daniel Hakikachu type stuff. It's
The
insane.
successor.
The successor.
The
bro,
prodigy.
like, he's literally the prodigy, bro. He's like the Mbappe of like child marriage apologetics. It's amazing.
Yeah.
He's like the Wemby of child marriage apologetics.
Wembanyama. Hey, Alex, just sorry, I saw this a little late. I didn't actually read it when I saw it popped up, but there are streams that Sam has had where he has mentioned this book and said that it was actually a good book. That James White did a good job there. So, yes, it is a good book to read on the Trinity. It's a good one. There are others as well, but yeah, that's a solid one. Yeah, by James White. All right, what else, guys? What else you noticed, man? What else, Chris?
No addressing of the issue with accountability, like the fact the Quran says, "Hey, you guys, you Christians and you Jews, you ought to follow your scriptures," and that, of course, is something that is taken not just at the time of the Quran, but also prior to that, right?
Yeah.
So, and of course, if they're going to say, "Oh, it's a different gospel, it's a different Injil that the Quran is referring to, it's a different Torah," they have to account for why the majority of Christendom, or the whole world, or the Jewish diaspora, doesn't have access to this original Torah and Injil, and hence it's completely impossible for them to do so. But the Quran makes it clear in many verses, Surah 5, 47, Surah 568, where they need to start following. They need to have been following these up until the Quran's coming. So if they can't, it says what happens. It says they are considered among the disbelievers.
Yeah.
So again, Allah is either ignorant and doesn't understand what he's talking about, or he's a liar and a deceiver and an evil God.
Yeah. That's tough. I haven't heard any response towards that. It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting what what's his name, man? John said yesterday in the debate. When I asked him what his position was on the corruption of the scriptures,
he went back and forth on that. He did. I was listening to what he was saying. He was like, "Yeah, didn't he start off by saying it's not corrupted or something at the time of Muhammad?" But then you were poking him about this, and then he ultimately ended up being like, "Yeah, it is corrupted because someone corrupted."
He didn't know what he believed. So
he was making it up on the spot.
Yeah, I asked him, "Can you show me the verse? Right? Can you show me the verse where it's universally, textually, whatever, corrupted?" No, he can't. He doesn't believe that. Oh, so you don't believe that it's universally, generally corrupted? No. Yes, it was. Wait. So
and then he started saying like, after Muhammad or something, and then he realized that was problematic. So
right. So I said, show me the verse. He's like, well, no, not at his time. In Muhammad's time, it was all good. After, well, so if it's corrupted after, guys, we have the manuscripts that exist before Muhammad time.
That's GG's. Good game. He admitted defeat there, which is why he took it back and went, wait, no. The funny thing is that supposedly he's written a book about this, so we should just open his book and be like, hang on, wait, let me see what I believe again. I think this.
Oh man, that's good,
bro. He kept trying to plug his book as well, and it's like every time he was plugging his book, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna give you free promo, so I just like intentionally skip over every time he plug his book.
I've said this before. I'm gonna get a copy of that book, and I'm gonna write like a refutation to it, because like I don't know, like if you won't come and debate me directly, I'm like, yeah, I'll just get your work and I'll write my own work refuting it, because man,
it's weird how like we have to play to these like standards of like our community has to be like absolutely squeaky bum clean in order to debate these guys. Like even my community, like the highest insult I would give is like, oh, you're a good Jew. That's it. that's the insult. Like, oh, you're a fantastic individual. That's the whole insult. But like they still wouldn't debate, and that's just weird. So it's like I gave up trying to seek after those sort of things. Like they won't even debate, and the thing is they hunt for big platforms. Like Godlogic, you have a massive platform. Like, even when you went live from your angle, you had 3,000 people watching you at some given time.
It jumped up to
4,000. In one, I saw 5. I swear I saw 5.
There's
You
no
had
way you saw 5.
5K bres
At
watching
the,
you.
at the
3v1.
most, it was like 4,300.
Okay,
You
maybe I
had-
dreamt
you
it.
had 3,000 bres watching your thing. Pause. And Muslim Lantern couldn't even scrap 400. Like, bro, you're doing my numbers and I have 7,000 subs. Like, what's going on? Like, Muslim Lantern, pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, this is insane.
Wait, why would you watch? Oh no, wait, you're talking about Muslim Lantern. I thought you were going to say
No, Cowboy. I meant
Dawah.
Cowboy.
Oh, Cowboy. Ah,
What
right.
views does Dawah didn't even get? Probably like 100. Like, me and him.
Well, I mean,
had
it would
some,
just be like him being yelled at by other Muslims. Shut up, Ramsey.
Ramsey, shut up. Ramsey, shut up. Shut up. Ramsey, please. Ramsey, please. Ramsey, you sat on the back. Ramsey, please. Ramsey, please.
For the love of Allah, Ramsey, shush.
Ramsey, stop. Stop. You better stop. It's like, bro, chill out. It's okay.
Monado says, please, guys, I missed the session. Can you guys let Abdul hop on? Let's depopulate hell.
Only if Sam
it's up to you, man.
debates him.
I mean, I guess we could bring okay, yeah, fine. Let's do it. Why
It's
not?
up to you.
It's
It's up to you,
been I got let's do like a good let's do 20 minutes, man. 20 minutes and then I gotta get it off because that'll be at the 4-hour mark. Okay. I've been here for 4 hours, including the stream I was just in. Does Diddy Dean want to come up?
Yeah, bring Sam actually. Bring him and Sam to talk.
All right, here's the link. Here's the link. All right. I'm gonna let you guys cook on this. Dean, you wanted to come up, so go ahead, come on up, Dean. I only got time for one guest, so I would rather it be Dean.
The Bible's
Only
corrupt.
Dean.
It said the Bible's corrupted stuff. Hey Chris, this is you, bro. This is you.
By the way, I still have I went searching for that hadith in Bukhari about 4 witnesses being the law in the Torah or whatever that they was trying to hide or whatever, and an eyeliner. I never seen. I searched it and I can't find it. I looked at every
eyeliner is.
I looked at all the Bukhari hadith on that particular narration. I've never seen any of it saying anything that he said. So I don't know anything about that. Anybody else heard about that? I ain't seen that.
I don't know where it is, so I wouldn't be able.
I think the hadith is just a red herring.
Yeah.
Because really, whatever the hadith says about things is kind of pointless anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the contention is in the Islamic dilemma, if the Quran affirms our prior scriptures, the Torah and the Injil, but then it contradicts them, our argument ultimately is that the author of the Quran didn't understand what he was affirming, and hence why he contradicts himself. Bringing hadith into that is, to me, is just further proof that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just saying, "Oh yeah, in the Torah it said this, or in the Injil it says this." And it's like, well, yeah, you doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
All right. Maybe turn your mic up just a little bit, Dean, or come closer to it.
All right, is that better?
That's much better.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, so just to begin with, like, if you guys want to organize an actual debate, like on the Orthodox position, I'll be like more than willing to debate, like whoever wants to debate this topic. What John presented wasn't like the Orthodox view, obviously. Like, I think most people know that, right?
So did you disagree with John's position?
Of course, most Muslims would disagree with him. We don't have.
Do you think John?
Hold on,
listen. So it defeats the purpose to say that there was some different Torah at the time in Medina if you're already saying it's corrupted as well. That defeats the purpose of the whole like argument of trying to say there's a different Torah, right? So, and as well, like I want to have an actual honest discussion and dialogue on this, preferably on a formal platform. With like,
yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, sure. So. Any person that wants to take that, it's fine. And yeah, so I want to have like an honest discussion. So I think Godlogic, you said that someone brought up this hadith from Abu Dawood where in the Najashi.
Bukhari. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dean. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like the hadith where someone laughed at the gospel, right? One of the companions laughed at the gospel. Is that the one you're referring to?
Somebody laughed at the gospel. I don't remember who, but yeah.
Yeah, it was a companion. So listen, I want to have an honest discussion. So like even that hadith, if someone's to bring that to you, that's not a good argument because like there's commentaries on that hadith saying why the companion laughed. He laughed out of amazement. He didn't laugh out of like it being a mockery, right? So I wouldn't use that argument. You know, like these arguments, if they're not honest, like I'm not going to use them. If you want to actually address the Orthodox position, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna give you proper orthodox like defenses, like not
Okay.
some ad hoc made up some Muslim made up in like the 21st
Well,
century, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Although I do think, to be fair, that if you do say there is a separate alternative Torah in India, which seems to be John's position, you do ultimately have to imply some form of corruption, because obviously what we have now cannot, like that we say is the original Injil Torah,
Yeah, I agree,
isn't
I
actually
agree.
correct, right? So
Yeah.
in that sense, there's corruption. But I see what you mean.
No, I agree.
it is-
I
I'll
agree.
say
I agree
one
entirely.
thing and then I'll just like, you know what I'm saying, sort of peer out of the discussion. I don't want to derail too much. Just as a question to you, Dean, do you think that Godlogic was successful in the discussion, or do you think that John Fontaine was successful in the discussion? Just as your personal opinion.
So I think John did a good, like, you guys, in terms of who debated well, I can't say like who won in that sense.
In
but
terms
obviously,
of the content,
in terms of the
and-
content, of course, I believe his position is not tenable.
Sure, I know his position is not tenable, but let's say, for example,
who do you think won the debate?
It's
Yeah,
an indefensible position.
Who do you
So-
think who do you think won the debate, Dean?
Yeah, I know. Listen,
It's okay, it's okay.
if the best debater, because I already disagree with his position, I'm always going to say that I disagree. And if anyone wants to defend that position, I would disagree and say
you sound a real politician right now.
Yeah, come on, Dean. Who won the debate?
It's okay to say, look, I disagree with my
I know you
Muslim
guys
brother.
want you guys want sound bites, but come on, let's be genuine.
110%. Listen,
Dean,
let's just say the truth, bro. It's
like,
okay.
bro, come on. I want an honest dialogue. Going
No,
back,
so be honest.
So not today, obviously, because I don't have to. I want this to be a thorough discussion. So Chris is saying, yeah, he's down. So would you be down to come here? You guys have a dialogue on it. I host it, but it's between you and him.
I would need. I would want another Muslim moderating to make it fair.
Another Muslim moderating.
You think
okay?
Godlogic isn't a good enough?
Can I bring Central?
Central. I mean, I would want someone that I'm close with and that I trust, right? So I'll bring someone.
I don't know the
guy.
Okay, you want? Okay, no worries.
Sanchez
Who else do you know? Who else do you know?
Sanchez, bro.
Central's the only one that I know has been fair in moderating discussions, and he's been cool. So I know he's good.
I'm not sure if he would be down. I would have to ask him, obviously, because I can't speak on his behalf right now.
I know he would be down. I'll just hit him up. Like,
okay, then sure, because I can't speak on his behalf, right?
Okay.
So yeah, if he's down, then sure.
Okay, cool. So me and Central will just be here as making sure the conversation is just flowing well, open dialogue. You guys exchanging, and just keep it like that, and open dialogue between you.
Let's set the terms now.
I'd rather it be more formal.
I think that's probably best.
I mean, we can spend the time just doing the terms now. Like, to be fair, I think that the best format, because I know the character of both of you, because obviously me and Dean, I've talked with you on some level, and I've talked with Chris on some level as well. Here's what I would recommend. Let's say, since you want to give the standard Orthodox account, let's say you have 15 minutes to provide some opening thesis. Dean, Chris has 15 minutes to provide an opening thesis. That'll be 30 minutes. And then we could have an hour of dialogue back and forth to see how those two positions meet. Because, number one, we want to account for time. Central's not going to be that exhaustive with time, because, again, you can't speak for him. Godlogic also has things that he needs to do as well. So I think everyone wants to see an open dialogue between two, I would like to say, people that try their best to be respectful, more so Chris than you, because I hang out with Chris more than you.
Chris, would you rather it be timed or open dialogue, like,
I see. No, I would say timed, actually.
Time?
You want to do timed? That was my recommendation.
Same with you, Dean?
Yeah, time. I think time would be best, because the thing is, this is a topic that requires a lot of explanation from both sides with like elongated times, right? So it's not gonna be it's gonna be more of a monologue if we're gonna do an open dialogue. Then like if it's gonna be an open dialogue, we're not gonna have enough time for each of us to express what we want to express. I think it's best that the audience gets 10 to 15 minutes of getting to know each of our positions, and then an open dialogue would occur.
So that's kind of what Sig says. So about 10-15 minutes, maybe let's say 15 minutes to open in statement for both sides to say what your argument is, and then after that, open dialogue. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
Chris,
would you like anything more timed, or is that fine with you as well?
So when you say like 10-15 minute opening dialogue,
No, 10
okay.
15-minute opening statements. So
Right. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So you each will have, so by summation, each of you will have 15 minutes each to provide an account of your view, or to provide an invective, whatever that may be.
Yeah, I'm happy
if
with that
Dean
then.
wants, yeah, and
Yeah,
then you will have the rest of the time, whatever time we allocate, to be an open dialogue. So Godlogic will be host, and both Godlogic and Sench will be moderators according to the agreements of both the parties here. I push to move that. Is there a date or time you guys can be able to do this? Because we have around 12 minutes to set this up.
We can figure this out a little. Talk about the more specifics a little later, but
Yeah, I think what should be good is for me to lay out my position, right? So what the Orthodox position is.
Yeah,
of course.
Do that now.
Yeah.
So about 15-minute opening statements. Is that good, Dean?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Listen,
So
like
Dean-
all the technicalities for the debate we can talk later. I just
Yeah.
want to discuss right now like what my position is, so you can have a good idea of that, right? I already know what his position is. Obviously, like it's just standard view. The Quran affirms the Bible. It makes it false because you got like the two horns, right? So you either have one dilemma if you say the Bible's preserved, and then you have the other dilemma if you say that the Bible isn't preserved, right? So it just leads to Islam being false. I understand that argument, so I don't think he needs to lay anything out. So with my position, the Orthodox view is that in terms of like what you just read from Ibn Taymiyyah, right? So the majority of the Torah is preserved. There's only a small portion of it that isn't preserved. And yeah, that's what the Quran highlights. Like it echoes the vast majority of the Torah that you would see, or the Old Testament, I should say, because the concept of the Torah would be more general than just like the 5 books. Then, yeah, so then with the Gospel as well, I would just be defending the view that the majority of the Gospel is still found in Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, in terms of defining the Gospel as the parables and teachings of Jesus, right? So the contents of that, his parables and teachings, the majority of that will be found in the 4 Gospels and potentially in some other apocryphal Gospels as well.
Do you take that as infallible? So let's say the gospel, because you say the gospel content, most of them are infallible, right?
In terms of
the revelation of
content,
Jesus is infallible, right?
Yes.
I think
yes.
Okay, and you say most of the revelation of Jesus, as provided in the Gospels, most of the Gospels have the revelation of Jesus, right? That's different from saying that most of the revelation of Jesus was put in the Gospels, right?
Yeah. So the recorded, and another thing is that I don't believe it's verbatim, right? It's laid out in terms of the concepts and content, but it's not verbatim the words of Jesus. I don't agree with that. And neither do I agree that all of the parables and all of the teachings are in the Gospels. Now, if you're going to quote stuff like John 1:1, that's not included in the Injil, because that's not Jesus' teachings or parables. This is John writing his own thing, right? And then other stuff like when the Gospel writers are talking in third person, saying that this person did this person did that, it being like a sort of biographical account of Jesus. I don't agree with that view. I'm not saying it's necessarily not a view you can take, but under my view,
you have to say that most of what is contained in the text is infallible ultimately, because
in terms of the parables and teachings of Jesus, yes.
Okay, because you're saying most of what is, you said you take the Tammy position. You can clarify that in your debate, but just so that everyone here is clear, so Chris can have time to prepare. Most, which is an operative term, most of what is written in the gospel is divinely inspired.
In terms of the parables and teachings of Jesus, yes. That's not Ibn Taymiyyah's view, but Ibn Taymiyyah's view for the Torah is that it's mostly preserved. In terms of the gospel,
I'm focusing on the gospels right now.
Yeah, on
I'm
the
saying
gospel,
your account.
Yeah, so this isn't Ibn Taymiyyah's view that most of it is preserved. He believes more corruption occurred for the gospel, but I'm defending the view that it's more preserved than not. In terms of what I just defined the gospel to be, so the parables and teachings.
So you just define the gospel as the parables and teachings of Jesus. You don't define the parables as, not the parables, you don't define the gospel as the actual script as contained.
Yes, so that you'll find within the gospel of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, the Injil.
I know.
In terms of the parables,
you will find the Injil. Okay, is the Injil more frequent in the gospel of, let's say, John? Is the Injil more frequent than not in the gospel?
Because there's more irreconcilable views in there than the others. But the general account between Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Sorry, irreconcilable.
Yeah, so there's some views within John I don't believe is reconcilable. In the same way that in the Torah there's some stuff that's not reconcilable, right? Ibn Taymiyyah still views the Torah as not being fully preserved. Some stuff is not reconcilable within it. That's sort of my view with the Gospels as well, but more so with John. But then the Gospel isn't reduced to John; it's reduced to Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, and some apocryphal accounts, right? So if we're doing that, Mark, Matthew, and Luke, I think a lot of the parables and teachings of Jesus, as well as specifically the content in Q source, which is like an oral view or an oral tradition.
So how do you demarcate?
Majority of that would be like the Injil.
So yeah, but even the Q source again, such a view is. So how do you demarcate when something is part of the infallible Injil for Jesus and when it's not? Is there a non-circular way that? Okay, so you use the Quran,
but the point would just be that, I mean, that's a whole different argument. And now you're talking about what's the
I'm just asking.
Yeah, sure.
I understand.
I'll tell my response. I'll tell you my response to like sort of view, right? So I don't say that when the Quran says for the people of the book, like the people of the gospel, to judge by the gospel, I don't say that they're telling him to just judge by the book that they have that conforms with the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling them to judge by the gospel that they have as temperaments, because at the very least you're judging by a book that has at least the majority of God's laws and human fallible laws within it as well. But if you just ran by human fallible laws solely, that would obviously be worse than judging by the gospel, right?
Is there any part of the gospel that is missing?
Yes.
Okay. So you do not believe that there is a complete, even if you take all of the apocryphal gospels, any oral tradition, any oral source like the Q source, or if we found like, let's say like the M source or things like this, if we take any source, if we take any tradition, if we combined all of them, you're saying that we wouldn't be able to reconstruct
today
the
from
Injil.
Because like we don't know the whole Q source, right?
No, the Q source seems to be this idea of like sayings that used to be adduced that gospel writers in the synoptic tradition would have taken from. But that's a specific hypothesis. So if you're going to posit that hypothesis, even if you're going to say that Q is not going to be exhaustive for that, are you saying, I just want to understand this specifically, are you saying that there are parts of Q that are Quranic in nature?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe that in the Q source, just to be clear, so for Chris and everyone, you think that in the Q source, it says things, for example, that a prophet called Ahmed will come.
It's possible it's within the Q source, but I'm not going to make a definitive statement on that. It could be in other sources.
You just made a definitive statement that it's possible that this Q source does contain information that specifically says Ahmed will be a prophet that comes after.
Yes,
yeah,
that's possible.
You made that claim. That was a declarative sentence, so you did make that claim. Now,
me saying it's possible doesn't mean that it has.
You saying it's possible doesn't mean that you believe it, that it is certain. I understand. I'm not asking for whether you have a specific epistemic value higher than 0.5. I'm asking you specifically whether you think it's possible that that thing contains the thing I just asked you. I was very
already
clear.
answered.
Which you answered yes, so I don't understand why.
People can rewind the clip and see that I said yes.
People can rewind the clip, yeah. So there would be no reason as to why you would need to question the method of which I'm asking you. I'm just trying to make sure that when you're providing your account.
So what else do you want to ask? Rather than asking me the same question like 3 times.
The reason I'm asking this question, okay, so I only asked you the question once, okay? The reason why I am asking the question is so that Chris has information like you wanted to provide on these particulars, so
so let Chris
you don't
ask.
have to spend
you've been talking this whole time, Chris. I mean, Chris, do you have any questions on my position?
Is there a problem with me asking?
No. Well, it gives me more information. To be honest, it's if I start asking you stuff, then I may as well debate you. You know what I mean? Like if I engage with
just
you.
For my position. No, I mean just for my position. Is there anything unclear?
No, not unclear. Like, I mean, there's obviously more you can say about it. But
there's still ambiguities there, but like it's generally clear for the some part. So
yeah, I mean, if it's enough for you
I just want to know how far you can go. That's all.
Sorry, Sig. Like you said at the beginning, you're gonna say one thing and leave. Like you've been talking this whole time.
Yeah, okay. That was one part of a dialogue.
Yes. So I just want to
like I need to say one sentence and then go.
All right. So yeah, as I was gonna say, is there anything that is ambiguous or something that's unclear in what I've said that will lead you to not be able to attack my position, or is this a position that's clear and you're willing to debate on it?
What you've said is not too much of a surprise. So what I can critique is that, I mean, really, I've been asking this for quite a long time now. So I know a broad range of different Muslim views. So it's fine. And yours, like, basically comes under, it's been corrupted at some point in some sense, but it's still majoritarily like viable. So you still refer to it, and that's why the Quran is referring to it, because there's still truth in there. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of details about, the description of Muhammad, or exactly when it was corrupted, or when it was changed, if it was like right at the beginning, or if it happened later on, stuff like that. But yeah, I'm happy to go with that.
All right, sounds good. I think that's all. It's about to hit the 4-hour mark, so yeah, I'll leave it there. Listen, Godlogic, I got you on TikTok, I believe, so we'll just maintain contact in the DMs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll be in contact with Godlogic, I guess, and then we can set something up. But I am very keen for this, so yeah.
Good luck to both parties. I wish the best for the truth. So
This should be good. Should be good,
yeah. I mean,
all right,
I'll do a
guys.
review of it.
Well, thanks, Steen, for popping up and coming through with that. Thank you, Chris and Sig, for hopping on.
Aww.
Appreciate you guys, man. Touching up. Chris, I thank you for everything you do, man. Sig, you as well, man.
No worries, man.
No worries, bro.
You guys, man, true brothers indeed. True brothers indeed. So
you too, man.
So we're going to be inviting Muslims to come and join us live this Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know you guys might it's a little late for you guys, but Sam and Jay Dye are going to be joining us, and we're going to be openly inviting Uthman, Sneeko, Muslim Lantern, Muslim Cowboy, Hamza, anyone to come and join us for an open dialogue. So that's this Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, if you guys want to watch the decimation of the Three Stooges earlier, Muslim Cowboy, Hamza from Hamza's Den, and Little Boy Rumsey, just rewind the tape. It's in the beginning of the stream. Start this over. That's where I pop up on their platform, and I start cooking. So rewind the tape. That's where the stream is. I love you guys. We're at the 4-hour mark. Got to go ahead and cut this. Let me read this last super chat. It says, what I meant was I've been a guest on Rumsey's channel for a total of 15 to 20 hours. He rarely engages. He has a panel of 5 others that do talk, that does all the talk. Yeah, of course. And we see why. We see why. Right, you guys take care. God bless each and every one of you guys. I love you. I'll see you guys next time. Most likely tomorrow I'll be live, regular schedule. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Peace.
Amen.
God bless, guys.
God bless you all.